Achilles successfully advanced to the Silver Knight rank. As predicted, in addition to the daily changes in attribute points, his sword skills finally merged into a unique and upgradable skill, Extreme Slash. After checking the updated panel, Achilles immediately clicked on the option to awaken a new innate talent. A new line appeared on the panel. Innate talent, Undying Constitution. Initial stage 0/100. Increases the recovery rate of physical health, internal energy, and magical spirit by 2 times. Energy Essence, 132,563, requires increasing base level for next awakening. Undying Constitution. Could it eventually evolve to grant true immortality? Achilles stared at the name of the newly awakened innate talent, feeling a sense of awe. He immediately upgraded this Undying Constitution, directly advancing it to the silver stage. Achilles wanted to see what special effects this Undying Constitution would bring. Innate talent, Undying Constitution, silver stage 0/1,000,000, increases the recovery rate of physical health, internal energy, and magical spirit by 5 times. Effect, blood depletion. Your blood power becomes incredibly potent. Any external injuries will instantly heal, and your blood power can also cling to enemies like a parasite, hindering their ability to recover from wounds. Energy Essence, 21,459, requires increasing base level for next awakening. Blood depletion. Instant healing of external injuries. Achilles saw the description of the blood depletion effect and immediately took out an enchanted short sword, making a cut on his arm. Then, something astonishing happened. As Achilles' blood flowed from the wound actually healed instantly. Wow, while I don't know if it can eventually reach true immortality, continuing to upgrade this will definitely allow for limb regeneration and even resurrection through a single drop of blood. Achilles saw his wound heal instantly and was immediately excited. This talent is even more incredible than the Dominator contract and enhanced precognition. Not only can it accelerate one's own recovery, but also hinder the enemy's recovery. Just thinking about it is terrifying. It wouldn't be a way to ensure someone dies from excessive bleeding, would it? However, this ability needs to be tested on an actual enemy outside. After that, Achilles ended his advancement and cultivation. Sir, as soon as Achilles stepped out of the courtyard, Mia immediately bowed respectfully. Mia. I've told you don't need to stay here constantly. You should focus on your own training. Achilles said slowly. Understood, sir. It's just that Horus has gone to attempt his breakthrough to the 2nd tier. So I've been staying here. As for my own cultivation, I haven't neglected it. I estimate that in about half a year, I will be able to reach the peak of the 5th tier, at which point I can start looking for items to help me break through to the 6th tier. Mia explained. Oh, half a year, that's not bad. Later, I'll try to find a 6th tier breakthrough potion or some other rare item for you, Achilles said with satisfaction. Thank you, sir. Achilles then walked towards his room while asking, since Horus is attempting a breakthrough, what about the other professionals in the territory? How many new professionals have we gained during this time? Sir Clay has advanced to a 3rd tier senior knight. Wendy has advanced to a 4th tier grand mage. In addition, Captain Garcia of the 11th Squadron, a Lyman wolf humanoid, has also advanced to a 3rd tier senior warrior. And during this period, we've added over 30 new professionals, so the total number of professionals in the territory has now exceeded 100. Mia reported one by one. Garcia has also advanced to the 3rd tier. He must be quite diligent. Achilles wasn't surprised by Clay and Wendy's advancements, but Garcia's advancement was a bit unexpected. Sir, Garcia's talent was never inferior to mine. He just had his progress delayed for 2 years because of those hyena humans. Mia explained. After a while, Achilles had already entered his room. Before Achilles could even invite her in, Mia excused herself and left. This won't do, Achilles thought thoughtfully. The next day, after resting for one night, Achilles began to inspect the territory. Under Jenkins' leadership, the spring plowing in the territory had been completed, and all the villages that were not yet built last year had also been constructed. Now the serfs are mainly divided into 2 groups. One group is cultivating farmland, while the other is starting to build the great city walls. The orcish and pig man-slaves are working tirelessly in the iron mines, as the construction of the great city walls requires a huge amount of steel. Furthermore, the water-powered technology at the blacksmith's workshop has become quite mature. The 2 master blacksmiths that Achilles bought back have significantly increased the speed at which they can forge iron armor. Therefore, Achilles plans to equip his entire army with iron armor, which will increase their combat effectiveness and reduce casualties. While Achilles was inspecting the construction of the great city walls, he saw Clay leading his squadron of beast riders in training. Before this year's Dawn Festival, 50 magical beasts, specifically wind steeds, was sent from the royal family to storm territory. These 50 wind steeds are all first-tier magical creatures known for their speed, which is 20% faster than the flame horses found in the territory. Beast riders have always been one of the strongest combat forces in human kingdoms. The Orcish Empire fears two things from human kingdoms: magical weapons and the beast rider units of various kingdoms. There are many different types of beast rider units in each kingdom, but the most formidable is the Wyvern Rider Squadron. While wyverns may not reach the 9th-tier sanctified state like purebred dragons, they generally possess a strength of at least 6th tier or higher. Therefore, each wyvern rider is a professional with a rank of at least 6th tier. Junior officers are high-ranking, and commanders are typically 9th-tier sanctified individuals. A single wyvern rider squadron, consisting of less than 200 riders, can easily crush any main force unit of the Alpha Kingdom. Under the leadership of a 9th-tier sanctified commander, they can even gang up on other 9th-tier sanctified powerhouses. Moreover, most wyverns are capable of flight, which allows wyvern rider squadrons to attack any castle or army. If there were no opposing aerial forces, wyvern rider squadrons could essentially move freely on the battlefield. If the Alpha Kingdom had a strong squadron of flying wyvern riders, the Orcish Empire would not dare to attack it. However, among the human kingdoms in the Wasteland Mountains, only the Kingdom of Ran has a squadron of 100 eagle dragon riders. The Kingdom of Alpha only has a few squads of dragon knights, and these are controlled by 3 entities: the royal family, Duke Lincoln, and Duke Vada, in addition to several squadrons of earth dragon riders. The Alpha Kingdom also possesses flying demon beast units. For example, the Griffon Legion has a squadron of 200 Griffons, the Venus Duke family has a squadron of 300 Pegasi, the Phoenix Duke family has a squadron of 150 Sky Eagles, and the Lothar Duke family has a squadron of 100 Flying Lions. These flying demon beasts are all of level 4 or 5 strength, and the knights who ride them are also at least level 4, making each squadron extremely powerful. During the Orcish War, the Orcish Eagle King sent an entire squadron of their elite warriors to barely contain the Griffon Legion's Griffon Squadron, which ultimately allowed the orcs to inflict heavy damage on the Griffon Legion. These flying demon beasts are relatively common, but assembling a full-fledged squadron is extremely difficult. Even noble families, excluding the major dukes and royal family, struggle to form one, and most only have 2 or 3 small squadrons. Therefore, among human nations, the most common type of cavalry consists of lower-level horse like demon beasts such as flame horses, wind horses, earth spirits, and water clouds. While the intelligence of these lower-level demon beasts is not comparable to that of humans, it is still higher than ordinary animals, making communication relatively easy. More importantly, these horse-like demon beasts can be bred on a large scale, are well-suited for human riding, and have decent speed, making them easier to establish and requiring fewer resources. However, the combat effectiveness of cavalry composed of lower-level demon horses is not weak at all. If there are dozens or even hundreds of them, their combined low-level magic can be incredibly devastating, sometimes exceeding the power of higher-level spells. When combined with the human mages riding them, they can even defeat level 7 mages. If an 8th-level mage doesn't use their flying abilities to avoid them, they will likely be defeated. A squadron-sized unit of demon beast horse knights typically has greater combat effectiveness than a well-trained infantry battalion. Therefore, only families of the rank of count or higher have the resources to form such units. The royal family only has the royal knights and the 3 main legions in the northern frontier. Even with the reserve forces included, the Northeastern Legion has over 20,000 soldiers, but only 1 squadron of demon beast knights, which is permanently stationed at Frostmoon City. This squadron is also understaffed, consisting of only 6 squadrons, with only a little over 500 wind horses equipped. The Northwest Legion's Beast Cavalry Regiment consists of 5 squadrons, with 400 beast warhorses. The Griffon Legion is equipped with a flying Griffon squadron and therefore does not have a beast cavalry regiment. The northern frontier Legion's Beast Cavalry Regiment is the weakest, with only 2 squadrons that are not yet fully staffed. They possess only 150 beast warhorses. During this Orcish war, they suffered heavy losses, with only over 60 surviving. The Royal Knights stationed in Kanglin City have a fully staffed beast cavalry regiment. Therefore, Achilles' ability to form even half a beast cavalry squadron is purely due to luck. If the royal family hadn't been severely weakened and desperately needed weapons like the storm cannon, they would never have given Achilles 50 swiftwind horses in exchange. However, I heard that the royal family quickly recouped their investment. It seems there are also beast warhorses involved in transactions between the royal family and powerful nobles. Achilles' half-strength beast cavalry squadron is benefiting from Wendy's assistance, allowing the soldiers to easily bond with the swiftwind horses. However, currently, only a handful of these knights are at the first-level novice rank. The rest are still apprentices. To truly unleash the potential of a beast cavalry regiment, you need fully trained professionals, and the higher their level, the better. Furthermore, they must all be equipped with enchanted gear. Therefore, when Achilles saw the beast cavalry squadron led by Clay, he immediately issued an order. Within 2 years, all novice knights must advance to the first-level professional rank. Otherwise, they will be removed from the beast cavalry regiment. Furthermore, within 3 years, Clay must be promoted to the 4th-level Grand Knight, and the 8 knights from Clay's original knight squad must also be promoted to the 2nd-level intermediate knight rank. This order puts considerable pressure on the beast cavalry regiment. In the next 2 to 3 years, they must constantly train and participate in combat missions, as battle is the fastest way to improve. After inspecting his territory, Achilles visited Wendy's sugar factory. The Lincoln Duke family, who had previously agreed to a trade agreement with Achilles, initially chose not to enter the Alpha Kingdom market. Perhaps the Lincoln Duke family believed that the recipes for Achilles' brown sugar and storm wine would eventually return to the Tulip family. Therefore, they initially decided to directly ship the brown sugar and storm wine to other human nations in the West, potentially earning even higher profits, but requiring significant power, which the Lincoln family possesses. So, it wasn't until a trade agreement was signed with the royal family for molasses and storm liquor that they became popular in the Kingdom of Alpha. After that, demand grew rapidly, and the profits were substantial. This prompted Haley to send someone to discuss a trade agreement with Achilles regarding molasses and storm liquor. However, Haley wasn't trying to compete with the royal family or Achilles for market share within the Kingdom of Alpha. Like the Lincoln family, she planned to export the molasses and storm liquor to countries in the south. Achilles had no objections to this. The only issue was that the production of molasses and storm liquor needed to be expanded. Storm liquor could be produced by processing lower-quality alcohol. However, expanding molasses production required increasing the cultivation of sugar beets, which would have to be prioritized after food production. Therefore, Achilles decided to start producing white sugar first to meet the demand from high-end consumers. "Wendy, how is the production of white sugar going?" "We've made progress," Wendy said excitedly. "The process is still too complex, but I'm working hard to simplify it." Achilles had only proposed the idea for producing white sugar. Wendy was responsible for implementing it from start to finish. Therefore, Wendy felt a great sense of accomplishment and even considered the white sugar her own creation. She insisted on being consulted before Achilles could sell any of it. That's good. It doesn't matter if the process is complex," Achilles explained. "We don't need to produce too much initially, so we can keep the price of white sugar high." Wendy didn't care about the price. Her main goal was to have enough white sugar for herself, as long as Achilles didn't sell her share of the rations. Just as Achilles was inspecting the white sugar production process, Archibald rushed in excitedly. "Archibald, what's so urgent that you had to come find me here?" Achilles asked, puzzled. "Sir, I have successfully created a Tier 3 enchanted flame armor," Archibald said enthusiastically. He immediately took out a set of dark red armor from his storage ring. "Amazing, Archibald, you managed to develop it so quickly," Achilles exclaimed, taking the flame armor to examine it. Because enchanted weapons can only be crafted based on the mage's own attributes and magical abilities, the blueprints for enchanted weapons contained in the Tier 5 enchantment techniques that Achilles had confiscated were all earth-based. There were no fire-based ones. Archibald could only learn the methods of enchanting, but to create fire-based enchanted weapons, he had to develop them himself. However, due to the limited supply of magical materials within the territory, Achilles thought it would take Archibald a long time to develop Tier 3 fire-based enchanted weapons. He was surprised that Archibald managed to do it so quickly, and even more impressed that it was a complex piece of armor. It's worth noting that fire-based mages typically only craft enchantments for offensive weapons, as fire magic is most effective in attacks. Archibald was standing nearby, explaining, "My lord, the enchantment on this flame armor is a 3rd-tier fire shield. While its defensive capabilities aren't as good as earth elemental enchanted armor, the fire shield also possesses some fire attack power. Therefore, when the armor is struck, it will automatically retaliate with flames. If used by the Beast Rider Squadron, the effect should be excellent, especially when paired with a flame horse. It would be optimal," Archibald added. Enchanted weapons are standard equipment for Beast Riders. Achilles had originally planned to equip his newly formed half-squadron of Beast Riders with 1st or 2nd-tier enchanted armor. Equipping them with a full set of 3rd-tier enchanted gear would likely cost hundreds of thousands of gold coins. While Storm Territory's current income is decent and supplemented by some unexpected gains, it was only enough to lift Achilles out of poverty. Therefore, his financial resources could only support equipping the Beast Rider Squadron with a mixed set of 1st and 2nd-tier enchantments. However, now that Archibald had created a 3rd-tier enchanted armor, it was likely that he could also produce enchanted lances and swords without much difficulty. So, Achilles would naturally equip the Beast Rider Squadron with a full set of 3rd-tier enchanted gear. Achilles then asked Archibald, "Are the materials needed to create the flame armor expensive?" "My lord, I came to you primarily because of this. This flame armor requires a small amount of magical metal called fire copper. However, I don't believe there are any fire copper mines in the Kingdom of Alpha. I'm not sure if you can obtain it. If you can't, it will be quite difficult. I've tried using other materials, but none of them work as a substitute for fire copper," Archibald replied. The fire copper that Archibald used to create the flame armor was a very small amount that Achilles had obtained from a 7th-tier mage of the Eyesight Guild. "Does it require magical metal?" Achilles' expression became somewhat troubled. Not only were there no fire copper mines within the Kingdom of Alpha, but even if there were, Achilles wouldn't be able to buy them in large quantities. Magical metals are a scarce and strategic resource throughout the northern kingdoms, and almost all of them are controlled by top-tier families. It is rare for them to be sold in large quantities. For example, the Kingdom of Alpha has only one known magical metal mine, the Storm Iron Mine, which is owned by the royal family, and it's said to be quite small. The royal family only releases some of it every few years, exchanging it with other kingdoms for other types of magical metals. It is extremely difficult for other nobles within the kingdom to purchase them. Therefore, obtaining fire copper is practically impossible. Archibald was very frustrated after hearing this. He hadn't realized that magical metals was so rare in this region. "Then I will have to continue experimenting with modifications. Fire copper, I know where there is some," Wendy suddenly spoke up from the side. Achilles and Archibald were both stunned. "What did you say?" Achilles asked, wanting to make sure he hadn't misheard. "I know where to find fire copper. It's in the Wildlands Mountains," Wendy repeated. "Ha, really? Is it in your half-elf tribe?" Achilles said excitedly. Archibald was also very excited and quickly asked, "Wendy, we can exchange resources from our territory with yours. We guarantee that your tribe won't be at a disadvantage. You know how honorable I am." Wendy looked at Achilles after hearing this. Then she slowly said, "The fire copper mine isn't in the hands of the tribe, but rather in the lair of a level 9 dragon." The atmosphere suddenly became quiet again. "A level 9 dragon's lair? That's ridiculous. Are we asking the dragon to move its nest? Even Panda wouldn't be able to handle that. It's practically the same as not having it at all. It's better not to know about it." Seeing the two of them looking dejected, Wendy continued, "However, our tribe might still have some fire copper. Sometimes when we offer tributes to the dragon, we occasionally receive some fire copper as a reward, and I think there's still some left." "Here she goes again," Achilles muttered. "She always talks too much when discussing important matters, but then clams up when asked to elaborate." He had already told her this many times. Archibald, however, didn't seem to mind and quickly asked, "Wendy, does your tribe have a lot of fire copper left?" I probably only need about 300 jin, approximately 150 pounds. I don't know. I need to go back and ask. But the elders in my tribe are quite stingy, so it might be difficult to get any, Wendy replied. You have to go back. Will your tribe let you leave? Achilles asked immediately, worried. After all, Wendy is a child of the life element. What if the tribe doesn't let her go? Yes, sir. I do need to return to my tribe because I've recently advanced to a level 4 Grand Mage, but I don't have any spells above level 4, nor do I have the recipe for crafting a level 4 Life Spring Potion. So, I haven't even been able to use the life-related magical artifact you gave me. Wendy explained. Achilles was speechless. It sounded like they wouldn't let her leave. In that case, she shouldn't go back at all. It's not worth it for just a little fire copper. I have level 4 and level 5 spells here. You can use them, Achilles said. No, I can't learn human magic, Wendy shook her head. Oh, Achilles was now in a difficult situation. He was worried that if Wendy went back, the tribe would keep her there. After all, they had raised her for so long. Also, Wendy couldn't reveal the location of her tribe, and Achilles wouldn't be able to find it even if he wanted to. But at the same time, he couldn't hinder Wendy's cultivation. She is a child of the life element, and it would be a waste to not nurture such talent. Suddenly, Achilles remembered that Panda seemed to know about the half-elf tribe. And wasn't it also said that Panda would protect Wendy? So, Achilles agreed that Wendy should return to her tribe. When you go back, bring a Thunderhawk with you. If anything unexpected happens, it can relay messages to me, and I'll have Brother Panda help you. The 2 Thunderhawks that Wendy had captured previously were already trained, and the 3 young Thunderhawks were also growing strong. June 30th. After Wendy had arranged everything regarding the sugar factory, she prepared to return to the half-elf tribe. Achilles arranged for a squadron of Beast Knight riders led by Clay to escort Wendy to the edge of the primeval forest in the Wasteland Mountains. Once inside the primeval forest, Wendy would be relatively safe. Aside from occasional beasts venturing in to hunt, even orcs wouldn't dare enter. After Wendy left, Achilles spent 5 days finally mastering the 4-ring fire magic spell, Solar Convergence. Next, after pushing Solar Convergence to its 4th level limit, Achilles successfully activated a 4th level magical artifact, unlocking his fire-based innate magic. Divine Arts, * remove curse light. Innate magic, Hellish Apostle dark. Earth Core Guardian Earth, 9 Suns Burst Fire, beginner 0/10, can instantly condense 9 small solar fireballs to bombard enemies. In necessary situations, these 9 fireballs can be detonated, causing a chain reaction of explosions with immense power. As the level increases, the size of the solar fireballs will grow larger, and the explosive force will also increase. After reviewing the new fire-based innate magic, Achilles realized it was a powerful offensive spell. Just looking at the name, he thought that if it were to be upgraded to legendary status in the future, perhaps it could even condense 9 actual suns. The thought was terrifying. Achilles then directly raised 9 Suns Burst to the 4th level. After testing it outside the city, he discovered that the 4th ring version of 9 Suns Burst was already approaching the power of the 5th ring spell, 5 Fireballs. I've completed all 3 innate magic spells for the 4th level. Next, I just need to accumulate enough attribute points before advancing to a 5th level mage. Then I can start learning other types of magic. Achilles now has the meditation techniques and spells for 4 attributes: thunder, metal, ice, and life. Once he masters these 4, Achilles will have completed all 10 chaotic elemental magic systems. Next, he planned to start with the lightning-based magic system. After all, he already possessed a 5th-tier magical artifact related to lightning, which could be used to directly create lightning-based talents and spells. However, Achilles needed to first establish the territory's vocational academy, as promised. The officers were eagerly awaiting its opening, and their children had largely overcome any literacy barriers. Furthermore, the buildings for the Storm Vocational Academy were already completed. At the same time, Achilles converted the previous literacy classes into the Storm Elementary School, intending to expand both the number of students and the curriculum. Achilles then announced that all children aged 10, 14 from the families of territory administrators, officers, vocational workers would be enrolled in the Storm Vocational Academy. There were a total of 19 children. They would directly begin learning vocational skills. 2 of them possessed talents in 3 different magic systems: Eunice, Jenkins' daughter, and Riley, Roger's younger brother. Both were 12 and 13 years old, respectively. They would first learn the fundamentals of magic under Anthony's guidance, and then begin studying meditation techniques when they turned 15. The other children would study knowledge related to knights and warriors, with further class assignments based on their individual aptitudes. These children would be required to sign a 20-year service contract with the territory upon beginning their training in breathing exercises and meditation. Younger children would continue their education at the Storm Elementary School. Achilles added 4 new courses: mathematics, law, geography, and management. This was because Achilles anticipated that his territory and population would continue to expand, leading to more villages and even castles. These places would require professional personnel for management. The Storm territory was most lacking in skilled individuals. Therefore, Achilles believed it was better to cultivate talent within the territory now rather than waiting to recruit from outside later. This would ensure loyalty and allow him to specifically train the types of people he needed, achieving a double benefit. As for the teachers, they were selected from among the former slaves who had joined after the Orcish War. Some came from families with generations of vocational experience, and many possessed a certain level of education. After a brief training session, Achilles could assign them to their positions. They only needed to teach according to the textbook content. The law textbooks were compiled by Achilles himself. The geography textbooks were handled by the officers. Mathematics was co-authored by Achilles and Archibald, and management studies were assisted by Achilles in compiling with Jenkins. Achilles divided the elementary school curriculum into 6 grades. Students in grades 1 and 2 only needed to study mathematics. Students in grades 3 and 4 would learn relatively complex subjects like law and geography. Starting in grades 5 and 6, they would begin studying management. After graduating from Storm Elementary School, students who did not continue their studies at the Storm Vocational Academy would start internships in various departments within the territory. After accumulating some experience, they would be assigned to manage villages or castles. At the same time, Storm Elementary School also accepted enrollment from commoners in the territory, but it required tuition fees. Of course, Achilles' tuition fees were not expensive. Hardworking families could afford them. Achilles didn't need that money anyway. Knowledge itself doesn't have a monetary value. If commoners could obtain it for free, they might consider it worthless and be even less likely to take it seriously. After dealing with the vocational academy and elementary school matters, Achilles began to continue his studies in magic. On August 11th, after accumulating enough attribute points, Achilles raised his mage level to the 5th tier archmage level. Name: Achilles Louis. Basic skills: chaotic meditation, earth, water, fire, wind, light, darkness, thunder, 5th tier archmage, 0/10 million lightning bolt, 1st level, 1st tier maximum, chain lightning, 2nd level, 2nd tier maximum, thunder serpent, 3rd level, 3rd tier maximum, thunderstorm, 3rd level, 3rd tier maximum. Attribute points, 0. During this time, Achilles also learned a 1st level spell, a 2nd level spell, and 2 3rd level thunder-based spells. He would only need to learn the 4th level thunder-based spells to become a 5th tier magical artifact in the thunder system. Meanwhile, deep within the barren mountains, Thunderhawk was rapidly flying towards Storm territory. It was the male Thunderhawk that Wendy had taken with her earlier. After Achilles ascended to the rank of 5th level mage, he visited both the Storm Academy and the Storm Elementary School. The knights and warrior instructors at the Storm Academy were rotated from various guilds within the territory, while Antonius was responsible for magic instruction, with Archibald occasionally assisting. Therefore, Achilles didn't need to worry about these aspects. The children they taught was still manageable, even if they hadn't started their training yet. However, the teachers at the Storm Elementary School were all subpar, and some of them couldn't even understand the textbooks that Achilles and his team had compiled. This was a source of frustration for Achilles. As a result, Achilles occasionally visited the elementary school to provide supplementary instruction to the teachers. To address this issue, Achilles implemented new requirements. The teachers would be evaluated every 3 months, and those who failed to meet the standards would be dismissed. The salary offered to these teachers was equivalent to that of elite warriors, 1 gold coin per year, with bonus incentives based on the number and quality of students they trained. Furthermore, Achilles even offered to exempt the teachers and their families from serfdom. This presented a fantastic opportunity for those who came from guild families but had lost their homes and loved ones, allowing them to regain their former social standing. Therefore, Achilles didn't have to worry about their motivation. Just as Achilles finished training the elementary school teachers and was leaving the school grounds, he suddenly heard the cry of a hawk overhead. Thunderhawk then descended from the sky. Is it Rigaud? Has something happened to Wendy? Seeing that the male Thunderhawk named Rigaud by Wendy had returned, Achilles immediately suspected that something was wrong with Wendy. He quickly retrieved the letter attached to Rigaud's leg and read it. "My lord, please help. That 9th-ranked dragon is coming to destroy my tribe." After reading the letter, Achilles immediately rushed towards Panda's residence. A 9th-ranked dragon was far beyond what Achilles could handle on his own. What could have possibly angered a 9th-ranked dragon? "Panda, something has happened," Achilles called out to the sleeping Panda. He noticed that every time he visited, Panda was either drinking, sleeping, or gnawing on bamboo shoots, more laid back than even himself, the lord of the territory. Panda reluctantly sat up, his eyes blazing as he glared at Achilles. He seemed ready to lash out if Achilles didn't offer an explanation. "It's Wendy," Achilles quickly explained. "Her tribe is being threatened by a 9th-level dragon." Hearing that it was Wendy who was in trouble, Panda's expression immediately softened. He eagerly asked, "You mean Wendy's half-elf tribe is under threat from a dragon?" "Yes," Achilles confirmed. "It must be that damned Andreas. How dare he bully Wendy? It's the perfect opportunity to settle some old scores." Once Panda was sure that it was Wendy's half-elf tribe facing the dragon threat, his anger flared up again. He grabbed Achilles and flew towards the Wildlands mountain range. "Panda, wait, I haven't finished explaining things about my territory," Achilles called out. "There's no time to explain anything now, it won't take long," Panda said, showing no intention of returning to let Achilles finish his explanation. This made Achilles even more curious about whether Panda had a grudge against that 9th-level dragon. After all, Panda seemed to have immediately recognized the dragon's identity, something even Wendy didn't know. So he asked curiously, "Panda, do you know that 9th-level dragon?" "HMPH, of course I do. In this area of the Frostmoon province, in these Wildlands mountains, there's only one creature, that untrustworthy and despicable lava dragon Andreas. He was the one who drove those swift wolves into my territory back then, and also..." Panda continued to berate the lava dragon while explaining their history. It turned out that Panda had known this lava dragon, named Andreas, a long time ago. At that time, both the dragon and the bear were still in their 6th-level juvenile stages. They often clashed, but their strengths were similar, so neither could gain an advantage over the other. Later, a vein of fire copper was discovered in that area. A fire element within the fire copper was extremely concentrated, which was very beneficial for the cultivation of fire-based magical beasts. So, the two creatures engaged in fierce battles, but again, neither could defeat the other. To prevent attracting other fire-based monsters, they reached an agreement. Everyone would share the use of the mine, rotating annually. However, later on, the lava dragon acquired some treasure and advanced to level 8. Panda was still at level 7. Immediately, the lava dragon broke the agreement and claimed exclusive ownership of the copper mine. This enraged Panda, but he was no match for the lava dragon at that time, so he had to endure it. Later, after Panda also reached level 8, he immediately went to challenge the lava dragon, but the lava dragon fought unfairly. During the period when Panda advanced to level 8, the lava dragon had already established its dominance over that area. So, when Panda arrived, the lava dragon quickly gathered a large group of minions and ganged up on him, eventually driving Panda out of the region. Panda was forced to retreat far into the eastern part of the Wasteland Mountains. Later, after advancing to level 9, the lava dragon drove away a pack of swift wolves, nearly killing Panda. Therefore, when Panda heard that the lava dragon was bullying Wendy, he was furious and couldn't wait to confront the lava dragon. Knowing about the conflict between Panda and the lava dragon, Achilles asked with some concern, "Panda, if you go there now, will the despicable lava dragon gather a horde of monsters to gang up on you? Should we plan carefully and bring over the level 6 magical crossbows from our territory?" "No need," Panda replied. "I'm not going to kill that despicable dragon. I just want to rescue Wendy's tribe and vent some frustration. If we go with the magical crossbows and a large army, it would be a full-blown war, which is unnecessary." "Oh," Achilles sighed in relief. He was indeed worried that Panda would recklessly challenge the lava dragon, Panda had just reached level 9, while the lava dragon had been at a higher level for quite some time. If they fought, Panda's chances of winning was slim. Moreover, the lava dragon undoubtedly had many minions under its command, such as the swift wolves and the half-elf tribe, who were essentially under the lava dragon's control. A few days later, Panda flew with Achilles to a remote part of a primeval forest. "Kid, the lava dragon's copper mine lair is not far from here. Just wait for me here," Panda said. After landing in the primeval forest, Achilles carefully hid himself and muttered to himself, "Is it really necessary to be so rushed? Sending me to the half-elf tribe wouldn't have taken much more time." Instead of going to the half-elf village first, Panda went directly to the lava dragon's lair, as if he couldn't bear to wait even a moment longer. The thief Panda. Not long after leaving Achilles, he heard 2 loud roars, clearly indicating that Panda and the lava dragon had already begun their battle. Immediately afterward, Achilles received 3 danger warnings, alerting him to the presence of 3 magical beasts within a 10-kilometer radius that posed a threat to him. A Tier 8 beast, the Black Shadow Tiger. A Tier 7 beast, the Cloud Serpent. A Tier 7 beast, the Tyrant Ape. Startled, Achilles quickly moved away from the direction of these 3 beasts and summoned several Tier 4 undead creatures to act as scouts around him. He then climbed a large tree and used binoculars to observe the battle between Panda and the lava dragon. In the distance, he saw a massive western dragon with 2 wings spewing scorching lava towards Panda. Panda countered by creating countless magical clouds to intercept the lava. Whenever the lava touched Panda's clouds, it would cause a violent explosion, shattering the lava into fragments. At the same time, Panda's clouds also drifted towards the lava dragon, which immediately used its wings to create a wave of flames, igniting Panda's clouds. Because both were fire-based beasts, the sky above the battlefield was already a fiery red, and the surrounding primeval forest had begun to catch fire, spreading rapidly in all directions. As the battle moved, the area covered by the flames continued to expand. "This is going to burn down the entire primeval forest," Achilles exclaimed, quickly moving to a new location. However, just as Achilles was moving further away from the battlefield, he suddenly noticed that the sounds of the battle between Panda and the lava dragon had significantly diminished. He immediately stopped to investigate. He discovered that the lava dragon was no longer using its dragon breath or fire wings. Instead, it had begun a close-quarters combat with Panda. Panda then unleashed its intoxicating fist technique once again, forcing the lava dragon to retreat step by step. Finally, the lava dragon was forced to turn and fly away in the distance. Achilles immediately understood the lava dragon's intentions. This was a purely physical confrontation. It seemed unable to defeat Panda, who practiced the intoxicated fist style. If it continued using its lava magic, its territory would likely be completely destroyed in no time. Therefore, the lava dragon had no choice but to shift the battlefield and continue fighting Panda. After the 2 Tier 9 beasts moved far away, Achilles saw activity in the forest fire area in the distance. Many mid to high-level beasts were moving around, presumably trying to contain the spread of the fire. After all, this primeval forest was their home. These mid to high-level beasts possessed considerable intelligence, especially those of Tier 7 or 8. Their intelligence was not much less than that of humans, so they naturally understood how to prevent the fire from spreading. After seeing many of the beasts heading towards the fire, Achilles thoughtfully looked towards the northwest. According to what Panda had said, that was where the lava dragon's lair was located, and the fire copper ore he desperately needed was there. "Perhaps I can sneak in and get some fire copper ore while everyone is distracted," Achilles thought to himself. That's right. Achilles intended to take advantage of the lava dragon being away and most of the beasts occupied with fighting the fire to sneak into the lava dragon's lair. After careful consideration, Achilles decided to try using the Soul Descent special ability. First, Achilles moved far away from the burning area to avoid being discovered by other high-level beasts that might be coming to help extinguish the flames. Once he was sure he was a safe distance away, he used his necromantic abilities to find a Tier 4 beast, a red-tailed monkey, and quickly enslaved it using the dominance contract. Then he directly cast Soul Descent, possessing the red-tailed monkey, and quietly made his way towards the lava dragon's lair. However, as Achilles' possessed monkey approached the lava dragon's lair, he suddenly heard loud roars coming from within. It seems other beasts are also trying to steal from the lava dragon's home. It looks like this lava dragon is quite unpopular among its own kind. But that's even better. It will be harder for me to get caught. Sure enough, after traveling a certain distance, Achilles' possessed monkey saw a wyvern-type fire lizard in the air, engaged in battle with a group of 2 winged shadow lions. This group of shadow wing lions consisted of 2 level 8 beasts, 4 level 7 beasts, and 7 level 6 beasts. Shadow wing lions are flying magical creatures, and all 11 of the level 6 and 7 lions could fly and participate in the battle. Although the fire dragon lizard was a subspecies of dragon and possessed greater strength than the shadow wing lions, it couldn't overcome being outnumbered. The fire dragon lizard quickly sustained numerous injuries. It seems this fire dragon lizard is a loyal subordinate of the lava dragon. Achilles' summoned red-tailed monkey speculated from its hiding place in the nearby trees. These shadow wing lions are traitors. Perhaps because Achilles' summoned red-tailed monkey only had a level 4 strength. It was also hidden in the forest below. Neither the fire dragon lizard nor the shadow wing lions paid attention to this small creature. Half an hour later, the fire dragon lizard could no longer endure the fight and desperately tried to break free, flying south at high speed. The group of shadow wing lions did not pursue it, but instead quickly charged into the lava dragon's lair. A few minutes later, the shadow wing lions emerged from the lava dragon's lair and swiftly fled west. Seeing this, Achilles' summoned red-tailed monkey immediately rushed into the lava dragon's lair. At this point, the inside of the lava dragon's lair was in disarray. Besides some fire copper on the walls, there were only scattered gold coins. No other treasures remained. Dragons are known for their collecting habits, and they prefer to sleep on top of the treasures they collect, rather than storing them in a magical storage space like pandas do. The things that dragons most enjoy collecting, besides shiny gold, silver, and jewels, are rare natural resources and various unique items. Therefore, it's likely that the shadow wing lions stole all the rare natural resources and unique items collected by the lava dragon. Achilles wasn't particularly saddened by this loss. After all, without these shadow wing lions, he might not have been able to even enter the cave, and that level 8 fire dragon lizard was probably guarding the area nearby. However, Achilles felt a bit regretful that magical beasts cannot use human storage rings, so those glittering gold coins would remain out of his reach. Therefore, Achilles' summoned red-tailed monkey immediately picked up a large chunk of fire copper, weighing approximately 300–400 pounds, and ran towards the cave entrance. Just as it was about to reach the opening, Achilles noticed a ring lying on the ground. Without thinking, he picked it up and then quickly ran eastward. The red-tailed monkey, possessed by the spirit of Achilles, ran for several kilometers before dropping the stolen fire copper and the ring beneath a giant tree. It then continued to flee north. A moment later, a 5th-level undead creature arrived at the base of the tree and retrieved the fire copper and the ring. Achilles went through all this trouble, avoiding sending undead directly to the lava dragon's lair because he didn't want to leave any clues that could be traced back to humans. He wasn't confident that his low-level purification potions would be enough to fool a 9th-level dragon's tracking abilities. Therefore, when the lava dragon returned, it would only track the 2-winged shadow lion and the red-tailed monkey, unaware that humans were also involved. Soon after obtaining the fire copper and the ring, Achilles placed the fire copper inside his recovery magic ring. He then picked up the ring to examine it and discovered that it was a magical ring of considerable power. It's actually a 6th-level magic ring. What an unexpected find. Achilles excitedly examined the 6th-level magic ring. This 6th-level magic ring, called the Serpent Eye Ring, contained a dark element 6-circle spell, Fear. Furthermore, the storage space within the ring was surprisingly large. 1,000 cubic meters, enough to hold a magical crossbow. The contents inside the ring were equally exciting for Achilles. There was a 6th-level magic item, a scale robe, and a wind element 6th-level magic staff, the Wind Disaster Staff. Together with the 6th-level ring, these constituted 3 powerful magic items. In addition to these, there were also numerous spells, including common earth, water, fire, and wind elemental spells. However, most of them were below the 3rd circle, with only a few 4th or 5th circle spells. Spells above the 6th circle were even rarer, consisting of only 3 types, all wind element spells. 6th circle spell, levitation 6th circle spell, wind trace phantom asterisk 7th circle spell, wind wing flash kill clearly. The owner of this ring was a wind element mage of at least 7th level. In addition to these items, there were also 3 books, the upper and middle volumes of Frodo's 13 Arrays, and a copy of Jones' expedition notes. Achilles had previously obtained the upper volume of Frodo's 13 Arrays, which contained 4 different magic arrays, so that was a duplicate. This time, the middle section of the scroll contained 4 types of magic arrays. 4th tier arrays, Spirit Cage and Illusionary Mist. 5th tier array, Eternal Flame. 6th tier array, Watery Tomb. After examining everything inside, Achilles couldn't help but feel amazed. Is my character still blessed with good luck? I can find so many treasures of immense value here. Next, Achilles organized the items and began waiting for Panda to return. At the same time, he started reading Jones's expedition notes. This notebook mainly recorded the adventures and treasure hunts of a mage named Jones. Achilles was astonished by the scope of Jones's activities. The locations mentioned in the notes almost covered the entire northern continent. There were many places that Achilles had never even heard of, such as expeditions to the legendary warrior tombs in the deep valleys and treasure hunts in the ancient mage towers of the Storm Desert. From this, Achilles was almost certain that Jones was a 9th-tier archmage, because most of the ruins mentioned in his expedition notes were above the 9th tier. Furthermore, only a powerful being with a lifespan of around 300 years could have such a vast range of activity. When Achilles reached the end, he found another entry marking an unexplored ruin, the Lich prison tower in the Wildwood Forest. Jones suspected that this ruin was a prison for an ancient Lich, and Jones had already pinpointed its exact location, somewhere within the central region of the Wildwood Mountains. It's unclear whether Jones died in the Wildwood Forest, which is why he didn't record his expedition there, or if Jones simply hadn't explored it yet. However, Achilles believed that the latter was more likely. Jones probably encountered an accident before he could explore it. If I remember correctly, the closest human kingdom to the Wildwood Forest is the Ron Kingdom, which is one of the strongest in the Wildwood Mountains. Perhaps when I'm strong enough, I can find a chance to go and take a look. Achilles was particularly interested in the mention of the Lich, as legends say that liches are immortal beings, although he wasn't sure if that was true. 3 days later, Achilles finally saw Panda and the lava dragon returning, one after the other, both bearing signs of battle. After sensing Achilles' location through the life contract, Panda quickly arrived and brought him aboard, then flew west. Just a moment later, a furious roar echoed from behind. It was the lava dragon, Andreas. Panda immediately stopped, thinking the lava dragon wanted to fight again. Suddenly, Panda saw the lava dragon flying rapidly westward, which made him suspicious. He transmitted a message. "What's going on? What is that despicable dragon planning?" Achilles then explained about the rebellion of the winged nightmare lion and the raid on the lava dragon's nest. Hahaha serves him right. He must have been a terrible leader, full of flaws, which is why his subordinates rebelled, Panda said with amusement. However, Achilles asked about the outcome. "Panda brother, how did the fight with the lava dragon go? What will happen to Wendy's half-elf tribe?" As soon as Achilles finished speaking, Panda looked at him suspiciously. "Are you trying to trick me into leading the lava dragon away so you can steal something from it?" What do you mean?" Achilles was confused. HMPH, the despicable dragon said he never even went to the half-elf tribe and certainly didn't say anything about destroying it, Panda scoffed. This surprised Achilles. The lava dragon hadn't been to the half-elf tribe, but in the letter. He immediately explained, "No, I really received a distress call from Wendy. I can show you if you don't believe me." Panda didn't look at any letters. Instead, he stared at Achilles with an increasingly dangerous gaze. "Then let's go and confront Wendy. I'm not lying to you," Achilles quickly added, realizing Panda couldn't read. "All right, if you dare lie to me, you're finished. I'll hang you up in storm territory," Panda warned. He then took Achilles towards the half-elf tribe. At that moment, Achilles was completely bewildered. Wendy wouldn't trick him like this. If she were being held captive, she could have simply told him directly, and he would have taken Panda to rescue her. Meanwhile, as Panda and Achilles flew towards the half-elf tribe, Wendy was berating another half-elf woman. "Amy, what message did you send using Rigaud?" "Hee. I said a level 9 dragon was going to destroy the tribe and that your highness needed to be rescued," Amy, the mischievous half-elf, replied. If Achilles saw Amy, he would be very surprised. Because Amy and Wendy not only look exactly alike, but they also have the same body type. Destroying a tribe with a 9th-ranked dragon. Are you crazy? When Wendy heard Amy relay such alarming news through Rigaud, she immediately roared in anger. Lord Achilles has a contract with a 9th-ranked panda. What if you'll bring trouble to the tribe like this? Thinking that Panda might be fighting a 9th-ranked dragon, Wendy immediately went to report the matter to the tribal chief. Amy, however, was stunned. A 9th-ranked panda? He's just a young lord. How could he possibly have a contract with such a powerful beast? This is bad, really bad. I've caused trouble. Amy felt guilty. She hadn't expected that a human sublord would be able to bind a 9th-ranked magical creature. She glanced around and then quickly slipped away. Inside the largest treehouse in the half-elf tribe, middle-aged woman was conducting an experiment with some kind of potion. Suddenly, voices arguing could be heard from outside. Uncle Simo, I really have something urgent to tell Feigsel. HMPH, when have you and Amy ever had anything important? Leave now. Feigsel is busy experimenting with potions. Really, it's about a 9th-ranked dragon. Feigsel, Simo, let Wendy in. Hearing this, the half-elf guard Simo glared at Wendy before reluctantly letting her inside. Thank you, Uncle Simo, Wendy said gratefully. Feigsel, Amy has caused trouble. Upon seeing the half-elf tribal chief, Feigsel, Wendy immediately recounted how Amy had been spreading rumors and mentioned the 9th-ranked panda. So that's what happened. I wondered why a 9th-ranked creature would suddenly challenge Lord Andreas. It seems you two girls are behind it, Feigsel exclaimed, finally understanding. Immediately her expression turned cold and she called out, Simo, go bring Amy to me. Yes, Feigsel, Simo replied from outside. Feigsel, Wendy said hesitantly. Wendy, you've caused quite a stir. A Tier 9 holy war broke out in the territory of the Western Dragon a few days ago. It must be the Tier 9 panda you mentioned. Feigsel explained. The half-elf tribe was a major power in this primeval forest. She learned about the war between Panda and the lava dragon shortly after it began. Just as Wendy seemed frightened, an elderly Tier 8 half-elf warrior entered and said to Feigsel, Feigsel, we've confirmed it. The Tier 9 holy domain that clashed with Andreas is indeed the Panda. It has ascended to Tier 9 and it's now here at our tribe accompanied by a human. Panda, I never thought it would be him. That makes things slightly easier, Feigsel muttered to herself. She then turned to leave. Drael, let's go. We need to meet with Panda and see this human lord Wendy mentioned. Drael and Wendy quickly followed. Drael, how could the human lord you met be associated with a Tier 9 panda? You said he was just a minor Tier 5 lord, Drael whispered to Wendy. Drael, I'm not entirely sure. When I visited Lord Achilles' territory, it seemed like Lord Achilles already knew Panda. Then on one occasion they went out together and got trapped in hell. When they returned, Lord Achilles told us that Panda had ascended to Tier 9. Wendy explained. Hell, Drael exclaimed in surprise. Feigsel, who was leading the way, paused slightly when she heard the word hell. Yes. Wendy then recounted the story of the hell passage in Mist Valley. Wow, Wendy, you've only been out for a short time and you've already experienced so many interesting things. It makes this old man want to go explore too, Drael joked. Soon, Wendy and the others arrived at the center of the tribe, where Panda and Achilles were waiting. 3 elderly half-elf mages stood nearby, all familiar with Panda. When Wendy saw Achilles and Panda, she immediately ran towards them excitedly. But before Wendy could say anything, a visibly anxious Achilles grabbed her hand and pulled her to Panda's side. Wendy, you need to explain this to Elder Panda. Did you have Rigaud send me a message saying that I should come and rescue you, claiming that a 9th-level dragon was going to destroy your tribe? No, sir, it wasn't me who sent the message. Wendy replied. That's impossible. The message clearly came from Rigaud. Wendy, you can't lie to us, Achilles exclaimed, his voice rising. He could feel Panda's anger escalating rapidly. It really wasn't me, sir. It was Amy who caused this trouble. I didn't know anything about it. I only found out that Rigaud had disappeared a couple of days ago, Wendy explained weakly. Who is Amy? Achilles was speechless. If he couldn't explain this properly, Panda would be furious with him. More importantly, it would become much more difficult to seek Panda's help in the future. At this moment, Feigsel, the chieftain of the half-elf tribe, spoke up. Human lord, I am very sorry. This was indeed Amy who caused the trouble, but she probably didn't mean to. I have already sent someone to find her. Lord Achilles, Wendy quickly introduced, this is my chieftain, Feigsel. After hearing this, Achilles calmed himself down and politely greeted him. I have met Chieftain Feigsel. My name is Achilles Louis. the Baron of Storm territory in the Alpha Kingdom. Figisil returned the greeting with a gesture appropriate for human nobility, indicating that he had dealings with human nobles before. Just then, a voice came from the distance. "Chieftain Figisil, we have captured Amy." This girl was trying to escape. Achilles followed the sound and saw a middle-aged half-elf male quickly approaching, holding a female half-elf in his grasp. This. Achilles stared at the so-called Amy who had been caught, rubbing his eyes repeatedly to make sure he wasn't seeing things, because the Amy they had captured looked exactly like Wendy. Lord Achilles, Wendy and Amy are twins, and they even have the same magical aura. Therefore, it is often difficult for people who don't know them well to distinguish between them. Your Rigaud probably didn't recognize her, which led to this misunderstanding, Figisil explained. Achilles looked left and right, finally realizing what was happening after a long pause. Then he turned to look at Panda. "Elder Panda, I told you I wasn't lying." Panda looked at the scene before him and was also somewhat speechless, but he didn't blame Wendy or Amy. Anyway, it already had a grudge against Andreas, so if it was going to fight, it would. If Achilles knew what Panda was thinking right now, he would definitely be criticizing Panda for being hypocritical. Although the events unfolded somewhat unexpectedly, Achilles finally managed to explain everything clearly to Panda. However, the half-elf tribe was now facing a new problem. Achilles informed Chief Figisil about the incident where one of his subordinates had stolen the lava dragon's egg. The lava dragon knew that Panda had gone to help the half-elf tribe, but it turned out to be a misunderstanding. However, the lava dragon suffered significant losses, and it was likely to blame the half-elf tribe for what happened. Even Drael, who had been investigating the matter, didn't know about this. He hadn't been near the lava dragon's nest at the time. He had been dealing with issues on the battlefield. Upon hearing Achilles' explanation and analysis, the 6 high-ranking members of the half-elf tribe grew increasingly concerned. In particular, the 3 elderly half-elf mages and the middle-aged warrior Seymour glared fiercely at Wendy and Amy. This immediately frightened the 2 girls, who looked exactly alike, causing them to bury their heads in their chests. Achilles found the scene quite amusing. It was truly a spectacle. Now that Achilles had explained everything to Panda, and with Panda no longer putting pressure on him, Achilles' attention was entirely focused on Wendy and Amy, the identical twins. Having one Wendy around felt like cheating already. Now there was another one, an exact copy of Amy. If only I could take them both, Achilles thought to himself. At this point, several high-ranking members of the half-elf tribe seemed to have come up with a plan. They began discussing something with Panda. Finally, Panda appeared to be convinced and sent a message to Achilles. "Kid, I'm going to help the half-elf tribe deal with Andreas. You stay here for a few days." "No problem, Brother Panda, go ahead," Achilles replied readily. He had been looking for an excuse to stay longer anyway. Shortly after, Panda and Drael, the 8th-level half-elf warrior, flew west towards the lava dragon's territory. After Panda and the others left, Chief Figisil arranged for Achilles to stay with the half-elf tribe. Achilles readily agreed. He had been in the primeval forest for 3 or 4 days and was indeed getting tired. However, Wendy and Amy, the identical twins, were about to be confined. Achilles had no choice but to plead with Wendy to let him explore the surrounding primeval forest of the half-elf village for a few days. Chief Figisil readily agreed and also assigned Amy to accompany Achilles. "Wendy, Amy, please take Lord Achilles to the treehouse next door to rest." "Yes, Chief Figisil," the 2 girls replied in unison. After Chief Figisil and the other half-elf leaders left, Wendy and Amy both sighed with relief, their movements surprisingly synchronized. They then led Achilles to his treehouse. "Thank you, Chief," Wendy said gratefully on the way. "Otherwise, I would have been ruined by Amy this time." "HMPH, how can you blame me? You didn't explain things clearly to me," Amy retorted. Achilles watched the 2 young girls bickering as they walked and found it quite amusing. He then curiously asked, "Wendy, Amy, who is the older sister and who is the younger sister?" Hearing Achilles' question, the half-elf twins stopped arguing. "Sir," Wendy replied, "we don't have a seniority order. Grandfather Drael found both of us outside, so we don't know who is older." "You were found?" Achilles was surprised. "Yes, and Chief Figisil examined both of us and said that our elven blood is very pure. We are likely descendants of the first generation of half-elves, meaning one of our parents must be a full-blooded elf." Wendy continued to explain. "Full-blooded elf? That means they are from somewhere far away in the western continent." Achilles didn't know what to say. Just then Wendy stopped at the base of a treehouse and said, "Sir, we're here. This is the treehouse that has been arranged for you. The one next to it is where Amy and I live." Oh sir, I'm sorry about the fire copper. Chief Feidsel said there are only a little over 30 pounds left in the village. Wendy said sheepishly, "It's okay, I've already taken care of the fire copper issue," Achilles said with a smile. "Oh, then you should rest now, sir. I'll take you on a tour tomorrow," Wendy said before leaving with Amy, and the two girls seemed to be starting another argument. "Interesting," Achilles said with a smile, watching the two people leave. The next morning, someone knocked on the door of his treehouse. "Come in," he said. Achilles had just woken up at that moment. "Sir, this is your breakfast," said a voice. "Thank you, Wendy." "Have you eaten?" Achilles asked, sitting down at the table. "Sir, I've already eaten. But I'm not Wendy, I'm Amy," Amy said shyly, then subtly displayed her magical abilities. Sure enough, she was only a third-tier high-level mage. Because Wendy had been using magic crystals provided by Achilles to enhance her training, Wendy's cultivation level had surpassed Amy's. However, if you didn't look closely at their cultivation levels, Achilles couldn't tell who was who. "Ah, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you," Achilles said awkwardly. He took a sip of the drink on the table, which had a somewhat pleasant aroma. "Ugh." Achilles only managed to take one sip before spitting it out. "It's so bitter, what is this?" he asked with a disgusted expression. "Sir, this is a third-tier magical potion made from bitter sugarcane. It can improve your physical attributes. Regardless of what profession you are, drinking it can change your attributes and accelerate your cultivation without any restrictions or side effects. However, it's quite bitter, and neither I nor Wendy particularly enjoy drinking it," Amy explained. "Bitter sugarcane, a third-tier magical potion," Achilles said in surprise, picking up the cup again to examine it more closely. He then took a small sip, and sure enough, he could feel the magic within. "Amy, can I take a look at that bitter sugarcane?" Achilles asked immediately. Amy understood what he meant and explained. "Sir, there's some behind your treehouse. Although bitter sugarcane is a third-tier magical potion, it's so bitter that even beasts and orcs wouldn't eat it. Only we half-elves can tolerate the bitterness enough to consume it." "Behind the treehouse, are those the purple sugarcanes?" Achilles exclaimed. When he moved into the treehouse yesterday evening, he had already seen a patch of purple sugarcane growing behind it. "Sugarcane? Sir, it's bitter sugarcane, the purple kind," Amy emphasized. That was right. Achilles quickly took out a small bag of sugar from his recovery ring and poured it into the bitter sugarcane drink. He stirred it and took another sip. The bitterness was still there, but much less intense, so he added more sugar. Finally, the sugarcane juice extracted from the last batch of sugarcane was fragrant and sweet. We're rich, Achilles was overjoyed. The Wilderness Brotherhood Achilles. Upon realizing the benefits of this third-level magical sugarcane, immediately took out a large bag of sugar and handed it to Amy. "Amy, how many stalks of sugarcane can I dig from the back?" Amy saw the sugar Achilles offered and quickly accepted it. She had tasted it before and it was incredibly delicious. "Wow, thank you, sir. If you want to dig sugarcane, go to the east side of the village. There's plenty there and no one will mind. You can take as much as you like. It's okay to dig a few stalks from behind the treehouse," Amy replied. She then immediately grabbed the bag of sugar and ran off, afraid that Achilles would leave. Achilles couldn't help but smile at her reaction. However, he was surprised that there were so many of these third-level magical sugarcane plants that he could freely dig them up. After breakfast, Achilles went to the back of the treehouse and looked at the sugarcane field in front of him. These sugarcane stalks had a purple hue on their skin, giving them a glassy appearance and making them look quite elegant. They were also much larger than regular sugarcane, with a diameter of about 5 centimeters and a length of over 3 meters. Snap! Achilles cut down a stalk of sugarcane. The aroma is naturally present. I thought Amy had added something to it. When Achilles held the freshly cut sugarcane, he was surprised by its fragrance. He hadn't expected something that looked so bitter to smell so good. He then took a bite of the raw sugarcane. *PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. Wow, no wonder magical beasts and orcs don't eat this. It's so incredibly bitter. It's practically poisonous. The bitterness was overwhelming. Not just on his tongue, but felt by every cell in his body. It was impossible to swallow. In comparison, the sugarcane that Amy had brought earlier, which had been processed by a half-elf, only tasted bitter and could still be eaten with some effort. It seems I need to find a way for the half-elves to reduce the bitterness of the sugarcane. Adding sugar to this raw sugarcane is pointless. So when Amy came to deliver lunch, Achilles made a request. "Amy, can you arrange for me to meet the chieftain of the Feidsel tribe?" "Sir, I'm Wendy," Wendy said impatiently. "Sir, you want to meet Elder Feidsel? That's perfect. Elder Feidsel also wants to see you." She mentioned wanting to discuss a trade involving white sugar and brown sugar with you. Wendy continued, "It seems Elder Feidsel and I are on the same page. This will be easier to negotiate." After lunch, Achilles followed Wendy to Feidsel's treehouse. On the way, Achilles suggested to Wendy that they should try to wear different clothes in the future. "Lord Achilles," Feidsel said directly as soon as he sat down, "what are your prices for brown sugar and white sugar? Can you sell them to our half-elf tribe?" "Yes, but I don't want to sell them. I want to exchange them for the method of diluting sugarcane juice." Achilles replied directly. "It seems Lord Achilles and I have similar ideas," Feidsel said with a smile. "That could work, but I would also need the refining methods for brown sugar as well as the seeds for the raw materials." "No problem," Achilles readily agreed. Giving the half-elf tribe the beetroot cultivation techniques and sugar-making methods wouldn't be a loss for him. They wouldn't compete with his business in the deep mountains and forests anyway. The two then reached an agreement. What surprised Achilles next was that Feidsel suddenly took out an elven bow and handed it to him. "Lord Achilles, this is a 5th-grade elven bow. It's our way of expressing gratitude for your help. We can only offer you this much. We hope you won't be disappointed." "This, Elder Feidsel, is too kind. I gratefully accept the 5th-grade elven bow." It was an excellent item. Elven bows were unique to the entire continent. This 5th-grade elven bow was probably comparable to a 6th-grade enchanted human bow. After reaching an agreement with Feidsel, Achilles, led by Wendy, came to the sugarcane plantation on the eastern side of the half-elf tribe's territory. Achilles hired over 100 half-elves, paying each a small bag of brown sugar as compensation, to help him dig up a total of 5,000 stalks of sugarcane. After Wendy cast life spells on the sugarcane, she packed them into a 6th-grade serpent eye ring and applied another life spell. Even within a magical ring that can only hold inanimate objects, it's possible to preserve life for a month, allowing it to be planted upon return. Furthermore, Feidsel explained that while bitter cane is a 3rd-tier potion ingredient, it doesn't require much magic to cultivate, which explains why there are so many wild bitter cane plants. 2 days later, Panda returned, having apparently dealt with the lava dragon. Achilles then bid farewell to Feidsel and returned to Storm territory with Wendy. Accompanying them was Drael, an 8th-level elven warrior, who needed to travel to Storm territory to obtain sugar beet seeds and learn sugar refining techniques. As for Amy, whom Achilles had intended to take with him, she disappeared after receiving a large bag of white sugar from him that day. Achilles asked Wendy about it, but she just hummed noncommittally and didn't say anything. Unable to get any information, Achilles decided he would have to find another way to bring Amy to Storm territory later. After Achilles and his group left, Lancaster suddenly said, "Lord Feidsel, are Wendy and Amy really all right?" "This is the path they chose," Feidsel replied calmly. "We can't change anything about it, so we should let them be. However, this Viscount Achilles is indeed quite extraordinary. I doubt those 2 girls will be in any real danger." A few days later, Achilles and his companions returned to Storm territory. The trip had lasted less than 2 weeks, and thankfully, nothing major had happened in the territory during their absence. Drael was allowed to visit the sugar factory to learn about the process, and he was also taught the basic techniques. Jenkins also brought a large supply of sugar beet seeds, which were given to Drael. Achilles himself, accompanied by Wendy, had a large number of serfs gathered to help him plant bitter cane. Since bitter cane is inedible unless processed, Achilles planted it in an area about 8 kilometers northeast of Storm territory, where it didn't require much attention. 10 days later, after the bitter cane was planted, the autumn harvest began in the territory. 5 days earlier, Drael had already returned to his elven tribe. However, just a few days into the harvest, Achilles received an urgent message from Archibald. Rebellions were breaking out among serfs in the Frostmoon province, the Freelance province, and the Earl of Ferment's territory. Due to the ongoing food crisis, many serfs had lost hope, leading to the sudden emergence of a previously unseen cult organization, the Wild Brothers. This group was inciting rebellions among large numbers of serfs in the militarily weak provinces of Frostmoon, Freelance, and the Earl of Ferment's territory, who were then seizing the Lord's autumn harvest. Archibald warned Achilles about the serfs in his territory and cautioned him to be wary of the influence of the Wild Brothers Brotherhood. Achilles read Archibald's urgent letter, and while he wasn't entirely surprised, the news was still concerning. It had been a year since the Orcish War ended, but the food crisis remained unresolved. Every day, countless serfs were dying of starvation in the fields where they toiled. In such circumstances, it was only natural that someone might try to incite rebellion. Even the most devout followers of the Dawn Church couldn't bear the pain of starving to death. The Wild Brothers Guild, like the Shadow Temple, was a remnant from another plane of existence that remained on the Noah continent after the previous planar war. However, the Wild Brothers Guild was not in the same league as the Shadow Temple. The Wild Brothers Guild supposedly worshipped a 9th level being called the Lord of the Wilderness, but Achilles didn't even know which plane of existence this entity came from. The Wild Brothers Guild preached a doctrine that the wilderness is freedom, all things originate from the wilderness, ultimately must return to the wilderness. They advocated overthrowing the nobility and breaking free from the church's control. It was somewhat similar to the concept of non-interference in some places on Earth, but these people were just empty talk. Their actions were no different from those of the nobles and religious authorities. Immediately after reading the letter, Achilles summoned Clay, Parker, and Jenkins. He informed them about the Wild Brothers Guild's activities and instructed them to take action. He ordered Clay to lead a squadron of beast cavalry to patrol the banks of the Kine River, arresting anyone suspicious. Any resistance was to be met with lethal force. Parker was tasked with deploying troops to various villages to closely monitor the serfs' behavior. Any sign of subversive activity should be immediately suppressed. Jenkins was instructed to once again promote the collective punishment system, ensuring that every serf understood its implications. This would minimize the impact of the Wild Brothers Guild on Storm territory, and even if there were any effects, keep them to a minimum. Achilles' actions proved effective. As the harvest season drew to a close, signs of the Wild Brothers Guild's influence began to appear within the territory. In one village in the northern part of the territory, over a dozen serfs planned to steal the harvested grain and escape into the dense forest to the north. However, they were reported by other villagers. Parker immediately dispatched troops to quell the uprising. The 13 serfs were publicly executed, and the informant received a reward. However, Parker's forces did not find any core members of the Wild Brothers Guild. It seemed that after inciting a few serfs, they had gone into hiding, waiting to see how Storm territory would react. Achilles immediately instructed Clay to take a team to the northern dense forest, as it was likely that members of the Wasteland Brotherhood were hiding there. A few days later, the autumn harvest in Storm's Landing concluded successfully. Because only a limited amount of land had been cultivated this year, the harvest wasn't particularly difficult. However, things might become more challenging next year. This year, due to a surge in population, the territory had opened up 30,000 acres of new farmland, bringing the total arable land to approximately 40,000 acres. Next year, this should yield around 6,000 tons of food, which is still not enough to meet the needs of the territory. Therefore, next year they will need to cultivate nearly 40,000 acres and also open up another 30,000 acres. In addition, there's the matter of repairing the city walls, so Jenkins might be extremely busy next year. After the harvest, Achilles began inspecting the villages within his territory. The serfs had worked hard all year, and it wouldn't be right to simply take their food without offering anything in return. Achilles wasn't a native lord of this land, so besides providing the serfs with basic rations, he also decided to send some salted fish to each village. There was plenty of it, so it would give these serfs a taste of something different and make their winters less harsh. More importantly, it would demonstrate his benevolent leadership and help suppress the ideology of the wasteland. Brotherhood, while Achilles was inspecting the northernmost village, he unexpectedly encountered Clay's team. "My lord," Clay reported, "we found 5 members of the Wasteland Brotherhood in the northern dense forest, 1 Tier 3, 1 Tier 2, and 3 Tier 1. We captured a Tier 2 and a Tier 1 alive." Good. Send those 2 captives to the mining island. Let them spread their teachings to the orcs," Achilles instructed. "Understood, my lord," Clay replied. At that moment, Achilles noticed Wendy among Clay's team. "Clay, what is Wendy doing here?" Wasn't she sent by you?" Clay asked, looking confused. Achilles was taken aback. He approached Wendy cautiously and examined her closely. Wendy looked extremely nervous. Seeing her like that, Achilles suddenly realized something. He tentatively asked, "Amy." "No, no, my lord, I'm Wendy," she replied. It would have been better if she hadn't explained. Her explanation only confirmed his suspicions. "Good heavens, how did you get here?" Achilles exclaimed in surprise. "This girl is truly brave. Fortunately, she wasn't caught by anyone on the way, otherwise it would be a disaster." Seeing that Achilles had confirmed her identity, Amy stopped pretending and immediately burst into tears. "I was led here by Rigaud and I didn't expect the journey to be so long. It must have taken almost a month. That's impressive." Achilles immediately stepped forward and comforted Amy. There, don't cry. If you wanted to come to Storm territory, just tell me directly and I would have brought you here." "Really? Will the adults send me back?" Amy looked up at Achilles with a hopeful expression. "Of course, it's true." Achilles couldn't believe how charming he was, attracting people without even trying, and this girl seemed easier to get along with than Wendy. They had only met a few times and she already clung to him. It seemed like a great opportunity. Later, Achilles sent Jenkins away with the salted fish, then took Amy back to Storm territory. Along the way, Clay, who was hesitant to speak, was astonished to see two girls who looked exactly like Wendy upon returning to Storm territory. Mia, on the other hand, glared at Achilles with a look of displeasure. In the following days, the people in the territory were very surprised to see two Wendys appear suddenly. However, before Achilles could even start building a relationship with Amy, he was interrupted by a summons from the royal court, demanding that he immediately send troops to reinforce Grey Fortress. It turned out that the slave rebellion instigated by the cult organization had completely spiraled out of control. Not only had the Wild Brothers Guild appeared in the provinces of Frostmoon and Freelance, but also several other cults, including the Silent Monastery, the Voice of Deathbird, and the Shadow Paradise, had launched rebellions simultaneously. Even the leader of the Eye Council, a 9th-level sanctuary expert, had emerged and was currently engaged in a fierce battle with Kato in Frostmoon City. Because the military strength of these two provinces had not yet recovered, the current situation was even worse than when the orcs invaded from the south. During the orc invasion, both provinces still had significant reinforcements available. Now, however, the situation had suddenly deteriorated so rapidly that the kingdom didn't even have a chance to send reinforcements, and almost half of the two provinces were already in ruins. Furthermore, most of the 15 noble families south of Grey Fortress had also fallen. Only Lord Fisher and a few barons in the south remained unbreached by the rebels. The 10 or so baronial territories in the north had been conquered again, just a year after the Orcish War. 5 baronial families, Stonebrook, Cram, Dasso, Fernan, and Stark, were completely wiped out. The remaining baronial families either fled to Lord Fisher's territory or sought refuge in Grey Fortress. Currently, 50,000 rebels had gathered south of Grey Fortress, making the situation extremely dire. It's incredibly unlucky that both the families of Hiram and Anthony have been wiped out. These two noble families, who dared to rob Achilles of his food and serfs, were ultimately destined for extinction. After reading the report on the situation south of Grey Fortress, which was attached to the conscription order, Achilles guessed that the situations in the other two major fortresses and the province of Freelance were likely even more dire. That's why the royal family had sent him a direct conscription order. Immediately after, Achilles convened a military meeting. The attendees included the captains of 17 infantry companies, 4 archery companies, 2 cavalry companies, as well as the beast rider captain, Clay, the personal guard captain, Horace, Mia, the storm cannon company captain, George, the mage Wendy, Amy, Archibald, and even the magic apprentice Anthony. Due to the large number of attendees, Achilles converted a warehouse in the Baron's estate into a war room. Once the Great Wall was completed, these meetings would be moved to the North Castle, which had a dedicated war room. Achilles began after everyone was present, the cult organization's rebellion has spiraled out of control. Now, he then explained the current situation and the details of the royal conscription order. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. They couldn't believe that a simple uprising by some serfs incited by the cult organization had escalated into the current crisis. It was simply unbelievable. "Sir," Clay said gravely, "Grey Fortress is incredibly important to us. If it falls, we in Storm territory will face countless rebels." "Yes, you're right," Achilles affirmed. That's why the forces we send to reinforce Grey Fortress must be strong enough, and if necessary we must provide them with full support. In any case, Grey Fortress absolutely cannot fall, otherwise we will have no way out. Achilles was pleased that Clay had understood this point. This former squad leader from Tulip territory had matured significantly after leading larger units in several battles. If Clay's personal strength improved to level 5, he would be more than capable of serving as a major company commander in a frontline legion. For the rest of the meeting, Achilles spoke sparingly, allowing his officers to contribute their ideas and opinions. These individuals were crucial to Achilles' future plans, and it was essential that they grow and develop quickly. After much discussion, Achilles finally decided on the troop deployment. The 1st, 4th to 11th and 17th infantry companies would be sent. In addition to these 10 infantry companies, a cavalry company, a beast-riding knight unit, the 3rd and 4th archery companies, Gede leading half of his personal guard, and Wendy, who provided support, would reinforce Grey Fortress. The remaining troops were responsible for defending Storm territory. Mia and Amy guarded the North Castle, while Archibald and Jenkins were stationed in Storm territory. Kyle patrolled the various villages within the territory to prevent any harm from cult organizations. Ingmar led a cavalry company on patrol along the Kine River, and Achilles had also placed several 3rd-tier Howling Wolf Dance formations and 4th-tier Undead Prison formations along the river. If Ingmar encountered an overwhelming enemy force, he could lure them into the formations. After arranging the deployment of troops within the territory, Achilles led his main army to Grey Fortress for reinforcement. Achilles was worried about encountering a 9th level Holy Domain expert, so he persuaded Panda to join them. However, Panda only agreed to stay at Grey Fortress and would not intervene unless a 9th level Holy Domain individual appeared. During their journey, Achilles used a Thunder Falcon to contact Bales, a 5th level lightning mage in the Grey Mountains, instructing him to closely monitor any bandits in the area. Achilles was concerned that if the cult rebels were unable to breach Grey Fortress, they might incite the bandits in the Grey Mountains to cause trouble. Bales had been stationed in the Grey Mountains for over a year, because Achilles' orders forbade him from excessively exploiting other bandit groups. Bales had gained the support of many bandit factions and had essentially become the bandit king of the Grey Mountains. 3 days later, Achilles' main army arrived at Grey Fortress. This time, there was no need for registration to enter the fortress. "Achilles, my young brother, you've finally come," Archibald said, personally coming out to greet them. "Ha, Vice Commander Archibald, it's good to see you," Achilles replied with a smile. "Please, don't be so formal with me, Achilles," Archibald said with a wry smile. Archibald had originally planned to transfer to a better location after the Orcish conflict, using his connections. However, this Orcish war caused significant damage to Frostmoon Province, and there were strange occurrences everywhere, along with an increase in the permanent garrison at Grey Fortress. Archibald strongly insisted on staying at Grey Fortress. His current military rank was Deputy Commander of the Northeastern Legion, but this position held little real power. Typically, the deputy commanders of main legions are knights of at least rank 7. However, the Northeastern Legion had suffered heavy losses, and Archibald needed to command all the troops stationed at Grey Fortress. That's why they gave him the title of Deputy Commander. What is the current situation? It's not optimistic. Come with me, I'll explain everything. You also need to meet some of the other senior officers. General Achilles then handed Archibald's troops over to him, instructing them to help Archibald settle in. Achilles, accompanied by Horace and Wendy, followed Archibald to his former residence. Not only had Archibald been promoted, but he had finally reclaimed his home. Once they arrived at the conference room, introductions began. The main force stationed at Grey Fortress was originally the 8th Battalion. The battalion commander was Locke, formerly the captain of the 1st Squadron, who had now been promoted to rank 5. During the previous Orcish War, Locke led the 1st Cavalry Squadron with great bravery and achieved significant victories, earning him a recommendation from Archibald to take over as the commander of the 8th Battalion. The former deputy battalion commander, Corey, unfortunately perished in that war. In addition, there was a mage squad led by Captain Halvin, a rank 5 mage. Under his command were 2 mages of rank 4, 4 of rank 3, and 5 of rank 2. There was also the 1st Reserve Battalion, commanded by Captain Dayang, a rank 5 silver warrior. and the 2nd Reserve Battalion, commanded by Captain Eugene, also a rank 5 silver warrior. Finally, there were Renshaw, Warner, and Lancaster, the only remaining barons in the Grey Mountains region, all of whom had interacted with Achilles before. After Achilles greeted everyone individually, Archibald explained their current problems to him. "Brother Achilles, our most serious problem is that the rebel forces have a special kind of stimulant drug used on ordinary soldiers. A portion of the cultists use it before each engagement. When these soldiers take the drug, they immediately become enraged and violent. Their physical attributes increase threefold, allowing them to compete with elite veterans and even professionals. Although the effects of this drug only last for half an hour, it's something that our regular soldiers cannot withstand. We don't know how much of this substance the other side has. If they have a lot, we could be in danger. The Berserker Potion is the most commonly used tactic of the Wasteland Brotherhood, so it's clear that the rebels outside are being led by them. Those so-called cultists are actually elite slaves selected through dark rituals by the Wasteland Brotherhood. With a threefold enhancement from the Berserker Potion, it's no wonder the situation at Grey Fortress is so grim. Imagine those cultist soldiers who have taken the potion. Each one possesses combat power equivalent to a skilled warrior, and they launch their attacks simultaneously. Although the duration of the effect is short, it's enough to crush any elite army. Even Achilles' undead army might not be able to defeat them. After all, Achilles' undead force only has 3,000 soldiers, while there are 50,000 rebels outside. These cult organizations aren't like orcs, they don't care about casualties. Achilles then asked, "How many mages does the Wasteland Brotherhood have? How much high-level combat power?" "Currently, there's only one squad of mages present, with the highest level being Tier 5. There are 2 Tier 7 Earth warriors among the high-level forces," replied Archibald. "That's it, weren't all the nobles in the south defeated?" Achilles asked incredulously. If the Wasteland Brotherhood is causing such a stir, the amount of high-level combat power they sent couldn't possibly be so little. Those high-level forces are located at Fisher Sublord City. Previously, when the Wasteland Brotherhood attacked other Baron families, Fisher Sublord repeatedly ambushed their rear flanks. Otherwise, the number of destroyed Baron families would likely have been more than 5. And those barren territories in the south wouldn't be able to hold out until now. The other cult rebel forces causing trouble in the Frostmoon province are located at 2 fortresses west of here and within Frostmoon City, Archibald explained. Achilles nodded after listening, then learned some details before ending the meeting. The next morning, on the southern wall of Grey Fortress, Achilles saw that the cult rebels had already launched their attack. Countless slave soldiers were carrying ladders and farm tools, crying loudly as they slowly approached Grey Fortress. Most of these slaves were forcibly brought here. Although they seemed innocent, the defenders of the fortress would not hesitate. As the disorganized army entered a 300-meter range, the officers on the city walls immediately gave the order, "Fire the storm cannons." All the storm cannons in the fortress were loaded with 20 Jin stone projectiles and unleashed indiscriminate attacks. The peasant rebels were instantly decimated, and they desperately charged towards the fortress. When the rebels entered a 100-meter range, the 5 archery squads of Grey Fortress and Storm's Landing immediately began firing arrows. A rain of arrows descended, killing many of the rebel peasants at the forefront. The first wave of attackers sent by the cultist army consisted entirely of peasant rebels, with no cultists present. This was clearly intended to deplete the defenders' arrows and stone projectiles, as well as their morale. However, the defenders had no choice but to continue firing otherwise. If those large numbers of rebel peasants managed to breach the walls, it would be the defending infantry who would suffer the most casualties, which would be even less cost-effective. Seeing this, Achilles directly used his Hell's Apostle ability to summon a vast undead army. Suddenly, 3,000 undead appeared and positioned themselves 30 meters from the city walls, driving back the peasant rebels who had been forced towards them. This caused the soldiers on the city walls of Grey Fortress to cheer with excitement. At this moment, Osmer, the leader of the Wild Brotherhood, rebels behind the rebel army, immediately understood that reinforcements had arrived for Grey Fortress upon seeing the undead army. "Osmer, it's Achilles' undead army. Continuing to use the peasants as bait is pointless. Let's launch a full-scale assault." Osmer nodded. I never expected that Viscount Achilles would personally come here. I thought I would only meet him in storm territory. Let's bring out the 2,000 vials of rage potion that were intended for storm territory. That's a total of 3,000 vials. We will distribute them all by afternoon. Most of Achilles' undead are ordinary undead. They certainly won't be able to stop 3,000 enraged cultists. Then we will attack Grey Fortress together with full force. And must take it down. Yes, Osmer. In the afternoon, Achilles suddenly saw a cloud of dust rising in the distance. That's a tactic used by the Wasteland Brotherhood, explained Archibald beside him. They use the smoke and dust to obscure the defender's vision, preventing the fortress's cannons from delivering accurate fire. Those are cultists who have taken enhancement potions. Achilles immediately understood that the rebels were preparing to deploy their elite forces, possibly for a decisive battle against the fortress. Sure enough, as the rebels emerged from the smoke and dust, Achilles saw them, approximately 3,000 cultists, each enhanced with a potion, charged forward. This was equivalent to 3,000 professional warriors. A standard military unit typically consists of just over 1,000 professionals. These were 3,000 reckless professionals. This would definitely be a fierce battle. Achilles and Archibald exchanged glances. They both saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. They had to hold out for at least half an hour. Archibald then ordered that the fortress's defensive barrier be activated to its maximum level, and all archers should fire relentlessly, regardless of arrow consumption. He also instructed Archibald to gather all the cavalry, with the possibility of having the beast-riding knights lead a charge alongside the regular cavalry. At this point, after enduring 3 waves of attacks from cannons, arrows, and magical crossbows, frenzied cultists had reached the base of the fortress walls. After summoning his undead army again, Achilles drew his 5th-tier elven bow and began to eliminate the Wasteland Brotherhood's professionals. However, among those cultists, a mid-level professional from the Wasteland Brotherhood broke through the undead ranks. A 6th-tier golden warrior charged directly at Achilles. Achilles, with his enhanced perception, immediately recognized the intent of this golden warrior and fired a 9 suns consecutive explosion spell. 9 fireballs hurtled towards the Wasteland Brotherhood's golden warrior. Boom. Boomed. After a series of explosions, the charging golden warrior was reduced to countless black limbs scattered everywhere. Achilles himself was stunned. Was this guy always so brave? Did he not know I could use magic? A typical 6th-tier golden warrior wouldn't normally be instantly killed by Achilles' 9 suns consecutive explosion, which had been upgraded to the 5th level. You could only say that this guy was incredibly reckless. He just rammed straight into the 9 suns formation, and if anyone was going to die, it would be him. The scene of Achilles instantly killing a 6th-tier golden warrior was indeed shocking, but at this moment, everyone was too preoccupied to focus on it. Some fanatical cultists had already stormed the fortress walls and were engaged in fierce combat with the fortress guards and the undead army. The entire fortress wall was a chaotic scene of fighting, filled with shouts and cries. Archibald immediately ordered all the magic crossbowmen to gather around the powerful 6th and 7th-tier magical crossbows, protecting them from being destroyed by the fanatical cultists. These magical crossbows were crucial for deterring the Wilderness Brotherhood's high-ranking members. Without them, the Grey Fortress's elite forces would be no match for the Wilderness Brotherhood. At the same time, Archibald arranged for Locke to specifically protect Wendy, a 4th-tier life mage. Achilles had also previously assigned half of his personal guard unit to watch over Wendy. Wendy was focused on boosting the morale of the soldiers on the walls, replenishing their energy, and tending to the wounded. After instantly killing the 6th-tier golden warrior, Achilles continued to use his clairvoyance ability to guide him in using the elven bow and the 9 suns consecutive burst techniques. He either killed or forced back those 5th and 6th tier professionals who were trying to scale the walls. Achilles single-handedly defended a large portion of the fortress wall on the left side. Seeing this, Archibald immediately went to support the right side, where the situation was becoming increasingly critical. Looking at Achilles' impressive performance, Osmer, the rebel leader overseeing the battle from behind, turned pale with anger. He never imagined that Viscount Achilles possessed such powerful magical abilities in addition to his strong necromantic skills. He was a mage proficient in both fire and dark magic. If you counted the undead he controlled, Achilles alone had held back 1/3 of their forces. This was far different from what Ozma had expected. He immediately ordered, "Pranny, go deal with that 6th-tier golden knight." "Are you crazy? We don't have enough professionals on the walls right now, and those magical crossbows haven't been destroyed yet. If I go, I'll definitely be targeted," said Pranny, another 7th-tier Earth warrior, reluctantly. Although rushing in would help break through the defenses, he himself would likely become a prime target and die. "We can't wait any longer. The effects of the stimulant will only last for half an hour. I'm going to kill Viscount Achilles. He alone is holding back 1/3 of our forces, which is hindering us too much," Ozma roared. Pranny's expression immediately turned grim. He had joined the alien god, not to die a heroic death. If he had to fight for his life, why would anyone join any evil god? But at this moment, he knew there was no turning back. If he disobeyed orders and failed to complete the mission, his suffering would be unimaginable. Finally, he gritted his teeth and cautiously approached the fortress walls. However, despite his caution, the 2 7th-tier magical crossbows on either side of the wall detected his movement. The soldiers operating the 7th-tier magical crossbows had not fired a single arrow. Instead, they were listening to the orders of the 2 7th-tier powerhouses among the rebels. As soon as Pranny approached the walls, the crossbow on the right fired a 7th-tier explosive arrow. This caused Pranny's hair to stand on end, and he immediately dodged the attack with incredible speed. Boom! A deafening explosion sent Pranny flying about 10 meters away. At that moment, Ozma saw this and immediately charged towards the left side at top speed, avoiding another shot from a 7th-tier magical crossbow before quickly heading towards Achilles. Achilles, with his enhanced perception, naturally sensed this 7th-tier rebel. He raised his hand and fired a 9 suns consecutive explosion arrow, simultaneously launching a 5th-tier piercing arrow. The other magical crossbows on the wall also fired arrows at this 7th-tier rebel. Under such intense attacks, Ozma, the rebel leader, was still seriously injured. At this point in the battle, Ozma could only gamble everything. Their original plan was to conserve their strength and slowly wear down Grey Fortress. Then, they would use 2,000 vials of Rage Potion to conquer Storm territory. In that way, the Wild Brothers Guild would have a base of operations, and with support from within the Alpha Kingdom, they might even be able to establish a Wild Duchy. At that time, the power granted by the Lord of the Wilds would allow the Wild Brothers Guild to produce their own 9th-tier saint-level warrior. Who could have imagined that they had prepared 2,000 vials of Rage Potion to deal with Achilles' undead army? But they hadn't realized that Achilles himself possessed such terrifying magical abilities and archery skills. Under his leadership, Grey Fortress managed to hold back their entire force of 3,000 Rage cultists. Now, if they didn't take a gamble, once the effects of the Rage Potions wore off, it would be game over. Fortunately, he had now reached the walls. In close combat, this 7th-tier warrior could easily defeat Achilles. Ozma gripped his longsword and shouted, "People of the Wild Lord, crush this fortress. It's time to return to the wild. Attack." Seeing their leader charging onto the walls, the Rage cultists became even more frenzied. Achilles saw this and his expression turned grim. He immediately drew his sword. Ozma was stunned. This Viscount Achilles was actually a silver knight of the 5th rank. This is unbelievable, he thought. How did he cultivate to this level? He's so young, how can he be so powerful? However, Viscount Achilles didn't care what Ozma was thinking. He instructed those nearby not to worry about him and to focus on dealing with the rampaging cultists. Then, he charged towards the leader of the rebel forces, a 7th-rank warrior. Today is a good opportunity to test my strength, Achilles thought. I doubt Pander would let me die easily, otherwise it would be 2 lives lost for nothing. At this moment, Achilles' speed, strength, defense, and constitution had all been increased by 5 times, far surpassing the average 6th-rank warrior. While he hadn't yet reached the qualitative leap between the 6th and 7th ranks, he was close. Combined with the various powerful special abilities and his ultimate sword techniques, he should be able to defeat an ordinary 7th-rank warrior. Sure enough, after a brief exchange, Achilles suppressed the 7th-rank rebel leader. This terrified Ozma. What kind of monster is this, he thought. I'm going to die, he realized. If this continues, I will definitely die. However, unlike Pranny, Ozma wasn't afraid of death. He was a fanatic of the Wild Lord and possessed power granted by him. So, realizing that he couldn't defeat Achilles, Ozma immediately used the power bestowed upon him by the Wild Lord. Boom! A chaotic aura of the wilderness erupted, instantly increasing Ozma's strength. He then launched a reckless attack on Achilles. "Fanatic, you deserve to die." Achilles quickly retreated. Fanatics often possessed forbidden techniques that could enhance their abilities at the cost of their own life force. Banged. Despite Achilles' swift retreat, even using a short-range teleport, he was still struck by Osmer's sword. Fortunately, his black armor and the Earth Core Guardian provided protection, along with the enchanted 6th rank armor he wore, which minimized the damage. Achilles then used his superior defense and speed to try and hold off this 7th rank fanatic. However, at that moment, more and more rampaging cultists were pouring onto the fortress walls, some of them already inside. Many of the magical crossbows and storm cannons had been destroyed. If things continued like this, Achilles might be fine, but the fortress would likely fall. Therefore, Achilles immediately used Blood Ash to quickly heal his injuries. Then he activated Burning Blood to rapidly increase his power and engaged in a fierce battle with this 7th rank fanatic from the Wild Brotherhood. At first, the fight was evenly matched. However, as time passed, Achilles' defense and the effects of Blood Ash began to take effect. His lighter injuries allowed for faster recovery, and the power of Blood Ash on his sword made it difficult for Osmer to heal himself. Therefore, Achilles gradually gained the upper hand. Finally, when the leader of the rebel forces on the 7th level descended into madness, Achilles seized the opportunity and used a powerful sword strike to kill him. After Achilles beheaded the leader of the Wild Brotherhood's 7th level fanatic, didn't even have time to rest and immediately plunged into another battle. At this point, the fortress had essentially been breached. The city gates were broken, and a large number of cultists had already poured inside. The walls were swarming with fanatical cultists, and the defending soldiers had suffered heavy casualties. Meanwhile, on the right side of the city wall, Archibald, along with the 3 barons Renshaw, Warner, and Lancaster, were desperately fighting against another 7th level powerhouse from the Wild Brotherhood. At this moment, Prani, the cowardly 7th level powerhouse, had already witnessed his comrade Osmak being beheaded. However, he hadn't immediately fled. The chances of victory were still relatively high at that point. Over 200 fanatical cultists and a large number of ordinary slaves had already entered the fortress. Without the advantage of the city walls, those ordinary slaves, led by the fanatical cultists, could effectively utilize their overwhelming numbers. The defending soldiers simply couldn't hold them back. Furthermore, there were nearly 1,000 more fanatical cultists on the walls, and Achilles, who had killed Osmak, was unable to reach him. He still had enough time to eliminate those lower-level professionals who were harassing him. However, just as Prani was thinking about claiming all the credit for the victory, Achilles, after slaying several professionals who charged onto the walls, roared loudly towards the interior of the fortress. "Archibald, charge!" Immediately, a neighing sound echoed from the residential area 100 meters away from the city wall, followed by a tremendous tremor. 60 demonic beasts and over 300 ordinary warhorses burst out of the residential area. "Kill!" Archibald led the charge, shouting loudly. The cavalry behind him also roared in unison. "Kill!" Despite only being 400 strong, the unit possessed the aura of a massive army. Then, under Archibald's demonic beast cavalry charge, the entire cavalry formation acted like a sharp sword, piercing directly into the ranks of the fanatical cultists who had breached the fortress. These fanatical cultists, despite their professional fighting skills, were no match for the charge of the Warcraft cavalry squadron. In a swift engagement, Clay's squad quickly overwhelmed the cultist ranks, inflicting heavy casualties on those who had breached the fortress walls. Subsequently, regular cavalry squadrons remained inside the fortress to assist the defenders in clearing out the remaining rebel forces. The sheer momentum of the cavalry charge terrified the ordinary peasant levies who had previously believed victory was within reach. Many dropped their weapons and surrendered when they lost control. Achilles on the city wall sighed with relief and then hurled a 9 suns consecutive explosion spell towards the outer gate, scattering the rebels clustered there. After the explosion, Clay's Warcraft cavalry squadron charged through the gate. They then attacked the remaining few hundred cultists outside the fortress walls. The cultists were good at offense but weak in defense. Faced with the constant maneuvering and charges of the Warcraft cavalry squadron, more than half of the hundreds of cultists outside quickly fell. Even if their rage potions had sufficient duration, they would only become victims under the hooves of the Warcraft cavalry. Due to the cavalry charge, The rebels outside the fortress believed that the front lines had collapsed. Consequently, many peasant levies attempted to flee. This spread rapidly. One person's fear infected 10, and 10 infected 100, ultimately leading to complete chaos. Under the threat of death, even the remaining members of the Wild Brotherhood who were skilled professionals could not hold back. A vast number of fleeing peasants. The disorganized peasant levies began to scatter in all directions. The situation was clear. Achilles, seeing the state of the rebel forces outside the fortress, knew that they had won. He then began systematically targeting and killing the professional fighters among the enemy ranks to compensate for the losses suffered by his undead army. These fanatical cultists were nothing more than young peasant levies. Killing them to create undead was far less effective than simply using ordinary cannon fodder. However, these individuals had inflicted significant damage on Achilles' undead army. This was the first time that Achilles' undead army had become weaker as the battle progressed. Currently, his undead army consisted of only a little over 1,500 units, and among them, there were only about 40 professionals remaining. Therefore, it is crucial to replenish their supplies now. Regarding the other level 7 powerhouse of the Wild Brothers Guild, Achilles could only offer limited assistance. He had already lost the Blood Surge enhancement and was unable to exert his full power. So, Achilles dispatched a level 6 undead creature, originally converted from a former leader of the fanatical cultists, to support Archibald and his team. At this time, another level 7 powerhouse of the Wild Brothers Guild, Prani, was frantically ordering a full retreat. The frenzied cultists who had breached the fortress were being systematically eliminated by a combined force of cavalry and defenders. The main army outside the city walls had already collapsed, and their defeat was inevitable. Now, the most important thing was to withdraw the remaining troops from the city walls. Besides the fanatical cultists, there were also some members of the Wild Brothers Guild stationed on the walls. Prani needed to use these members to escape, otherwise he might not be able to get away himself. After many of the members on the city walls jumped down and began fleeing, Prani immediately repelled Archibald and his group, and followed them down from the walls. Having narrowly avoided several explosive crossbow bolts and suffered some losses, Prani led the few remaining members out of the range of the magical crossbow's accurate fire and quickly fled Grey Fortress. Archibald and his team wanted to capture this level 7 powerhouse, especially Archibald, as it represented a hereditary baron title for him. However, he was just an ordinary level 6 golden knight without Achilles' exceptional talents and abilities. At this moment, they were also quite exhausted, and there were still many frenzied cultists on the city walls that needed to be dealt with. If they waited for the effects of the drugs to wear off, the casualties among the fortress defenders would continue to increase. After about 10 minutes, the fighting on the city walls finally ended. The remaining cultists who had not been killed had lost their drug-induced frenzy and collapsed onto the ground, awaiting death. After the battle, Achilles immediately instructed Wendy to help everyone recover their strength. There were still tens of thousands of fleeing serfs outside the fortress, and if they weren't rounded up now, they would soon be recoerced by the Wild Brothers Guild, which would create another problem. Subsequently, after leaving some soldiers to clean up the battlefield, the rest began pursuing the fleeing serfs. These weak-bodied serfs couldn't run very far. Many people have even ventured into the Grey Mountains, and it's still possible to catch them there now. As evening approached, various units that had gone out to pursue the rebel slave army began returning one after another. All the captured slaves were gathered and held in a corner of the fortress. These spoils of war would only be distributed based on individual contributions after the merits of each person were carefully calculated. It wasn't simply a matter of how many you captured. That didn't automatically translate to your reward. Inside the conference room of the Archibald estate, the results of this battle had been tallied. Each unit commander received a copy and was reviewing it to ensure their own troops weren't being shortchanged. Achilles was also examining the report. First, there were the overall casualties. A total of 213 members of the Wasteland Brotherhood were killed, including 1 rank 7, 4 rank 6, 8 rank 5, and 14 rank 4 mages. Half of these mages were killed by magical crossbows and giant crossbows. A total of 3,121 members of the rampaging cult was slain, with 563 of them succumbing to the effects of the drugs they had ingested. In total, 5,893 slaves and ordinary cultists were killed. Now let's look at Storm Territory's contribution. Achilles personally killed 1 rank 7 mage, 1 rank 6 mage, 3 rank 5 mages, and 26 mages of rank 4 or lower. The rest of the troops only managed to kill a total of 23 mages of rank 1, 2, and 3. Storm Territory also inflicted the most casualties on the rampaging cult, with a combined total of 856 cultists killed by the entire unit. Additionally, 1,203 ordinary slaves were killed. The final tally of merits awarded included 1 third-class merit, 1 fourth-class merit, 4 fifth-class merits, 1 sixth-class merit, and 6 seventh-class merits. One of the fifth-class merits was awarded for Wendy's assistance in battle. The kingdom system for awarding merits for suppressing the cult rebellion differs from that used for dealing with orcs. Members of the rampaging cult who had taken drugs were counted as 2 individuals for a 9th-class merit, while ordinary slaves and cultists earned 1 9th-class merit for every 50 killed. Furthermore, if captured slaves are handled and taken away by an individual unit, those contributions are not included in the merit calculations. If they are turned over to the kingdom, then 40 slaves equal 1 9th-class merit. Achilles didn't know whether others would exchange their merits, but he certainly wouldn't. The value of just 40 ordinary slaves was at least close to 200 gold coins, while a single 9th-class merit could only be exchanged for 50 gold coins. After Achilles confirmed the initial battle results, he discovered that others were still verifying the numbers. Especially those 3 barons. They were even calling their subordinates to question them about the figures, which was quite unprofessional and showed a lack of experience. Storm Territory's military had already perfected the process of calculating battle statistics. When Achilles returned, Park had already provided him with an approximate set of data. After reviewing the numbers, Achilles found that they were reasonably accurate and didn't raise any objections. Along with the battle results, Park also provided data on Storm Territory's casualties. The losses this time were significant, particularly among the infantry units defending the walls against those fanatical cultists. Out of 10 infantry squads and 2 archer squads, over 500 soldiers were killed or wounded, nearly half the total. It was a brutal battle, as evidenced by the high casualty rate for the defenders. Fortunately, Wendy, with her powerful healing abilities, helped to mitigate the losses. Of the 500-plus casualties, only 163 were fatalities and 13 suffered injuries that left them disabled. Among those affected, 24 were spellcasters, which was considered a relatively good outcome given the circumstances. Horus's half-company of elite guards were equipped with magical crossbows received from Grey Fortress, and their primary mission was to protect Wendy, resulting in very few casualties. Only about 10 were injured. Fletcher's regular cavalry unit suffered 13 casualties, including 4 fatalities. Clay's Beast Rider Squadron was the most aggressive unit and inflicted the highest number of kills on the fanatical cultists. They managed to kill nearly 400 enemies with just 60 riders. Although half of Clay's Beast Rider Squadron had not yet been promoted to first-level knights, Achilles still equipped them all with third-tier enchanted armor. 20 sets were crafted by Archibald as third-tier flame armor, and the other 40 sets were borrowed from Clayan, for which Achilles paid 4 units of 8th-grade merit points. As a result, the Beast Rider Squadron's casualties were only 8, with just 2 fatalities. An hour later, an officer from Grey Fortress delivered another document to Clayan, presumably containing statistics on the captured serfs. At that time, the 3 barons had finally confirmed their own battle contributions. Achilles then asked how many prisoners were captured. We captured over 2,600 ordinary cultists, and approximately 28,500 serfs who were being held captive. Wow, everyone present, despite being prepared, was still surprised. This was a fortune worth millions of gold coins. Most of the people here came from humble backgrounds, and even those 3 baron families weren't particularly wealthy. Including Renshaw, a branch of the Dalton family, the Daltons rarely provided any military aid, let alone material or financial assistance. Afterward, everyone began to allocate the captured serfs based on their contributions in battle. Storm Territory received half, 14,000 serfs, while Grey Fortress received 10,000. The remaining 3 baron families each received 1,500. No one objected to this distribution. The ironclad weapons and equipment were also distributed among everyone present. After the meeting ended, Achilles found Archibald and asked him to gather several officers from Grey Fortress. He expressed his desire to buy all 10,000 of their serfs. Although acquiring 24,000 serfs in one go during this winter would put a significant strain on Storm territory, it was a rare opportunity, and Achilles gritted his teeth and decided to accept it. Now was a time of food shortages and potential slave uprisings, so the price of slaves was at its lowest. Therefore, Achilles and the officers of Grey Fortress negotiated a deal. All 10,000 serfs, regardless of age or gender, would be sold for 42,000 gold coins. After completing this transaction, Achilles returned to his residence. He then opened his interface to check his current soul energy points. Having slain a level 7 creature today, he should be able to upgrade one of his innate talents. Name: Achilles. Soul energy: 1,165,489. After thinking for a moment, Achilles chose to enhance extreme speed. After adding the soul energy points, the extreme speed stat on his interface began to change. Extreme speed, golden speed, increases current attack speed, movement speed, reaction speed, and agility by 5 times. Special effects: teleport, spatial teleportation ability, currently capable of traversing distances up to 10 meters. Winged flight allows the user to condense a pair of transparent wings, further increasing their speed and granting flight capabilities, currently limited to short-duration flights. Energy essence: 165,488. The text is incomplete. After Achilles enhanced his extreme speed skill, he was immediately astonished. Second special effect had emerged. He had thought that the range of use would increase, but instead, another effect appeared: the ability to fly for a short period. This choice is truly perfect, Achilles thought to himself, relieved by his decision. The ability to fly is typically only available at level 8. Even wind mages need to reach level 6 and learn the levitation spell before they can achieve brief hovering. However, that levitation isn't true flight. It simply allows the mage to hover in the air with very limited movement. His air wings, on the other hand, are actual wings designed to enhance speed, making them far more practical. Achilles couldn't contain himself any longer. Ignoring the time of day, he rushed to a relatively open area on the eastern side of the fortress. After checking that no one was around, Achilles activated his air wings. He then flapped the transparent wings on his back. Flap, flap. With the sound of tiny wing beats, Achilles' body slowly lifted off the ground. He rose to a height of 5 meters and stopped, wanting to test how long he could remain suspended in the air. He didn't want to attract the attention of the fortress with excessive altitude, nor did he want to risk flying too high and falling to his death. 10 minutes later, Achilles felt that his air wings were starting to strain, then descended back to the ground. Next, Achilles experimented with the duration of flight during combat, as well as the time and distance achievable with rapid flight. Finally, he obtained data on all aspects of using the air wings. The duration of hovering was 10 minutes, far less than the 30 minutes offered by the level 6 spell levitation. He could fly at a normal speed for 5 minutes, covering approximately 5 kilometers, roughly equivalent to the speed of an ordinary warhorse, around 100 meters per 6 seconds. If he used rapid flight, he could only sustain it for a maximum of 100 meters. It would only take 2 or 3 seconds. This speed was incredibly terrifying. Combined with the no-range effect, it would definitely catch enemies completely off guard. If you're a level 6 character with slightly weaker defenses or slower reaction times, you can definitely one-shot them. After experimenting with the air wing ability, Achilles returned, feeling quite pleased. However, he couldn't rest yet. He still needed to check if there were any more surprises. He hadn't even examined the storage ring of that level 7 strongman from the Wasteland Brotherhood he had killed. Achilles opened the storage ring. The internal space was just under 100 cubic meters, which is fairly standard. However, it didn't seem to contain much. Besides basic sword techniques and some gold coins, there was also a specially crafted box. The rest were cultivation methods and secret techniques related to the Wild Lord, things that would be useless to Achilles. He doubted anyone would even want to buy them. Achilles then took out the special box. He didn't open it immediately. After all, anything from a cult could potentially be dangerous, so caution was necessary. So he brought the box to Panda's residence. At that moment, Panda was asleep. Achilles carefully opened the box while facing Panda. After confirming nothing had happened, Achilles turned the box around to examine it more closely. Bloodline fruit, Achilles exclaimed when he saw what was inside the box. He immediately covered his mouth. Panda was still sleeping, and waking her up would be a problem. He carefully closed the box and quietly walked away. At that moment, Panda turned her head and glanced in the direction Achilles had left, then went back to sleep. Once he returned to his room, Achilles quickly opened the box again. It's actually a bloodline fruit, a great find. Now Mia can advance to level 6 without further delay. Bloodline fruit is a rare and valuable item from the natural world, suitable for level 6 advancement. Consuming it not only allows a level 5 character to break through to level 6, but also enhances the user's bloodline qualities, making it ideal for warrior-type characters who cultivate their inner energy. Once Mia advances to level 6, there will finally be someone in Storm territory, besides Achilles and Panda, who can command some respect. The next day, Achilles sent out Rajan to patrol the southern part of Grey Fortress. He didn't find any rebels gathering from the Wasteland Brotherhood. "Don't worry," said Archibald. "It will take at least 5 or 6 days for the Wasteland Brotherhood to gather a rebel force. You can get some rest during those few days. We still can't be careless. If the rebels from the Viscountcy of Fisher suddenly march north and they bring a few thousand vials of rage potion, it will be trouble," Achilles warned. "You're right. We lost half our forces in the last encounter with those 3,000 rage cultists. That was with Wendy, a tier 4 life mage, helping us. Without her, the casualties would have been even higher," Archibald replied, still shaken by the experience. Achilles nodded. He needed to urge Amy to accelerate her training. The higher the tier of a life mage, the greater their impact in war. Once these twins reached a higher level, with Wendy providing support, their combat effectiveness would double. For the next few days, Achilles had to go patrol the southern border, monitoring for any signs of rebel activity moving north. He also arranged for several Tier 3 and Tier 4 magical formations to be set up on the south side of the fortress, adding another layer of defense. After seeing Achilles' skill in creating magical formations, Archibald immediately sought out Captain Halvin of the fortress's mage squad. He asked Halvin to provide the necessary magical materials so that Achilles could create a magical formation on the north side of the fortress. Achilles examined the available magical materials and discovered that they were enough to assemble 2 sets of Tier 5 Eternal Flame formations. Then proposed taking 1 set of the materials as payment for his services in setting up the formation. Both Archibald and Halvin readily agreed. It was rare to find a Tier 5 formation mage, and the military typically only provided magical formations specifically designed for city defense. Magical formations like this were not usually available. Tier 5 magical formation already possessed immense power and would significantly enhance the fortress's defenses. After all, even the protective formation around Grey Fortress was only Tier 6. Meanwhile, at the Viscountcy of Fisher, which was engaged in fierce fighting with the Wild Brotherhood rebels, 2 Tier 7 priests suddenly arrived. Together with Andrew of the Viscountcy of Fisher, they used consecrated water to cast a Tier 7 divine spell, Gentle Holy Light Rain, which instantly purified all the rage cultists of the Wild Brotherhood. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the main force of the Viscountcy of Fisher launched a counterattack. Without the rage cultists, the rebels were nothing more than a disorganized rabble. This sudden turn of events terrified the leadership of the Wild Brotherhood. As the divine spell was cast, they decisively chose to flee. However, under the relentless pursuit of the forces from the Viscountcy of Fisher, very few members of the Wild Brotherhood managed to escape. Thus, after the intervention of the Morning Light Church, the rebel faction of the Wasteland Brotherhood south of Grey Fortress was instantly dismantled. The rebellion ends. After the fighting at Lord Fisher's city ended, Grey Fortress received reports and orders from Frostmoon City. The Dawn Church dispatched a large number of mages and priests, carrying sacred artifacts, to participate in suppressing the cult organizations. The situations in Frostmoon Province, Freelance Province, and the territory of Count Farrell immediately improved. Because the Dawn Church's artifacts and spells were gifts from the Artemis, specifically designed to counter the evil magic used by these cult organizations. Therefore, with the involvement of the Dawn Church, the cult organization's previously invincible methods suddenly became ineffective. Without the assistance of slaves whose abilities were enhanced by dark magic, the current strength of the cult organizations plummeted. As a result, Prince Archie, commander of the Northeastern Legion of Frostmoon City, ordered Grey Fortress to send half of its forces to retake the baronial territories south of the fortress. Archibald, this is a great opportunity. Now that the battle at Lord Fisher's city has been won decisively, the high-ranking members of the Wild Brothers Guild are likely scattered or fleeing. Recapturing those baronial territories will be an easy victory, bringing you closer to being granted the title of Baron, Achilles said with a smile. Is this appropriate? I am currently the fortress commander and responsible for the safety of the fortress. Archibald replied, feeling tempted but also concerned about Grey Fortress's security. Don't worry, I will stay behind. As long as I'm here, the fortress will be safe. Also, I'll lend you a squadron of Archibald's beast-riding knights. However, you need to pay them. Negotiate the amount yourself, Achilles suggested. Really? Ha, then I won't hesitate, Archibald said excitedly. Archibald didn't hesitate with Achilles because he truly needed military achievements. He immediately went out to gather troops. At this time, the three barons also received related orders and were preparing to unite and reclaim their own territories. However, upon learning that Archibald was leading troops to retake their territories, they immediately expressed their willingness to assist Archibald and stated that they would not claim any of the military achievements. They had already suffered heavy losses when they lost their territories. Moreover, they didn't have powerful weapons like the field storm cannons. If they were forced to reclaim their lands on their own, it could be another disastrous campaign. They simply couldn't afford any more losses. Therefore, those who benefited most from associating with Archibald were those who had already achieved the rank of Baron and weren't desperately seeking military achievements. They could always work towards earning more merits later, once they regained their strength. The next day, Archibald led the 8th Battalion and the Reserve Brigade, carrying a large number of field storm cannons out of the city. Archibald's primary objective for this campaign was to reclaim the 6 baronies located near the Grey Mountains. However, only 3 of those territories still had their lords in place. The families of Hick, Stonebrook, and Stark had no heirs, and their lands would be taken over by the royal family. In reality, these 3 cases were exceptions. Normally, noble families wouldn't concentrate all their members in one location. Sometimes misfortune can strike unexpectedly. For example, the Hick baronial family, which was wiped out by orcs, actually had 3 members serving in the Northern Legion and the Northeast Legion. Unfortunately, the units these 3 individuals were assigned to were stationed in Freelance City, Maka Fortress, and Puss Fortress. As a result, all 3 locations were overrun by the orcs, leading to the seemingly miraculous annihilation of the Hick family. The situations of the other 2 families were remarkably similar, ultimately ending with them suffering the same fate as the Hick family. 10 days after Archibald's campaign began, Achilles dispatched 3 infantry companies and Fletcher's cavalry company to escort a group of 24,000 serfs back to Storm territory. Although the territory wasn't fully prepared to receive the serfs, it was already mid-October. If they delayed any further, it might start snowing, making it even more difficult to transport these serfs back to the territory. Meanwhile, while Achilles was stationed at Grey Fortress and things were improving on the front lines, the church unexpectedly sent a 9th-rank saint, accompanied by the artifact known as the Goddess Necklace. He traveled to the province of Freelance, where he teamed up with Pix, a 9th-level holy warrior of the royal lineage. Killed Silent Lady, a 9th-level evil mage from the Silent Monastery who was causing trouble there. This news reached the Duchy of Farrell and the province of Frostmoon, scaring the leaders of the Sound of Doomsday faction and the Eye of God organization, who were wreaking havoc in those areas, causing them to flee immediately. They never expected that the Dawn Church would deploy a divine artifact. It's important to remember that the Dawn Church's artifacts require the use of divine power granted by the goddess and are not used lightly. The Church typically uses them to destroy dimensional rifts or prevent the descent of evil gods. Using such an artifact against 9th-level domains like theirs seemed a bit excessive. With the deaths of 3 9th-level domain leaders in those areas, and 2 fleeing, reinforcements from other regions arrived in each of those locations. Finally, by the end of October, the rebellions in all 3 areas were completely suppressed. After reclaiming 6 baronial territories, Archibald led his troops back to Grey Fortress. His contributions should have accumulated enough for a third-class merit, and he would likely be granted the title of Baron after the next Orcish war. Although this rebellion didn't escalate to a large scale, mobilization of all nobles in the kingdom, the casualties were significant. In some areas, the losses even exceeded those during the Orcish invasion. For example, south of Grey Fortress, several major baronial territories north of Viscount Fisher's domain fell, and countless serfs perished. The situation in other regions was likely not much better, as they had suffered greater losses during the Orcish War, and were now relying entirely on the royal army for support. However, the royal family's losses this time were relatively small. None of the castles under royal control were breached, meaning that only the troops sent to rescue those nobles sustained casualties. Afterward, Achilles rested in Grey Fortress for a few days. The kingdom also announced the collective combat merits awarded to various garrisons. Grey Fortress received 3 4th-class merits, with 1 each going to Achilles and Archibald. The remaining 4th-class merit was distributed among the others based on their contributions. On the evening of the day he received his commendation for his achievements in battle, Achilles attended a celebratory dinner hosted by Archibald. The following day, he led his troops back to Storm's Landing. When Achilles led his troops back near the Kine River, he encountered and absorbed another 2,000 serfs. These people were refugees collected by Bales, the bandit king of the Grey Mountains, during the recent unrest caused by the ancient evil organization. Because the Grey Mountains couldn't sustain a large population, Bales needed to periodically send out some of the serfs to exchange for supplies. This arrangement prevented any resistance from other bandits in the area, and even encouraged them to actively capture more serfs and hand them over to Bales in exchange for goods. This was also why Achilles allowed Bales to remain the bandit king, rather than eliminating all the bandits in the Grey Mountains. After all, keeping these bandits around meant they could continuously provide a steady stream of serfs from the noble territories south of the Grey Mountains, which was far more beneficial than a one-time acquisition. Upon returning to his territory, Achilles' first priority was to address the issue of housing for the new serfs. Winter was fast approaching, and Jenkins hadn't yet completed the arrangements. "My lord," Jenkins reported, "I have arranged for 10,000 serfs to be distributed among over 50 villages in the territory, with approximately 200 per village. I provided the original serfs with some salted fish as compensation and asked them to give up a portion of their homes for the new arrivals. This should allow us to get through the winter." Additionally, another 10,000 serfs have been housed in the vacant buildings in North Castle. However, we still have 6,000 serfs who have nowhere to go. Achilles nodded, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. It was already November, and it was crucial to find suitable housing for the serfs. Simple tents would be inadequate during the harsh winter and could even lead to deaths from exposure. "Is there no space in Storm territory?" Achilles asked. "My lord," Jenkins hesitated, "Storm territory is currently inhabited only by commoners, so in a world with a rigid social hierarchy, any change in status often resulted in a complete transformation of one's life. The commoners of Storm territory were essentially former serfs themselves. Asking them to continue helping the new serfs and allowing them to live in their homes would be far more difficult than simply killing them. Of course, Achilles could resort to force, but it's not wartime, and using force would only lead to resentment from the civilians. More importantly, such actions would disrupt the social hierarchy. How many serfs would be willing to fight for a place in society if they knew their efforts were meaningless? This would ultimately undermine future governance. After considering this, Achilles instructed, "Let's move the military camp at North Castle and have everyone return to the old barracks. Storm territory, they are all close to their families anyway, and there will be fewer tasks during the winter. It's a good opportunity for them to spend more time with their loved ones, and I don't think they will object much." "Yes, sir," Jenkins replied, acknowledging the order. He then raised another concern with Achilles. "Sir, our current food supply is only enough to feed 40,000 people. Now that we have nearly 30,000 more mouths to feed, the food will certainly not last until next year's harvest, and even after the harvest, there won't be enough." Indeed, the issue of food supply was a major problem. Achilles had initially hoped for self-sufficiency in 2 years, but the rapid population growth made that difficult. However, he couldn't simply abandon these people. If they could just survive this initial challenging period, the subsequent development would accelerate. I will find a way to solve the food problem, Achilles instructed. From now on, you can slightly reduce the amount of grain given to the serfs, but please add some salted fish and dried meat. They still need to work. Understood, sir, Jenkins replied respectfully. After Jenkins left, Achilles began to ponder a solution. It seems I have no choice but to purchase a large shipment of grain from the south. At the very least, we need to fill the food gap for next year. Unfortunately, it means being exploited by the southern nobles. Fortunately, storm wine has been heavily promoted by the royal family, so even though the price of grain is rising, the price of white liquor will also have to increase. In the Alpha Kingdom, which values military achievements, white liquor is far more popular than fruit wine. Combined with the strong promotion from the royal family, the sales of white liquor are increasing rapidly. With the introduction of refined sugar, Storm Territory's economic income has become quite substantial. Therefore, Achilles could afford to purchase expensive grains from the south for a year or two. After resolving the issue of settling the serfs, Achilles found Mia. Mia, you said you would reach the peak of rank 5 in about half a year. Are you close now? Yes, master. It will be no more than a month before I reach the peak of rank 5, Mia replied confidently. Good, Achilles said, handing her a box. He gestured for her to open it. Mia opened the box with a puzzled expression. When she saw what was inside, she exclaimed in surprise, "This is a bloodline fruit." Master, is this a bloodline fruit? Yes, it's a tier 6 natural treasure that enhances bloodlines. Will not only allow you to break through to the rank 6 golden warrior level, but also improve your innate abilities. This will accelerate your cultivation speed in the future. Given your current age, you might even have a chance to reach the rank 9 sanctuary, Achilles said with a smile. Mia stared at the bloodline fruit in her hand, then knelt down excitedly. Thank you, master. Mia will do her best to serve you faithfully. Achilles quickly helped her up. Didn't I say not to kneel? Besides, you are already very dedicated, so don't overexert yourself. Yes, master. Mia will go back and cultivate now, she said before turning and leaving quickly. Something feels off. Is it really necessary to be this eager? After dealing with matters related to the territory, Achilles began his own cultivation. His current thunder-based magic was only at the tier 3 level. He still had 2 tier 4 spells, Thunder Hound and Lightning Speed, and 2 tier 5 spells, Thousand Birds Flow and 5 Thunder Strikes. Achilles planned to learn all of them before using the tier 5 magical artifact related to thunder. 20 days later, after learning the Lightning Speed spell, Mia successfully broke through to the rank 6 golden warrior level. Storm Bay finally had a high-level combatant, which meant that in emergencies, Achilles wouldn't always have to personally intervene. For example, shortly before the Dawn Festival, a young lesser Kun, who had just broken through to rank 4, accidentally encountered a rank 5 7-clawed green squid and was chased all the way to Storm Bay. Finally, Mia led the team to confront and defeat the level 5 7-clawed green-headed octopus. Bittercane Wine Achilles learns the 4-element spell. After the Thunder Speed technique, 7th-tier mage from the half-elf tribe arrived in Storm Territory on a 5th-tier flying horse. The half-elf tribe had raised 8 flying beasts, but unfortunately that was too few. Last time, Achilles had mentioned wanting to buy some back. Wendy brought the half-elf elder to Achilles and introduced him. My lord, this is Elder Nam of our tribe. Elder Nam was an elderly female half-elf, appearing even older than the 8th-tier half-elf warrior, Drael, from last time. After a brief greeting, Achilles directly asked, Elder Nam, what brings you to Storm Territory? Is there something your tribe needs? It's about the sugar production, Nam explained. After Drael took the sugar-making method back, we didn't pay much attention at first. When the beets matured, we followed his instructions, and the resulting brown sugar was both bitter and sour. So, Lord Feidsel sent me to learn it again. I wonder if Baron Achilles. Nam said hesitantly. They hadn't suspected that Achilles was behind it because there was no reason for him to do so. The relationship between their half-elf tribe and the Pandaren was quite good. Therefore, they assumed Drael simply wasn't paying attention during the lesson, which is why Nam had been sent instead. Of course, there's no problem. Elder Nam, please follow Wendy and learn, Achilles said with a smile. He hadn't expected this at all. An 8th-tier half-elf warrior personally came to learn how to make sugar, only to fail to master it afterward. Achilles even suspected that Feidsel didn't send Drael. Perhaps Drael was too embarrassed to come back. "Thank you very much, Baron," Nom said gratefully. "I brought 500 stalks of bitter cane with me this time. It's mainly because we don't have a storage ring as large as yours. I wish you wouldn't mind." "Not at all. All the ones I brought back last time were planted, and these will be perfect for consumption," Achilles said politely. Achilles had planted all the bitter cane he brought back last time to help them propagate quickly. This time Nom brought these bitter canes so that Achilles could experiment with his previous idea, using them to make alcohol. After all, alcohol is one of the best-selling products in the Kingdom of Alpha and several neighboring countries. Later, Achilles handed Nom Elder over to Wendy, and then brought 500 stalks of sugarcane to the distillery. He had 300 stalks ground up for use in making liquor, using a similar process to that used for fruit wine. If he could produce a sugarcane liquor with quality comparable to Storm Territory brandy, it would definitely be a huge success. Imagine a drink with the same effects as Life Spring water, and also a delicious drink like Storm Territory brandy. It would sell like crazy in the military. 5 days later, Nom Elder, a half-elf, successfully made sugar and returned to the half-elf village on a Pegasus. The day after Nom Elder left, Achilles' sugarcane liquor was almost ready. It just needed distillation, because strong liquor is what sells best. On January 1st, year 6641 of the Dawn era, it was Achilles' 4th Dawn festival in this world. During the day, he celebrated the festival with the officers of his territory. In the evening, he returned to the Marquis's mansion for a small gathering with several key officers and Mia Johnson. Achilles brought out the sugarcane liquor he had just experimented with. "Everyone, this is my latest concoction. Sugarcane liquor. Please try it, it's quite good." "Sugarcane liquor? No, thank you, it sounds too bitter," Wendy and Amy said simultaneously, shaking their heads. Achilles found their reaction amusing. "Hee, don't regret it later," Achilles said, picking up a glass of the sugarcane liquor and taking a sip. The sugarcane liquor was indeed very bitter, even with sugar added. However, using the half-elf method of diluting the bitterness from the sugarcane, then adding just enough white sugar to neutralize any remaining bitterness, and finally blending it with the aroma of the distilled liquor and the natural fragrance of the sugarcane, the resulting flavor was several times better than Achilles' previous Storm Territory brandy. Moreover, while retaining the strength of a strong liquor, it had its spicy kick removed, making it more palatable for some women. After all, drinking it could continuously change one's cultivation aptitude. Clay and the others were already unable to contain themselves after smelling the aroma. Seeing Achilles take a sip, everyone immediately started drinking. "This is good wine. It's definitely much better than Stormfire." After everyone finished, they all praised it highly. "There's even a hint of sweetness in this wine." Yes, sugarcane liquor needs to have sugar added. The sweetness level varies for each type of sugarcane liquor here. Try them and see which one suits you best, Achilles said, pointing at the bottles on the table. "Sweetness? Did they add white sugar?" Wendy and Amy's eyes lit up when they heard this. They immediately started tasting all the different types of sugarcane liquor, and once they found the sweetest one, they claimed it for themselves. Of course, Mia got a share as well. Everyone just smiled and didn't mind. Next, everyone continued to enjoy the wine and food. Since this sugarcane liquor was diluted with third-grade potions, its alcohol content might not be as high as Stormfire. However, potions are still potions, and drinking too much can have quite an effect later on. So, this small gathering didn't last very long before it ended. After everyone else left, Wendy and Amy were still drinking. Determined to finish all 3 bottles of the sweetest sugarcane liquor before leaving, they also insisted that Mia join them. Achilles didn't bother with them. She knew they would calm down eventually. After all, they all lived in the Baron's mansion, so someone would take them back when they got too drunk. At this point, Achilles was starting to feel the effects of the alcohol. She wasn't much of a drinker, and if it weren't for her cultivation, she probably would have been completely intoxicated by Clay and the others already. Now, she even needed Horus to help her walk. Back in her room, Achilles took off her clothes and fell asleep immediately. The next morning, Achilles woke up feeling groggy and with a slight headache. The after effects of the potion wine were quite strong. She should probably drink less of it in the future. However, Achilles soon realized something was wrong. She felt like something soft was pressing down on her. She moved slightly and felt something bouncy and soft. Achilles opened her eyes sleepily, and what she saw was a cute and playful face. "Is this Wendy or Amy?" She tried to reach out with her hands to lift whoever was on top of her, but she realized that her hands were also being held down by something soft. Then, she turned her head to the right. Both have a playful and adorable face. Is this Amy or Wendy? Then looking to the left, there's a stunningly beautiful yet aloof face. Ah, I know this one, it's Mia. Suddenly, Achilles smelled a strong alcoholic odor and realized he had probably drunk too much. Sugarcane wine. Achilles couldn't help but laugh and cry. He never expected things to turn out this way. At that moment, Achilles saw that Wendy or Amy was lying on top of him and her eyelashes were trembling. He knew the girl had woken up, but she was too embarrassed to open her eyes. After all, the situation was quite awkward. However, Achilles wasn't going to be shy. He gently pinched her a few times with both hands. Feels pretty good. Just as Achilles was pinching her repeatedly, the two girls beside him started trembling uncontrollably. It turned out they had all woken up, but were pretending to be asleep. However, this didn't stop Achilles from continuing his actions. This is what a qualified lord's life should be like. He thought that when they couldn't stand it anymore, he could do other things. After all, they had practically invited it themselves. But just then, something ruined the mood, a knock on the door. Achilles didn't want to answer, but the knocking continued relentlessly. Damn F. Achilles was instantly furious. Which inconsiderate fool was trying to ruin his fun? He was asking for trouble. As the knocking became more frequent, Achilles reluctantly withdrew his hands and carefully got up, holding Wendy or Amy, who was lying on him. He then gently put her down before cautiously opening the door. If there isn't something incredibly important today, I'm going to show them the most ruthless side of a lord. Achilles glared at Horus, who was standing guard outside, and said in a low voice, "Speak." That single word made Horus tremble with fear. He knew this would happen. Interrupting the lord's private time never ends well. However, this was a serious matter, and as captain of the personal guard, he had to report it immediately. "Sir," Horus said quietly, "Jenkins reported that soldiers collecting royal jelly in the northern forest saw a winged magical beast, specifically a lion-like creature, and it appears to be injured." Achilles was initially stunned, then his eyes widened. A wounded magical beast, a lion with wings. This is truly something extraordinary. The anger in his heart subsided instantly. This matter was indeed very important, and it's no wonder Horus dared to risk his life knocking on the door. Achilles glanced back at the room. It seems we missed our chance this time. What a pity. Achilles felt regretful, but the situation had been revealed, and the next steps were inevitable. However, it might not be easy to deal with this Kai Ren. Have all the soldiers and servants withdrawn from the area. No one should come here today. After instructing Horus, Achilles immediately headed outside. Wounded flying magical beast could be incredibly valuable for the territory if captured. Outside, he saw Jenkins waiting. "Sir, do you know what kind of magical beast it is?" Achilles continued walking while asking. "Sir, based on the soldiers' descriptions, it appears to be a high-level flying magical beast, a caster," Jenkins replied. "A caster?" Achilles exclaimed in surprise. Weren't those who raided the lava dragon's lair last time a group of two-winged shadow lions? These beasts are typically social creatures. Their general strength is between levels 6 and 7, with the Lion King reaching level 8. Very few individuals can even evolve into 4-winged forms, reaching the 9th level sanctuary realm. The Lion King, who betrayed the lava dragon, was likely trying to ascend to the 9th level. Is that all they found? What level is it? The soldiers were collecting royal jelly when they heard noises near the coast and saw it in the distance through a telescope. They only spotted one, and it appears to be severely injured, struggling even to fly, Jenkins explained. Struggling to fly. Achilles was pleased. The injury seemed quite serious. Achilles then prepared to invite Panda with some sugarcane wine to go take a look, but he discovered that Panda wasn't there. After asking the surrounding soldiers, he learned that Panda had left last night. What was he doing out so late? Haven't you heard about the female bear nearby? This was the first time Achilles had seen Panda leave storm territory alone. Since he couldn't find Panda, Achilles used his 6th-level serpent eye ring and prepared a 6th-level magical crossbow to deal with any potential emergencies. He then led Clay's squad of beast rider knights, and upon entering the northern dense forest, was guided by soldiers waiting there to a location where they could observe a caster. Achilles looked through his telescope at the injured caster in the distance. He discovered that it was only a level 6 creature, which is considered one of the weakest among the two-winged shadow lions. The lion's injuries were indeed severe. Its left wing was damaged, affecting its ability to fly. He noticed that the lion frequently looked towards the north, out over the sea. Achilles speculated that the pride of two-winged shadow lions likely encountered something in the air above the ocean, and this particular level 6 lion had fled here after being injured. Why would a pride of two-winged shadow lions venture out over the open sea? Achilles wondered. Two-winged shadow lions are not typically found living near oceans or islands. Oh well, we'll know once we catch it, he thought. Since there were no danger warnings indicating the presence of level 8 two-winged shadow lions or level 7 pride nearby, and therefore no immediate threat to himself, Achilles still decided to bring out his level 6 magical crossbow and 3 level 7 explosive arrows. After giving Clay instructions, he cautiously approached the level 6 caster. Once the lion detected him, Achilles immediately accelerated to full speed, using a lightning speed enhancement to quickly close the distance. The caster, enraged, fired a shadow arrow at Achilles, then desperately tried to take flight, but its injured wing severely limited its altitude. Achilles easily dodged the shadow arrow and unexpectedly used his air wings ability to pursue the lion into the air. He quickly unleashed a level 6 magical chain, ensnaring the caster. This item was a piece of magical equipment from a level 7 mage ring he had obtained during the Eye of God event and had been gathering dust for quite some time. It was fortunate that it could finally be put to use today. The captured caster struggled violently. The strength of a level 6 beast is considerable, and Achilles worried about further injuring its wing. If he were to cripple the creature, it would be a significant loss. So, I quickly activated the Earth Core Guardian ability, using its gravitational pull to slowly draw it back down to the ground. Scouts controlling a Tier 6 magical crossbow from afar, including Clay, were about to fire a Tier 5 explosive arrow at the Tier 6 caster when it flew into the air. However, they discovered that their master had also flown up. This shocked everyone. When did Tier 5 Silver Knights and Tier 5 mages gain the ability to fly, and no one saw the master use a flying magic scroll? Perhaps our master has awakened an innate wind-based magical talent, Clay explained to the others. Clay was no longer the illiterate newcomer he once was when he first arrived at Storm territory. Having seen how highly his master regarded him, Clay had been diligently studying various subjects. A qualified commander needs more than just brute force. Knowledge in all areas is crucial. The knights nodded uncertainly after hearing this. At that moment, Achilles brought the Tier 6 caster back to the ground and mounted it. He then used the solidified Tier 6 Dark Magic Fear spell contained within the Serpent Eye Ring. While the caster was being intimidated by the fear spell, he quickly used the dominance contract to forcefully enslave it. It's unclear whether the caster was too severely injured, or if the Tier 6 fear spell exerted too much pressure on its soul, but the dominance contract succeeded surprisingly quickly. This was the first time Achilles had used the dominance contract to enslave a Tier 6 creature since he ascended to Tier 5. He found it remarkably easy. After enslaving the caster, Achilles immediately invaded its mind with his mental power, leaving a mental imprint before beginning to inquire about the whereabouts of the rest of the caster pack. The information he received shocked him. This particular caster was one of the members of the pack that had betrayed the lava dragon. After stealing treasures from the lava dragon, the entire pack flew west. They circled back and forth in the west before turning north, and then surprisingly turned back east, eventually settling down on a remote island 60 kilometers north of Storm territory. Achilles was impressed by the leader of this caster pack. They had devised such a meticulous plan, which must have been planned long ago. Unfortunately, it was eventually discovered. I don't know how the fire lizard under the lava dragon tracked them down, but after 4 or 5 months, it managed to follow them out to sea and locate this group of rebellious winged shadow lions. This time, the fire lizard had a helper, an 8-rank subdragon named Red Flame Wolf Dragon. Additionally, other flying beasts from the lava dragon's territory surrounded the winged shadow lions. During the battle, the 6-rank caster that Achilles was controlling was knocked into the sea. The other beasts probably thought it was dead and didn't pay attention to it. As a result, it was only stunned and incredibly lucky. Drifted along the current to this location. It left a trail of blood along the way, but somehow didn't attract any marine beasts an event with a probability even smaller than winning 5 million in the lottery. 2 8-rank subdragons leading a large army of flying beasts. It seems these winged shadow lions are in serious trouble. But what treasure did they steal from the lava dragon? Achilles was particularly curious about the treasure that the Caster King had obtained from the lava dragon's lair. The Lion King had planned for so long, so it must be an item capable of helping it ascend to the 9th rank. Otherwise, it would be useless to it. Unfortunately, the 6th rank caster that Achilles was controlling didn't know anything about this. After taking several 5th rank healing potions, Achilles returned to Storm territory with it. Its injuries were still too severe for Wendy and Mia to handle alone. Along the way, the serfs they encountered were amazed to see their lord capture such a terrifying beast. They praised Achilles' strength, knowing that having such a powerful leader would make their lives safer and more secure. However, as Achilles passed through one of the serf villages, in an inconspicuous corner, a simple-looking serf occasionally glanced at Achilles and the caster behind him. His gaze wasn't one of amusement, but rather a scrutinizing and probing look. At that moment, Achilles sensed a different kind of malice. He stopped and looked around but didn't see any birds or other low-level beasts. It seems there's a spy among us, Achilles thought to himself. He then turned to Clay and asked, "When did the serfs in this village enter Storm territory?" Clay was taken aback, then glanced left and right. This. Okay, this isn't Clay's fault, it's a bit awkward for him. It doesn't matter if you don't know, it's not a big deal just asking, let's go, it's getting dark. He continued on his way towards Storm territory. Along the way, Achilles summoned Reg and instructed it to send out a message. Clay, who was lagging behind by half a step, looked completely bewildered. What's going on? Later, as dusk approached, they returned to Storm territory. Achilles arranged for the caster to be kept in a small courtyard next to the Baron's mansion and instructed someone to fetch Wendy and Amy. Soon after, Wendy and Amy arrived together, and Mia was with them. The relationship between these 3 sisters is quite well managed, Achilles thought with a smile. However, Achilles didn't have time to joke around with the 3 women. After arranging for the caster, he needed to go back and investigate the spy who had infiltrated. Wendy, Amy, can you assess how long it will take for this caster to heal? Yes, sir, they both replied in unison, their expressions calm. The 2 women then began examining the caster's injuries and occasionally cast healing spells. After about 15 minutes, one of them, either Wendy or Amy, said, "Sir, this caster has some serious injuries, especially its wings. With careful care and plenty of potions, it might take a month or 2 to fully recover." Since Amy had recently been promoted to a 4th-tier mage before the Dawn Festival, it was becoming increasingly difficult to tell them apart. Wendy. Amy, I leave this caster in your care. Please make sure it recovers quickly and don't be stingy with the potions. Yes, sir. Achilles then turned and walked towards the exit, calling out to Mia, "Mia, come with me." The 3 women were startled. Achilles chuckled inwardly. "You seemed so calm just now, as if nothing had happened last night." "Why are you so nervous?" "Sir, Mia stammered. Wendy and Amy quickly lowered their heads and went back to what they were doing. "I have something important to do. I suspect there's a spy in a village north of here. Mia, come with me," Achilles explained with a smile. Mia's face flushed after hearing that. "Oh," she said. She quickly followed Achilles. When Achilles led Mia out, he couldn't resist teasing her. "Mia, have you 3 cleaned my room yet?" "I don't know," Mia replied somewhat awkwardly. She quickly changed the subject. "Master, are more people from the God Eye Society coming?" Achilles smiled at Mia. "We'll find out when we get there." Achilles led Mia and Clay Jenkins back to the village where they had sensed a malevolent presence. "Clay, surround the village quietly. Don't light any torches or alert anyone inside." "Yes, master," Clay replied. He immediately dispatched knights to discreetly surround the village. Achilles then turned to Jenkins and said, "Let's go, we're entering the village." Jenkins looked grim. Spies had infiltrated his serfs, and they had been there for over a year. The serfs in this village were those who had been seized from Howard's territory after the Orcish War. Achilles suspected that the Dalton family might be behind it. Once inside the village, Jenkins' soldiers pushed carts of dried fish, distributing them house by house, emphasizing that Lord Achilles himself was delivering them. The serfs were overjoyed and knelt to thank Lord Achilles. When the dried fish reached a house on the edge of the village, a middle-aged couple emerged. The woman happily accepted the fish and, along with her husband, knelt to thank Achilles. However, as the man knelt before Achilles immediately identified him as the target. Achilles quickly used the Dominator contract to break the contract he had previously established with someone named Dane. He then swiftly grabbed the man and used the Dominator contract to enslave him. Mia also acted quickly, knocking the woman unconscious. Jenkins instructed his soldiers not to panic and to continue distributing the dried fish to the next house. Achilles ordered the enslaved middle-aged man to wait inside the house, and Mia followed him to keep an eye on the unconscious woman. After a quick sweep of the village, Achilles sensed each serf individually, confirming that only the man he had captured was suspicious. Then, Achilles returned alone to the man's house to interrogate him. The spy who had infiltrated the Lord's territory turned out to be just an ordinary person with no special skills. "What is your name? Are you a spy from that family?" "Sir, my name is Brian. I don't know which family sent me as a spy." The serf Brian replied respectfully. "You don't know? Well, that makes sense. An ordinary person with no skills wouldn't be privy to such information," Achilles muttered to himself. "What was your mission? Do you have any accomplices? And who is controlling you?" Achilles asked a series of questions. "I don't have any accomplices. My task was simply to live like an ordinary serf and to record everything I saw. I would note down which territory I was sold to, and there was no specific target. Then someone would come every year to collect these records. The way they control me is through a kind of insect. After we are selected as serf spies, someone teaches us how to read and write. Then an insect is implanted in our brains. If we have any rebellious thoughts, the insect will kill us instantly. However, they promised that after 20 years of work, they would take me back to reunite with my family and enjoy a peaceful retirement." Brian replied. Achilles was speechless. It turned out that this spy had been brought back by him, not deliberately planted there. But what were these people planning? It seemed like there were many such serf spies, probably scattered throughout the entire kingdom of Alpha. There must be some in the military as well. Which was terrifying. Were they trying to rebel and overthrow the royal government? That would require a force at least on the level of a duke. And what about that insect controlling these serfs? Was it some kind of magical beast? "What does this insect look like?" Achilles asked. "I don't know. I haven't seen it, but I can feel it inside my head," Brian said, shaking his head. "What have you reported in the past year, and how did they find you?" Achilles continued to ask. "I reported on the sugar beets of Storm territory, the construction of the castle, and the system of collective punishment. As for how they found me, I don't know. They just told me to place the recorded information at a specific location within 1 kilometer of where I live, and mark it clearly." Achilles wasn't too concerned about the information that had been reported. An ordinary serf wouldn't know anything important. Even if it was something as crucial as sugar beets, it didn't matter because they were grown throughout the entire territory. It would be impossible to hide them completely. The only thing that mattered was that the method of making sugar hadn't been leaked. Achilles had always been very careful about this, and he always insisted on using contract scrolls for serfs who needed to know specific techniques. Unless someone else possesses a similar method to the Dominion contract, it would be impossible to steal Achilles' special technology. However, this individual who was gathering intelligence within his territory was of great concern to Achilles, and he needed to find them. Achilles then continued to ask several other questions but gained very little information. The slave Brian knew relatively little. "Does your wife know about your activities?" Achilles asked, standing up for the last time. "No, but she probably suspects something." Achilles nodded. Even if they weren't professional spies, people living together would inevitably notice something. Just her literacy alone was highly suspicious. So, Achilles and Mia took the slave couple to a desolate area. After moving far enough away, Achilles used soul descent on Brian directly. After possessing Brian, Achilles could indeed feel a worm lurking in Brian's brain. Currently, this worm was being shielded by the power of the Dominion contract, preventing it from sensing any external changes. This is the strength of the Dominion contract, to isolate other control methods and thus control another person's contract slave. Next, Achilles used his spiritual senses to observe the worm. However, the worm seemed to sense something and immediately released its power, causing itself to dissolve. Nevertheless, Achilles still saw what the worm looked like. It was an insect that resembled a cockroach. Reaper worm Felix. The strength of the Reaper worm lies in its ability to remain hidden. When detected, it doesn't attack the one who discovered it, but instead quickly dissolves itself, leaving no trace behind. If not for the unusual nature of the Dominion contract, Achilles would never have been able to detect the presence of the Reaper worm. Of course, legendary mages could also achieve this, otherwise Achilles wouldn't even know about the existence of Reaper worms. After retracting soul descent, Achilles' expression was extremely serious. Since returning from Hell, Achilles had specifically inquired through organizations like the Tulip family, the Royal Court, and the Dawn Church about the 10 Lords of Hell. In particular, he was interested in the Shadow Lord behind the Shadow Temple, which has been active in the Kingdom of Alpha and its surrounding countries. Achilles was also familiar with the 9 Shadow Kings under the Shadow Lord, one of whom, the Felix, possessed a method of controlling people using Reaper worms. The Shadow Temple. No, the main mission of the Shadow Temple is to find pathways to Hell and secretly expand its influence. It would never be so blatant as to take control of an entire country directly. After all, it's not a time of invasion from Hell, and the Shadow Temple wouldn't act so recklessly. Otherwise, the Divine Church could easily destroy them. This Reaper worm must be serving some family that has joined the Shadow Temple, used to gather intelligence within the Kingdom of Alpha, preparing for treacherous schemes and aiming to overthrow the royal family and the rule of the Dawn Church. At the appropriate time, they will secretly support the Shadow Temple. This has happened in many places before. One of the 5 great dukes, Achilles, seemed to have caught a glimpse of a major secret. The family worthy of receiving the Reaper worm techniques from King Felix could only be a ducal-level family, as only they have the qualifications to replace the royal family and rule the Kingdom of Alpha. Marquises and earls are ultimately working for the royal family, while ducal families cooperate with the royal family. They are also major shareholders in the Kingdom of Alpha. However, right now, all that's been found is a serf spy. It won't be easy to find the ducal family behind it. Moreover, Achilles can't report this up the chain of command because this isn't just about enslaving orcs. It involves King Felix's scythe insects. Achilles can't explain the dominance contract, and he doesn't dare to either. After all, the dominance contract poses a fatal threat to any faction. Forget it, why worry so much? When the sky falls, there will be someone tall enough to hold it up. This small corner of the world won't be a primary target. Achilles thought to himself. As for the matter of the ducal traitor, let the royal family and the Dawn Church handle it. They have ruled here for thousands of years. They are not so easily overthrown. Jenkins, you stay here and deal with this. Treat them as heretics and implement collective punishment tomorrow. Publicize it widely throughout the territory. There are definitely more spies in the territory, so I want you to investigate everyone before spring planting. Achilles said grimly. With 6,000 or 7,000 serfs now, and even more to come later. He can't rely on his own malicious perception forever. He needs to continue strengthening the collective punishment system that will make managing the territory easier. Yes, sir, Jenkins replied, his expression stern. He must find and eliminate all those damned rats. After dealing with things here, Achilles returned to Storm territory with Mia. He's been delayed for so long, he still has important matters to attend to. Sir, do you have anything else? After returning to the Marquis's residence, Mia saw that her lord had been following her and couldn't help but ask doubtfully. Nothing more. I'm tired from a day of work, let's go rest. But sir, your room is over there, Mia said nervously, pointing in the direction behind Achilles. Oh, my room was trashed last night by 3 drunkards. I couldn't sleep there, so I thought I'd crash at your place for one night. Then I guess I'll go find Wendy and see if I can squeeze in somewhere, Mia said quickly, trying to escape. Suddenly, Achilles picked up Mia and headed towards her room. HMPH, just because you're a lord doesn't mean you can avoid responsibility. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Master, Mia was at a loss for words, being carried like that. It was surprising to see this vulnerable side of the usually fierce Mia. Once inside the bedroom, Achilles teased her. What, need some help? No, I just wanted to take a shower, that's all. Mia's voice trailed off. It's too late for that, just let me handle it. Immediately, Achilles cast a water-based spell, the water curtain technique, enveloping both of them in a layer of water, and then quickly began removing their clothes within the curtain. Master, see, all clean now, let's rest. We have to get up early tomorrow. With a mischievous grin, Achilles dispelled the water curtain and used his energy to dry himself off. Then he carried Mia to bed. 2 hours later, Master, can we stop now? Mia gasped. Okay, and then more. Another 2.5 hours passed. Okay, Master, I really can't anymore, Mia said weakly. All right, rest. Then even more. The next morning, Achilles watched as Mia slept soundly, still muttering, I won't do that again, in her sleep. She truly has an undead constitution. Her recovery rate is incredible. Achilles then got out of bed feeling refreshed, but almost fell to his knees. It seems I need a natural talent for endurance, otherwise relying solely on recovery can be draining. After getting dressed, Achilles went to find something to eat. He needed to replenish what he had lost. In the following days, Achilles and Jenkin searched together for any signs of scythe beetle slaves. Once he found the information, he would initiate a fishing scheme to try and catch the person collecting intelligence. Perhaps that person knew which noble family was behind it. Although Achilles wasn't planning to get involved in this matter, knowing which Duke family had betrayed the Alpha Kingdom allowed him to make some preparations. As for the evenings, he spent them with Mia. It wasn't that he was exclusively favoring her. Rather, Mia slept late into the afternoon, which startled the two twin lowly girls. So, those two lively kids stayed up all night, tending to the wounds of the caster. They only came back to sleep during the day when Achilles went out searching for informants. This situation was quite amusing for Achilles. However, you can't hide from fate. After finding a scythe bug slave, Achilles decided to take a small break and unexpectedly attacked the two twin lowly girls, devouring them both. He didn't get a chance to complete them, though. A month later, Wendy and Amy completely healed the caster's injuries. Achilles immediately took it for a test ride and found that it felt quite good. He then flew directly to the rear of the Pig Head Valley. Last time, when he was trying to capture the scythe bug slaves, Achilles didn't have enough dominance contracts, so he had Rigaud send orders to a 5th-level jackalman to lock up Dane in advance. Dane was only a 4th-tier minotaur, and occupying a dominance contract slot was somewhat wasteful. At the rear of the Pig Head Valley, Lyle brought Dane before Achilles. Upon seeing Achilles, Dane's legs immediately began to tremble uncontrollably. He then fell to his knees with a thud. "Please spare my life, please spare my life." Dane thought Achilles had come to kill him. "I might spare your life, but if you dare betray me, I will turn you into one of my undead servants, understand?" Achilles threatened. Achilles hadn't killed Dane before because he needed him. He planned to keep him on the mining island, where he would be responsible for overseeing the orc slaves who were forced to mine. This would free up a unit stationed there. "Understood, master. Dane will remain loyal to you until death." This guy had completely identified himself as Dane. Just as Achilles was about to leave, Lyle suddenly reported, "Your Excellency, there is something I need to report to you. A few days ago, we discovered a black water spring on the eastern side. We have never seen anything like it before." Black water? Achilles was taken aback. Relics? When Lyle reported about the black water, Achilles initially didn't understand what he was talking about. However, when Lyle led him to the supposed source of the black water, Achilles was astonished. Oil. This bubbling black water looked very much like oil. He then instructed Dane to collect some, and Achilles released a small fireball towards it. The black water that Dane had collected immediately ignited. "Ha, it really is oil," Achilles exclaimed excitedly. In fact, Achilles had been searching for materials like saltpeter and sulfur long ago, but he only found saltpeter. He didn't find any information about sulfur at all, which is why he abandoned the idea of making gunpowder. But to his surprise, he found oil here. If used properly, it was no worse than gunpowder. The inherent flammability of oil itself would be a powerful weapon during city defense. However, the location of this oil field was somewhat problematic. Although it was within Achilles' baronial territory, he didn't yet have the power to defend it. So, for now, he had to keep it secret. "Lyle, after you return, inform Jake and order him to kill all the orcs who know about this black water spring." Achilles instructed sternly. "Yes, sir," Lyle replied respectfully. This frightened Dane who was standing nearby. Next, Achilles took out 5 barrels of Storm Fury wine from his ring, emptied them, and filled them with oil before returning to Storm territory with Dane. After leaving Dane on the mining island, Achilles found Archibald. "Archibald, have you seen this kind of thing in the southern continent?" Achilles asked, showing him the oil. The magic technology in the southern continent was very advanced. While the countries in the north were still using magical crossbows, the southern continent already had magical cannons. However, these were top-secret technologies belonging to the most powerful factions in the southern continent, and Archibald knew nothing about them. Even the wreckage of their sunken ships, which Achilles later sent Audrin to investigate, only yielded a cannon barrel made of a mixture of various magical metals. The magic runes inside had been completely destroyed. And Archibald also said that even if those runes were still there, they couldn't be replicated. Otherwise, over the years, magical cannons would have been sold everywhere in the southern continent, but only a few specific factions could manufacture them, and no other faction had ever managed to replicate them. "No, sir, what is this?" Archibald asked, looking at it with confusion. "This is something good." Achilles immediately poured out some oil and ignited it. "This black water can burn." Not only that. Achilles then poured a glass of water onto the burning oil. Surprisingly, instead of extinguishing the flames, it actually made them even bigger. "Magical material," Archibald exclaimed in surprise. In his understanding, some fire-based magic flames were impossible to extinguish with water. He considered this oil a kind of magical material. "It's not exactly a magical material," he said, "but this black liquid can be refined into many useful things. Archibald, the flame armor has now been completed. Your next task is to study this black liquid and try to analyze its components," Achilles instructed. Achilles wouldn't know about the high-tech processes involved in oil refining, but with magic present in this world, he only needed to give Archibald some ideas and direction, which should be enough. "Understood, sir," Archibald replied excitedly. Being able to refine a magical material was an immense honor for a mage. So Achilles told Archibald about concepts like asphalt, gasoline, and diesel fuel, encouraging him to research along those lines. Next, Achilles went to Panda's cave on the eastern side of the area. There were many natural caves there, and Panda's cave was the largest. Achilles used a petrification spell to turn the interiors of these natural caves into stone, then sealed the entrances with earth walls, leaving only a small opening at the top. Since there was a risk that the location of the oil field could be revealed, and he couldn't personally guard it, he decided to collect as much oil as possible. These modified natural caves would serve as large oil reservoirs. Coincidentally, Panda hadn't returned after his last outing. After preparing the oil reservoirs, Achilles retrieved everything from the serpent eye ring and then rode a two-winged shadow lion to begin collecting oil. It took him nearly 10 days of solitary work to fill these reservoirs, which amounted to roughly 3,000 tons. Once the oil was stored, Achilles used an earth magic spell to seal the oil well. He wouldn't start large-scale oil extraction until he had built his castle in this area. After taking care of the oil situation, Achilles resumed his training. He felt that he hadn't been focusing on his studies lately, which was hindering his progress. This wasn't acceptable. He still needed to develop enough self-defense capabilities. More than a month later, after mastering the 4-ring Thunderhound and 5-ring Thousand Bird Flow spells, Achilles began preparing for spring planting. Because they had cultivated tens of thousands of acres of farmland last year and acquired tens of thousands of new slaves, Jenkins wouldn't be able to handle it alone this year, so Achilles had to personally oversee the preparations. However, Anthony was gradually maturing, and in just 2 more years, he should be able to independently manage tasks like spring planting. At that time, the magic curriculum at the Stormwork Academy would be entrusted to Wendy and Amy, while Anthony would focus on managing the affairs of the territory. Just as spring planting was nearing its end, Panda finally returned. This guy had been gone for over 3 months, and no one knew where he had been wandering. However, what Achilles didn't expect was that Panda, upon his return, brought with him a shocking piece of news. An underwater archaeological site had been discovered 60 kilometers off the northern coast of Cape Storm Peninsula. Panda and his team had been working on it for nearly 3 months, but they were unable to open it. This guy, the ancient sorcerer, has been gone for almost 3 months. Did he go exploring ruins with the lava dragon? When did beasts of burden start going on expeditions? Brother Panda, how did you end up exploring ruins with the lava dragon, and why did you tell me? I've been looking for you everywhere. Panda scoffed after hearing this. I had no time to go exploring ruins with that Andreas guy. I was actually collecting magical fruit, and I just happened to run into him then. Are those magical fruit trees still there? Didn't you say they were destroyed by the swift wolves? Achilles interrupted quickly. Panda held several magical fruits in his hand, some of which were even tier 3 or 4 magical ingredients. Achilles had previously inquired about the location of those fruit trees, but Panda said they were destroyed by the swift wolves, which made Achilles quite disappointed. Yes, they were destroyed, so I was looking for other ones. Panda quickly corrected himself. HMPH, I'd believe that if pigs could fly. Now that I have a caster, I'll find those trees and dig them up myself. Achilles chuckled inwardly. Panda quickly changed the subject. Don't interrupt me, I'm telling you that ruin is definitely not simple. It's a dimensional space ruin. A dimensional space ruin. Achilles was stunned, instantly forgetting about the magical fruit trees. Yes, it's a dimensional space ruin, something only legends can create. Let's talk as we go. Andreas went to ask Feigl for help. We're closer, so let's see if we can get in first. Panda grabbed Achilles and flew north. Achilles was speechless. That's a ruin that even 2 Tier 9 sacred beasts couldn't open. Do you really think I can? It was created by a spellcaster, Panda explained. We beasts can't open it, but maybe you as a mage can. It's worth a try. A spellcaster? Could it be left behind by an ancient legendary mage from the time of the Planar Wars? Achilles became even more excited. The ancient Planar Wars ended abruptly. Many ancient mages disappeared along with them. This caused many magical traditions to die out, especially in the northern continent, where powerful mage organizations almost vanished. If it truly is a relic left behind by an ancient legendary mage, the magical knowledge contained within would be invaluable. However, considering that even creatures of the highest rank, grade 9 holy beasts, couldn't break through this dimensional space relic, there's no way someone like me, a grade 5 array master, could have opened it. I wonder what Penda is thinking. He seems to overestimate my abilities. It wasn't left by an ancient legendary mage. Penda transmitted, his tone very serious. Andreas and I feel older than even the ancients. The information Andreas gleaned from its blood memories suggests that it was likely left by a shaman from the far distant past. A shaman? Are there still spellcasters of that kind in the Noah continent? Achilles exclaimed in surprise. After returning from Hell, he had learned quite a bit about ancient history, but he had never heard of such a profession. You're asking me? Our Penda clan has only been on the Noah continent for a short time. Do you really think I would know? Penda said, looking exasperated. Oh, right. Less than an hour later, Penda led Achilles to the island where the dimensional space relic was located. The fire dragon lizards and the crimson wolf dragons were still there, along with several corpses of 2 winged shadow lions on the island. A section of the island had already been blasted away by powerful fire magic, likely due to a battle between the fire dragon lizard, the crimson wolf dragon, and the 2 winged shadow lions. It was probably this conflict that revealed the entrance to the relic. The area around the relic's entrance was also severely damaged, which must have been caused when the lava dragon and Penda tried to force their way in. However, seeing the fire dragon lizard and the crimson wolf dragon reminded Achilles of what the 2 winged shadow lions had stolen, so he asked, Penda, what happened to that caster king? What exactly did it steal from the lava dragon, causing it to be hunted down like this? That creature stole Andreas's most precious grade 8 life crystal. That crystal can facilitate a life evolution, and the Shadow Lion King probably wanted to evolve into a 4-winged form in order to ascend to grade 9 Holy Realm. That grade 8 life crystal was specifically prepared by Andreas for his future descendants, which is why he has been relentlessly pursuing it. However, it seems that because of the sudden appearance of the relic, the Lion King managed to escape. All right, let's forget about those things for now. Let's take a look at this ruin and see if we can open it, Panda urged. Achilles quickly approached the entrance of the ruin. A mysterious magical barrier protected the entrance. From within the barrier, a faint aura of ancient and enigmatic magic emanated, which was significantly different from the power wielded by mages. To enter this dimensional space ruin, there was only one way, through the entrance. The entire ruin was hidden within another spatial layer, with only the entrance connected to the main space of the Noah continent. Achilles examined the barrier, observing the intricate patterns that occasionally flashed with mysterious magical symbols. He cast a small fireball spell towards it. However, not even a ripple appeared. The spell was completely absorbed without any effect. Achilles then carefully studied the patterns, trying various other types of magic, but they were all absorbed without causing even the slightest disturbance. Panda explained, "This barrier is particularly unusual. Even my spells and Andrea's attacks are completely absorbed, with no noticeable effect. This isn't a simple barrier, it's a combination of multiple magical attributes. The patterns used in this barrier are also very different from modern magic circles. Can you handle it?" Panda asked telepathically. Achilles glared at Panda. This is a multi-attribute barrier left by a legendary spellcaster. Although countless years have passed and the barrier shows signs of decay, even I, a 5th-level mage, can't break through it. Then we'll wait for Feidsel. She's an 8th-level array master. She should be able to handle it, Panda said disappointedly before taking a drink. Achilles had no objections. He was there to follow Panda. However, Achilles was very interested in this ancient wizard barrier and began studying it. Mages, upon reaching the 5th level of arcane mastery, begin developing battle arrays tailored to their own strengths or creating various magical artifacts. During combat, they can freely cast these arrays, often making them significantly more powerful than ordinary mages of the same level. Achilles felt that he might be able to gain inspiration from this ancient multi-attribute wizard barrier and develop his own multi-attribute battle array. Currently, the most advanced magic circles available only incorporate 4 elemental systems, which is still too limited for me. After all, I am a mage who specializes in 10 different elemental magics. The 9-element formation 3 days later, the lava dragon Andreas, accompanied by the elven chieftain Figisel, and 2 high-ranking elven mage elders, arrived at the ruins island. At this time, Achilles was still engrossed in studying the ancient wizard formations, completely oblivious to the arrival of the lava dragon. Andreas glanced at Achilles and then in a mocking tone transmitted his thoughts. Panda, is this human your master? Andreas, are you looking for a fight? Panda retorted. The lava dragon was just making idle threats and had no intention of actually fighting Panda. After the sarcastic remark, he stopped picking on him and turned to Figisel, communicating with her about something. Figisel glanced at Panda and then smiled wryly. Lord Andreas, perhaps you should talk things over with Lord Panda first. Otherwise our elven tribe will have no choice but to withdraw. Figisel was very frustrated. When Andreas asked her to come, he didn't mention that Panda would be here, otherwise she wouldn't have brought anyone. That's right, Andreas. Do you really want to keep everything for yourself? Panda said bluntly. Hearing this, the lava dragon glared at Panda angrily. This was discovered by my subordinates. You haven't helped at all, and yet you want to share. But Panda didn't care about that, so the 2 sacred beasts began to argue, and then they flew into the sky to fight. I knew it would come to this, Figisel sighed helplessly. At this moment, Achilles heard the commotion and looked up at the fighting Panda and lava dragon in the sky. He noticed that neither side was using their full power. He greeted Figisel, Chieftain Figisel. Viscount Achilles, I never knew you were also a mage specializing in formations, Figisel said in surprise. I just dabble occasionally, Achilles replied. Chieftain Figisel, do you think this multi-attribute formation can be broken? Figisel smiled and pointed to the sky. Let's wait until those 2 up there finish their fight first. Otherwise, it will be difficult to offend either of them. Achilles was taken aback for a moment, then quickly understood Figisel's concerns. He turned to the 8th-level array mage and asked for guidance. He had encountered many challenges in the past 3 days, and if he could find solutions, perhaps he could create a combat array that suited him. Figisel generously answered Achilles' questions one by one. Achilles' ability to understand concepts quickly and apply them to new situations amazed Figisel. Sometimes even Figisel didn't fully understand the problems, so they began to discuss and research them together. Although Achilles' array skills were far below Figisel's level, his thinking was not constrained by conventional limitations. His ideas were often unconventional and sometimes seemed absurd, but occasionally they proved very useful. They spent almost an entire day exploring these topics, finally stopping when night fell. At that time they discovered that the conflict between Panda and the lava dragon had ended, and both were waiting for Achilles and Figisel. I apologize, esteemed elders, Figisel said to Panda and the lava dragon. We got a little too engrossed in our research. Her gaze towards Achilles was complex. This human sub-lord was incredibly intelligent. She had initially intended only to offer some simple guidance, but she herself had gained valuable insights. Kid, Panda said telepathically to Achilles, we've reached an agreement. The knowledge from the spellcaster will be copied 3 times, 1 copy for each party involved. As for the treasure, Andreas gets 50%, I get 30%, Figisel gets 10%, and you also get 10%. However, you need to play a role in activating the ruins. Otherwise your 10% will go to Andreas. Achilles was delighted. He actually had a chance to receive 10%. It seemed Panda was quite generous. Of course, he wouldn't be able to get anything if he didn't have the ability to do so. Fajsul could receive 10% because she was not only an 8th level array mage, but also a 9th level alchemist. The lava dragon rarely gave Fajsul direct orders. Instead, they worked together. Now that Fajsul knew the terms of the agreement, she began to study the activation array for the ruins. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Fajsul arranged 6 5-ring arrays with different attributes at the entrance to the ruins, hoping to counter any opposing arrays. However, after activating all 6 arrays, they still failed. Fajsul shook her head regretfully. "I apologize, Lord Andreas. This ancient ruin's protective barrier is powered by 9 different elemental forces. I lack the arrays for darkness and light elements, so I can't break it." "Must it be broken using arrays of all 9 attributes?" Achilles asked immediately after hearing about the 9 attributes. "Not necessarily," Fajsul replied. "If there were 9 mages with different elemental affinities, I could use their power to break through the barrier." "Are there any life element mages among Elder Nam and this elder?" Achilles inquired. "I am," Elder Nam answered. "That's perfect," Achilles said with a smile. He then released waves of magic from the earth, water, fire, wind, thunder, light, and darkness, 7 different elemental forces. This astonished the 3 half-elves and the lava dragon present. They had never seen anyone capable of mastering so many different types of magic. Just as everyone was still stunned, Achilles seized the opportunity to make a request. "It seems I can still play a crucial role in opening this ruins barrier, so even after we go inside, I only want 10% of the treasures." "But I get to choose," Achilles said to the lava dragon. The lava dragon quickly snapped out of its surprise and glared at Achilles with an angry expression. This little human dared to make demands. However, before the lava dragon could object, Panda stepped in front of Achilles, defiantly staring down the lava dragon. Fajsul also tried to smooth things over, and finally, the lava dragon reluctantly agreed, but stipulated that Achilles couldn't choose the most valuable item. Achilles had no objections. After Fajsul reconfigured the array, she instructed Achilles to channel his magic of earth, water, fire, wind, thunder, light, and darkness into it. Elder Nam channeled life energy, and Fajsul herself channeled ice magic. Throughout this process, Achilles was constantly consuming recovery potions and pushing his undead constitution's regenerative abilities to their limits, even using the Blood Ash ability 3 times, just to barely meet Fajsul's requirements. Finally, Fajsul directed the array towards the entrance of the ruin. This time, instead of absorbing the energy, the barrier exploded violently. After the smoke cleared, the entrance to the ruin was finally open. Lava Dragon instructed a fire lizard and a crimson wolf dragon to guard outside in case of any trouble, then charged inside. Panda followed closely behind Achilles. Fajsul also left 2 half-elf elders behind. After setting up a hidden defensive formation at the entrance of the ruins, he was the last one to enter. Achilles sat on Panda's shoulder, using both his transparent perception and black armor abilities. Although he hadn't received any danger warnings yet, the dimensional space ruins left behind by legendary mages were unpredictable. Who knew what strange methods might be hidden within? Even with 2 9th-tier magical beasts present, it was essential to remain highly vigilant. Upon entering the dimensional space ruins, they found themselves in a misty area. Achilles felt a peculiar sensation. Besides the aura of age and decay, there were also strong sense of death and life intertwined. However, upon closer examination, he realized that these were actually 2 distinct energies, strangely interwoven with each other. Achilles couldn't help but ask Fajsul, who was behind him, "Fajsul, do you know anything about mages?" "I don't know much about mages either," Fajsul replied. "I only know that they are most skilled in bloodline magic and life studies. They are a group of extremely dangerous beings. Even the gods feared them. That's why, after the age of the mages ended, the gods tried everything to erase all traces of their existence. They were so terrifying that even the gods feared them. How did they disappear?" Achilles was surprised. "The word terrifying doesn't even begin to describe how frightening the mages were," Fajsul said. "Those madmen who pursued truth constantly researched and modified various things. They felt that using magic was too slow, so they captured a large number of top-tier magical beasts and other races for research, studying their bloodline abilities. They implanted different top-tier bloodlines into the mages, creating many bloodline mages, dragonborn mages, siren mages, elf mages, and so on. Then they felt that the mages' bodies were too fragile, so they devised a plan to lure in numerous gods, captured those gods for experiments, and ultimately created the orc race. Furthermore, they felt that the resources of Noah were insufficient for their needs, and many races had escaped from Noah. They also found interdimensional travel too slow. So, they invented trans-dimensional teleportation arrays, which are now known as dimensional channels. This led to the widespread dimensional wars we see today. Finally, they felt that their lifespans were too short. Despite experimenting with various longevity methods and even studying gods, they couldn't solve this problem. They directly used a dimensional teleportation array to invade Hell, intending to preserve the souls of the wizards with their memories and have them reincarnate repeatedly. The close connection between our continent, Noah, and Hell was established at that time. Therefore, during that era, not only the gods feared the wizards, even the demons of Hell were wary of them. As for the disappearance of the wizards, I don't know the details. At that time, our dragon race was devastated, and eventually all the remaining dragons fled Noah. It wasn't until we heard that the wizards had vanished that our dragon race returned to Noah. The lava dragon transmitted its thoughts to the two of them. Wow, this is just too. Achilles couldn't find the words to describe it. Not only were all the top-tier magical beasts and alien races used as experimental subjects, but even the gods weren't spared. They were also captured and used as materials for experiments. Researching dimensional portals to attack Hell in pursuit of immortality is like Sun Wukong wreaking havoc in the underworld and trying to tear up the book of life and death. This is just too crazy. Panda, after hearing this, bared its teeth. Believed that their panda race hadn't arrived on the continent of Noah during the era of the wizards. Otherwise, they might have ended up as specimens in some laboratory. Human boy, once you obtain the knowledge from these wizard ruins, be sure not to let your human church find out about it. They will absolutely not tolerate the existence of wizards. The lava dragon warned. Understood, thank you, Lord Andreas, Achilles said sincerely. He had indeed planned to acquire the wizard knowledge from this ruin and exchange it for what he needed. He never imagined that the wizards would be such a forbidden topic throughout the entire continent. After all, now, each race on the continent of Noah is backed by gods. Next, after passing through the misty area, they came across a dense forest, which was pitch black inside. Lava Dragon unleashed a blast of molten rock into the forest, and large amounts of magma fell within, but strangely enough, it didn't cause a major fire. It only burned down the trees where the magma landed. Both the Lava Dragon and Panda became serious upon seeing this. The Lava Dragon's magma is not easily extinguished. Let's just fly over from above, Faisal suggested. However, when the Lava Dragon flew into the forest, it immediately plummeted to the ground as if something had knocked it down. The Lava Dragon was startled and quickly fled out of the forest. What's going on? Panda immediately descended and asked. It's a restricted airspace, the Lava Dragon replied. Once you enter this forest, you can't fly higher than the treetops. Let's go around to either side and see if there are any other paths, Panda suggested. He then led Achilles towards the right, while the Lava Dragon flew to the left with Faisal. An hour later, they both returned to their original positions. There were no other routes. The only way to enter was through this eerie forest. We have no choice but to go in, said the Lava Dragon. Faisal, climb onto my back and help me sense any magical traps or similar things. Understood. Faisal flew onto the Lava Dragon's back. She then took out 2 pieces of monster hide, which were inscribed with not spells, but a 6th level and a 7th level magic circle. In case of an emergency, they could instantly deploy these formations. Next, the Lava Dragon and Panda entered the eerie forest from opposite sides. At that moment, Achilles suddenly felt a chill. The air inside the forest seemed to be stagnant, making him feel suffocated. Achilles immediately cast a light-based divine spell, Remove Curse, on himself. He instantly felt much better. There was indeed some negative energy interfering with him in this forest. Then Achilles cast the Remove Curse spell on Faisal as well. As for Panda and the Lava Dragon, they didn't need it. They were both 9th level holy beasts. Faisal looked at Achilles with a hint of surprise. She recognized that this was a divine spell from the Dawn Church, but she quickly regained her composure and continued to be vigilant. As everyone reached deeper into the forest, Achilles' danger sense suddenly detected a strong feeling of malice. But there were still no warning signs. What surprised Achilles was that Panda and the Lava Dragon, these 2 9th-level holy beasts, seemed to have sensed nothing at all. Achilles immediately said seriously, Something is watching us. Your senses are being blocked. Achilles' words astonished the two 9th-level holy beasts and the 8th-level half-elf. They hadn't detected anything themselves, but how did this kid perceive it just as they were still suspicious? Behind, Achilles shouted in terror. He immediately unleashed a 9 suns consecutive explosion towards the rear. Boom, 2 monsters with bizarre shapes appeared within everyone's field of vision. One creature had 3 different monster heads growing from its body. Another had a beast head and a human head fused together, which was truly unsettling to behold. What the heck kind of monsters are these? Achilles' 9 yang consecutive explosions didn't inflict much damage on the 2 monsters in front of him. It only delayed their attacks. Seeing that their surprise attack had failed, the 2 creatures actually stopped and slowly began to approach Achilles and his companions, seemingly probing them. The lava dragon immediately unleashed a torrent of molten rock. The 2 monsters tried to dodge, but they couldn't escape an attack from a 9th-level giant dragon. With just a slight increase in the range of its lava breath, the lava dragon annihilated both creatures. They have a 7th-level strength. The lava dragon immediately assessed the monster's power level after killing them. What are these things? Achilles quickly asked. The appearance of these monsters was no better than the bio-monsters from the biohazard crisis. It gave Achilles goosebumps. They are probably mutated beasts created by a wizard's experiments, the lava dragon replied. Can these monsters reproduce? Otherwise, how could they have survived from ancient times to now? Faisal asked, puzzled. Maybe, the lava dragon said casually. Orcs can reproduce after all. It wasn't entirely sure about this. However, it was very curious about Achilles' perception abilities. Human boy, why are your perception abilities, and mine, which are also 9th level, being blocked? But yours seem unaffected and even far exceed a normal 5th level ability. I don't know, Achilles said uncertainly. I don't have any items that would explain this. Could it be because my own strength is too weak? He didn't know if it was due to the system interface or if his innate talent was simply like that. He was too lazy to explain the reason for his strong perception abilities. After hearing Achilles, the lava dragon didn't ask any further questions and glanced around before continuing. How many more of these mutated beasts are there? I don't know, Achilles replied truthfully. After we killed those 2 mutated beasts, the others that were lurking nearby retreated. After the lava dragon displayed its immense power, the malicious intent from the surrounding area gradually disappeared, clearly retreating from Achilles' perception range. Then let's continue forward, human boy. You are responsible for monitoring the surroundings, said the lava dragon as it continued on its way. Panda quickly followed suit. Less than 2 kilometers later, Achilles felt the malicious presence again. They're here, a lot of them, and they've surrounded us. Sure enough, within moments, over 50 mutated beasts appeared, launching an attack on Achilles without hesitation. The lava dragon and panda immediately countered, one on each side. Suddenly, the depths of the dark forest erupted in intense flames and explosions. The 2 9th-level holy beasts easily suppressed the mutated beasts. However, what surprised Achilles was that these mutated beasts were not only powerful, with a strength level ranging from 6 to 7, but some could also use magic, and they even deliberately targeted him, who was standing on Panda's shoulder. This proved that these mutated beasts possessed a certain degree of intelligence. They weren't simply mindless monsters. If they were to venture outside, they could potentially form a new species. After witnessing the terrifying power of the lava dragon and panda, the mutated beasts immediately chose to flee. Panda and the lava dragon did not pursue them. At this point, nearly 20 mutated beast corpses lay on the ground. When the malicious presence disappeared, Achilles raised his hand and unleashed a 9 suns continuous explosion, targeting the corpse of a 6th-level mutated beast. He blasted it to pieces, but inside, there was nothing but disgusting blood and flesh. Are you trying to find some treasure hidden within these disgusting things? Panda teased, seeing Achilles' action. Just in case, Achilles replied. After this ambush, Achilles didn't sense the malicious presence again. It seemed that these intelligent mutated beasts realized that Achilles and his companions were not to be trifled with, so they refrained from causing further trouble. Half an hour later, Achilles and his companions finally emerged from the eerie forest. Once outside the forest, both Achilles, a 5th-level being, and Panda and the lava dragon, 9th-level beings, felt a sense of relief. The lava dragon's and Panda's senses also returned to normal. It seemed that there was indeed some unknown force within the strange forest suppressing them. After attempting to fly, the lava dragon said, "I still can't fly." It seems that the entire dimensional space ruins have a restricted airspace. So, what do we do now? This place is neither big nor small. Searching it thoroughly could take a long time. Panda asked, looking into the distance. "If you're in a hurry, you can go ahead," the lava dragon said bluntly. He was still very unhappy that Panda would receive 30% of the treasures. The human boy had even helped open the entrance to the ruins, while Panda hadn't contributed anything at all. "Andreas, are you?" Seeing that the two Tier 9 beasts were about to clash again, Feigsel immediately interrupted. "Let's just go straight inside. We can find the owner's residence first, and then search the rest of the place later." "HMPH, fine," the lava dragon snorted before continuing forward. Panda followed reluctantly. Because there were no trees to provide cover, the lava dragon and Panda moved very quickly. This caused a significant amount of disturbance, and the remaining traces of buildings along the way instantly turned to ash. That's the power of time. Even powerful magical materials cannot withstand its destructive force. "Stop! There are fluctuations in the magic array above the lake ahead," Feigsel said, noticing the energy fluctuations and worried that it might be a trap. Just as everyone stopped to investigate the magic array and try to find a way to disable it, the magic array on the surface of the lake suddenly started working on its own, absorbing all the remaining elemental energy in the surrounding area and channeling it into the bottom of the lake. Seeing this, Feigsel immediately threw his Tier 7 magic scroll. Instantly, an ice magic array enveloped the entire lake, freezing it solid and disrupting the magic array's absorption process. However, it was clearly too late. At that moment, Achilles received a danger warning. A Tier 9 undead has awakened at the bottom of the lake. Danger. This was the first time Achilles had received a danger warning while traveling with Panda. Just then, the lava dragon and Panda sensed the presence of the Tier 9 creature at the bottom of the lake and quickly retreated. Boom! A 50-meter-tall humanoid figure emerged from the ice at the bottom of the lake, its body radiating a putrid aura. Undead. A Tier 9 Titan giant transformed into an undead. The lava dragon instantly recognized the identity of this 9th-level corpse demon. It was a member of the Titan giant race, which had long been extinct on the Noah continent. Achilles stared at the massive corpse demon that emerged. From the bottom of the lake, his heart filled with awe. This must be a Titan giant. They are truly impressive. No wonder there was a danger warning. A 9th-rank panda stood only 8 meters tall, and even a lava dragon's body length was only about 10 meters. However, this 9th-rank Daryl towered at an incredible 15 meters. It's no wonder that in legends, the Titan giants was said to be able to defeat dragons single-handedly, making them the greatest natural enemies of the dragon race. They often hunted dragons for food. However, due to the extremely low birth rate of the Titan giants, they eventually dwindled and disappeared. It seems this is also related to the wizards. After emerging from the bottom of the lake, the 9th-ranked Daryl charged directly towards Achilles and the others. "Feigsel, please keep an eye on young Achilles." Panda quickly threw Achilles towards Feigsel, who had already moved away from the lava dragon's back. The immense pressure emanating from this 9th-ranked Daryl, a creature Panda had never encountered before, put him under tremendous strain. He knew he couldn't fight it alone, and that having Achilles with him would only distract him. Feigsel said nothing, but quickly increased the distance between them and Achilles. Once they were far enough away, they found a hidden location and quickly set up a 6th-rank concealment array. This is just a 6th-rank array. Once inside, you must completely suppress your aura and avoid any fluctuations. After setting up the array, Feigsel reminded Achilles, as they needed to be prepared for potential 9th-rank threats. Achilles nodded and quickly sat down, focusing his senses on detecting any sign of malice in his surroundings. Currently, both Panda and the lava dragon were engaged with the Daryl. If creatures like the mutated beasts from the forest or something else appeared, it would be a serious problem. Meanwhile, on the 9th-rank battlefield, the 9th-rank Daryl simply collided with Panda, sending him flying. Andreas, the lava dragon, roared in anger upon seeing Panda being thrown away. "You fool, don't engage the Titan directly. Do you want to die quickly? If you had told me earlier that it was a Titan giant, I wouldn't have known how strong it would be. What else should we be aware of about this guy? What are his weaknesses? Just tell me everything at once," Panda retorted angrily. He then quickly rushed back into the battle. The lava dragon was already struggling. It had only been a short time since it had been knocked away. Although the lava dragon was slightly stronger than Penda, it was performing far worse against the 9th-ranked Daryl. In its own words, the lava dragon explained that Titan giants were naturally superior to dragons. It couldn't unleash its full power against the Daryl. Penda mocked it mercilessly for this. The strength, defense, and endurance of a Titan giant are all top tier. Its weakness is its eyes, but now that it's an undead, that weakness probably doesn't exist anymore, the lava dragon replied. So, how? Just as Penda was about to complain, he suddenly remembered the weaknesses of the undead and the energy barrier. He immediately said, "Use fire attacks. Keep using fire attacks to drain its energy. It's an undead now, so fire magic will do the most damage." Undead also require a massive amount of energy to sustain themselves in battle. Vigil disrupted its energy barrier earlier, so it probably doesn't have much energy left for fighting. Andreas, we can wear him down. Upon hearing this, Andreas, the lava dragon, immediately brightened and quickly unleashed his lava breath and fiery wings, constantly draining the Daryl's energy and life force. Penda immediately drank 2 large bottles of Storm Territory brandy and used his intention flame technique and the agile movements of his drunken fist to completely restrain the Daryl, preventing it from escaping the range of the lava and fire attacks. Then, Penda and the lava dragon continued using this tactic, battling the 9th-ranked Daryl for a full day and night until they finally exhausted its energy reserves, rendering it unable to continue fighting. "Phew, it's incredibly tough," Penda exclaimed. "Even after all that, it only seems to have superficial injuries." "Of course," replied someone. Before the emergence of ancient wizards, Titan giants were one of the most powerful races on the Noah continent. If they hadn't been so few in number, they would have already ruled the entire Noah continent, and there wouldn't be any trouble with the wizards later. Ruling the Noah continent. That's quite impressive, Penda acknowledged. The Noah continent is home to many powerful races. Afterward, the lava dragon remained in place, while Panda brought Achilles and Figgles over. Achilles saw the Daryl, whose combat ability had been lost due to insufficient energy, and asked, "Can this still be used?" "Forget about it," Figgles advised. "It was created by a legendary wizard." "Can you break through the power constraints of a legendary wizard?" The lava dragon and Panda both looked at Achilles as if he were foolish. This kid really knows how to think. If it could be used, they wouldn't even need him. However, Achilles didn't pay attention. He was just asking casually. Speaking of legendary wizards, Achilles continued, "How many years has it been since then? How can this undead still be so well preserved? Is the body of a Titan giant that powerful?" "Exactly." Panda and the lava dragon were both surprised by this question. They hadn't thought of it. This must mean there are treasures involved. "It's probably a life crystal," Figgles explained, clearly having already considered this possibility. "This Daryl has a 9th-level life crystal inside." "A 9th-level life crystal?" The lava dragon looked at Figgles, hesitating slightly. "Then tear it apart, otherwise it will be another trouble when it recovers its energy." Panda immediately started tearing open the chest of the Daryl. Sure enough, there was a life crystal the size of a human head in the heart area, radiating a strong life force that brought a hint of vitality to the otherwise lifeless ruins. Panda took out the 9th-level life crystal and handed it directly to Figgles. "Andreas, do you mind giving this to Figgles? You don't even know where your descendants are, so you probably won't need a 9th-level life crystal." The lava dragon hesitated for a moment before agreeing. "Congratulations, Figgles. Finally, you can enhance your elven bloodline and advance to the 9th level." Figgles suppressed her excitement and looked at Achilles, seemingly seeking his opinion. Achilles smiled and agreed. Then Figgles thanked Panda, the lava dragon, and Achilles with sincerity. "Thank you both, esteemed masters and Lord Achilles, for your generosity. Figgles will remember this." "Don't mention it. You are the most suitable person to use this," Panda said dismissively. "Figgles actually has very good talent, but she is practicing elven bloodline inheritance magic. However, her elven bloodline is not particularly strong. Without enhancing her elven heritage, she would never be able to advance to the 9th rank in her lifetime." The Tower of Eamon watched as Panda and the lava dragon simply handed this Tier 9 life crystal to Vigil. Achilles, standing nearby, was extremely frustrated. While he didn't mind giving the Tier 9 life crystal to Vigil, because it was indeed very important for a half-elf, and he wouldn't need it himself at the moment, Panda and the lava dragon had simply given it away without even asking him. It felt like he was being overlooked, which was disrespectful. However, thankfully, Feigsel was quite understanding of human nature and showed some respect towards him. As soon as Feigsel took possession of the Tier 9 life crystal, the Titan giant corpse demon lying on the ground began to slowly decay without it, eventually turning into ashes. Everyone present sighed at this sight, realizing that even the most powerful beings would one day turn to dust. "Let's go," said the lava dragon. "We continue moving forward. We've only just obtained a life crystal." "Lord Andreas," Feigsel suddenly suggested, "should I set up an 8-tier magic circle here, just in case there are any dangers?" After all, they had just encountered a powerful Tier 9 Titan corpse demon. If the abilities within this dimensional space relic weren't so scarce, they might have already been driven away. "Yes, it would be wise to prepare," said the lava dragon, agreeing with her assessment. This dimensional space relic was indeed more dangerous than he had initially thought. The group then waited on site for a day. Feigsel set up an 8-tier magic circle, a wind boundary seal. This magic circle could be used for both defense and trapping enemies. If they encountered powerful foes, it would allow them to fight or escape. While Feigsel was setting up the magic circle, Achilles was called upon to help speed things up. He seized this opportunity to try and exchange some of his high-level magic circles with Feigsel. However, unfortunately, all the magic circles that Feigsel possessed were from the elven race and could not be shared externally. After setting up the protective formations, they continued their journey deeper into the ruins. Along the way, they encountered numerous bizarre and mutated creatures. But their strength was all below level 9, and they were easily dealt with by Panda and the lava dragon. Finally, amidst a thick fog, they saw a massive tower-like structure. "A mage tower, that must be the core area of the ruins," someone said. "A mage tower?" "Yes, a mage tower." The mage towers that human mages build today are derived from similar structures found in some ruins. You should know that a mage tower is the center of power for a group of mages, and this is no different. Also, mage towers are classified by levels. Each level represents a certain strength level. This mage tower has 10 levels, which proves that its owner was indeed a legendary mage of level 10. If there are any treasures within the ruins that haven't been destroyed by time, they must be inside this mage tower. The lava dragon explained. Achilles looked at the 10-story mage tower, which had stood for countless millennia and remained remarkably intact, and sighed, marveling at how powerful mages were in that era. As everyone slowly approached the mage tower, "There seems to be a barrier surrounding the mage tower," Feigsel suddenly said. "Another mage formation. I don't know, it doesn't quite feel like a typical formation." Feigsel was unsure. The lava dragon prepared to unleash a blast of molten rock. Feigsel stopped him just in time. "Andreas, let's not attack yet. We might trigger some kind of defensive mechanism. Let's approach slowly and see what it is." The lava dragon hesitated for a moment, then followed Feigsel as they cautiously approached the mage tower. Sure enough, when they came into contact with the barrier, it didn't react at all. The lava dragon led Feigsel inside the barrier, and they continued until they reached the entrance of the mage tower without any incident. This relieved Achilles, who was waiting outside. Thankfully, nothing unexpected happened. Then, as the lava dragon opened the main door to the first level of the mage tower, Panda followed with Achilles. As everyone entered the first level of the wizard's tower, they were astonished by what they saw. The palace was incredibly magnificent, and everything inside looked brand new, with no signs of age or wear. Suddenly, a voice, that of a human girl, echoed through the hall. "Welcome to the Tower of Eamon. Please wait in the main hall on the first level. The master will arrange for your reception shortly." This voice startled Achilles and his companions, who immediately fled the wizard's tower. "What's going on? Are there living people inside? Is this legendary wizard still alive?" Achilles asked, drenched in sweat. The lava dragon and Panda were also visibly shaken. This was a 10-level wizard's tower, and the master must be a legendary wizard. If the legendary wizard was truly alive, they had essentially provided him with experimental subjects. Just as everyone was considering whether to make a run for it, a very cute human girl appeared at the entrance of the wizard's tower and said to them, "Please come inside and wait. The master will be displeased if you stand outside." She doesn't seem to be alive. She must be some kind of magical construct, Feigsel thought, sensing no life force from the human girl. The lava dragon and Panda also noticed this. Could it be that our arrival activated the magical constructs inside? Achilles wondered. He hadn't received any danger warnings, which at least suggested there was no immediate threat, or that the seemingly humanoid construct posed no danger. It must be, the lava dragon said calmly. How could a wizard possibly live this long? Are you sure? Should we go in? Panda asked. Let's go, Achilles said. If the legendary wizard is really alive, it's too late to run now. The lava dragon and Panda looked at Achilles with surprise. They hadn't expected that the weakest of them all would be the bravest and most pragmatic. Achilles is right. There's no time to run anymore. Let's go inside, Panda said, leading Achilles back into the first level of the wizard's tower. The lava dragon hesitated for a moment before following them in. Figisil had no choice but to follow along, as she had already benefited from this situation. Going out now might offend the lava dragon, Pandal, and Levi. When everyone returned to the first level of the mage tower, they finally got a sense of what it was like inside. They discovered that the environment inside was completely different from the outside. The world outside seemed to be in a state of apocalypse, but the mage tower appeared unaffected. The energy within was incredibly abundant, even more so than outside the ruins, making it ideal for practicing magic. However, the primary type of energy here was earth-based, with other elemental energies being relatively less prevalent. Could this have been the dwelling of a legendary mage who specialized in earth magic? Achilles asked, looking up at the grand hall. Where does all this energy come from? How has it managed to last until now? Figisil exclaimed, clearly astonished. And how was this place preserved? Time seems to have little effect here. How many years ago was the age of mages? Achilles turned to the lava dragon. I don't know, but at least tens of thousands of years, the lava dragon replied. Wow, to be so well preserved for over 10,000 years. The methods of this legendary mage must have been incredibly powerful. Thinking this, Achilles walked directly up to the human girl standing by the door and asked, Hello, miss. What is your name? Hello. I am Eamon 9527, the human girl replied with a smile. Eamon 9527, are you a golem? Eamon 9527 is an alchemical construct created by my master to serve. Achilles, what are you doing? Don't provoke these things before you understand the situation, Panda transmitted urgently. Achilles' actions startled Panda and the others, so they quickly tried to stop him. I'm just trying to figure out the situation. It's better to ask directly than to blunder around blindly, Achilles said, turning around. Panda thought about it and realized that he might have a point. He then looked at the lava dragon Andreas and Figisil, who both agreed with Achilles' approach. So, they allowed Achilles to continue. May I ask where your master has gone? Achilles continued to question Eamon 9527. I'm sorry, sir/madam, I cannot answer that question, replied Unit 9527 of the Eamon series, still wearing a smile that seemed to be its only expression. What about the others in the tower? I'm sorry, sir/madam, my program. What treasures are inside? I'm sorry. How do I get up there? I'm sorry. Are there any dangers above? I'm sorry. Will they attack me? I'm sorry. Are there other types of alchemical constructs, for example, combat-type alchemical creatures? Sir/madam, yes there are. I thought you were only programmed to say sorry, Achilles commented. Achilles asked a series of questions and the answer to each was I'm sorry. Knowing that other types of alchemical constructs existed, Achilles quickly followed up with, where are those alchemical creatures? I'm sorry. Again, the same response. Achilles was starting to get frustrated. So he decided to ask some basic questions instead. What is your master's name? Sir/madam, my master is the greatest and most handsome legendary wizard of the Noah continent, the Peregrine, Unit 9527 replied with its usual smile. Achilles twitched his lips after hearing this. Most handsome, so narcissistic. At this point, Achilles suspected that this alchemical construct, Unit 9527, was similar to an AI with a pre-programmed sequence. The behavior of Unit 9527 was all predetermined by its creator and lacked any independent thought. Can we move around freely here? Achilles continued to ask. Sir/madam, you may. Later, Achilles asked more questions about this legendary wizard the Peregrine, but again, he received a series of I'm sorry responses. However, I did manage to learn some things about the first level of the wizard's tower. It turns out that the first level isn't just a single grand hall, there are other areas as well. Over 100 ordinary disciples of the Peregrine live here. There are also various common facilities, such as material storage rooms, laboratories, and meditation chambers, all for the use of these ordinary disciples. After failing to extract more information, Achilles turned to Panda and the others. You all heard that right. What do we do now? We know that this golem is a creation of alchemy, and there are other combat-oriented alchemical creatures in the tower. We also know that the owner here is called the Peregrine, but we couldn't find out anything else. I can't believe alchemy actually exists, Feidsel said, sounding incredulous. Feidsel, you know about the alchemy profession? Achilles asked quickly. Achilles was very curious about this alchemy profession, which could create alchemical creatures similar to simulated robots. He hoped he could acquire some of that knowledge. Even just a basic understanding would be valuable. I only know a little bit, Feidsel replied. It's a more advanced spellcasting profession than enchantment or magical constructs. Heard from the elven people that your human holy empire had a group of magical alchemists who created incredibly powerful golems. It seems they must have mastered this form of wizarding alchemy. Feidsel, you've been to the elven lands, but isn't it said that the elves are hostile towards half-elves? Achilles thought to himself in surprise, but he didn't ask. As for human mages possessing alchemical techniques, that wasn't surprising. The wizards once ruled the entire continent of Noah, and there must be numerous remnants left behind. The powerful empires and magical kingdoms would naturally have explored many wizarding ruins. The progress of magical civilization is undoubtedly linked to these ancient relics. Now isn't the time to worry about alchemy, the lava dragon urged. Let's find some treasures first, then figure out how to get to the next level. That's right, Iman 9527 had mentioned that we could move freely here. Because there are over 100 ordinary disciples on the first level, there are many living quarters, laboratories, and meditation chambers. So, it was decided that Panda and Achilles would be one team, while the lava dragon and Feidsel would be another, and they would split up to search. Melting Dragon and Figsworth were responsible for searching the residential areas, while Achilles and Panda searched other locations. Venerable Achilles and Panda cautiously opened the door to the first materials room. Eamon 9527 only stated that they could freely walk around and observe, but it didn't say they could enter any of the rooms at will. Therefore, they needed to be careful. The materials in the first materials room were all from magical beasts, and they were all fire attribute materials. However, their levels were not high. They were mostly low-grade, first to third-tier materials. Panda didn't even bother looking at them. After Achilles tried picking up a fang from a fire crocodile and found that it didn't trigger any magical arrays, he gathered all the fire attribute materials. Panda and the lava dragon certainly wouldn't be interested in these things, so they wouldn't be included in the distribution later. That would benefit Achilles and Figisel. These materials could be used for experiments by mages of third tier or lower, which was exactly what Achilles' Storm Mage Academy needed. Next, Achilles and Panda searched all the materials rooms and laboratories, but to no avail. Everything they found was just various low-grade, first to third tier magical materials. The laboratories mainly contained experimental data on potions and magical artifacts, also only of the third tier or lower. It seemed that the ordinary disciples on the first floor were all mages of the third tier or below. There probably wouldn't be anything good at the lava dragons and Figisel's places either. Sure enough, when Achilles and Panda returned to the hall, the lava dragon and Figisel were already waiting for them. "Let's go," said the lava dragon, leading the way towards the innermost part of the palace hall. Panda and Achilles quickly followed. Behind the main hall, there was a staircase leading to the second floor. The size of the staircase seemed to be designed for humans. It could only accommodate 5 people standing side by side. The lava dragon and Panda had to shrink their bodies to fit. Everyone arrived at the second floor without any major incidents. There were no magical traps or anything like that. After Achilles and the others left the first floor, the alchemical creature Eamon 9527, which was guarding the entrance, was absorbed back into the wall. The second floor of the wizard tower was primarily focused on fire-based energy. Achilles and the others searched the second floor, but they didn't find any alchemical creatures. They only found some items left behind by low-level mages. They then ascended to the third floor. which was also primarily focused on water-based energy. Could this legendary wizard, the Peregrine, actually be a practitioner of 9 different elemental affinities? Achilles asked curiously. Or is that how all wizard towers are built? The fact that each of the first 3 floors had a different primary element, combined with the title Peregrine, led Achilles to suspect that this was indeed a wizard who specialized in all 9 elements. When Achilles asked about it, both the lava dragon and Figasel said they didn't know anything about the construction of the wizard tower. However, they shared the same suspicion as Achilles. The Peregrine likely practiced all 9 elemental affinities. Given that the magical array at the entrance to the ruins also consisted of 9 elements, the items found on the 3rd floor were slightly better than those on the previous 2 floors, including 2 4th-tier magical artifacts and some 4th-tier magical materials. Next, Achilles and his companions ascended to the 4th floor, where the energy was primarily wind-based. The 5th and 6th floors were dominated by ice and lightning elements, respectively. This further solidified the belief that the legendary wizard, the Peregrine, was indeed a practitioner of all 9 elemental affinities. The items found on the 5th and 6th floors gradually became more valuable. In addition to numerous 5th and 6th tier materials and cultivation techniques, they also discovered over 100 5th and 6th tier magic crystals, 5 6th tier life crystals, 3 7th tier life crystals, and several dozen 5th and 6th tier magical artifacts. Most importantly, they found a 7th tier magical artifact, the Leaping Golden Light Mirror. There was even a description of its abilities. The Leaping Golden Light Mirror could facilitate interdimensional travel with a range of 1 kilometer. To put that in perspective, even a 9th-level sanctuary could only allow for travel distances ranging from 10 to 50 kilometers. Therefore, this artifact would be an invaluable treasure for anyone below the 9th level, capable of saving lives in critical situations. However, it was difficult to test its functionality within the wizard tower, and Achilles wasn't sure if mages could even use it. Furthermore, starting from the 4th floor, a combat-type alchemical creature guarded each staircase. Fortunately, these creatures weren't particularly strong. The 4th floor had a 4th-tier creature, the 5th floor a 5th-tier creature, and the 6th floor a 6th-tier creature. It seemed as though they were intentionally placed there to serve as tests for apprentices. Only by defeating the alchemical creature could one proceed to the corresponding floor. Achilles and his companions also followed the rules of the Mage Tower, defeating the alchemical creatures without destroying them, fearing it would attract unwanted attention. So, when they reached the 7th-tier alchemical creature on the 7th level, the lava dragon said, "Human boy, you wait for me on the 6th level. Eventually, I'll share whatever I find with you." After considering this, Achilles agreed to the proposal. Although he could handle a 7th-tier alchemical creature himself, he wouldn't be much help going further up, and he couldn't reach the 8th level anyway. Staying on the 6th level was safer than being on the 7th. Once Panda and the others went ahead, Achilles began examining the mage documents. The mage techniques and spells found in the first 5 levels were just that, techniques and spells. It wasn't until the 6th level that he found a few books describing the Age of Mages. In ancient times, the Noah continent, at its peak during the Age of Mages, was folded into multiple spatial realms. These spatial realms were directly created within the main space of Noah, each being an independent primary space. These spatial realms represented different mage organizations, with the most powerful being the 4 realms: Earth Realm, Deep Blue Realm, Crimson Realm, and Hurricane Realm. They represent the 4 basic elements: earth, water, fire, and wind. It seems that regardless of whether it was during the ancient Age of Mages, the ancient era of magic, or the current era of the Divine Church, the 4 basic elements earth, water, fire, and wind are the most widely practiced and have the largest number of practitioners, making them naturally the strongest. Achilles was somewhat surprised by the social system of the Age of Mages. It wasn't a rigid aristocratic slave system, but rather a council city-state system. The highest governing body was the Central Council, with the Grand Speaker as the supreme leader. Below that were various sub-councils representing each spatial realm, and within each realm were individual mage city-state councils. The leaders of these councils were called speakers. Whether they were speakers or council members, they were elected officials with fixed terms, not lifetime positions. Ordinary people who possessed magical talent could submit applications to the Castle Council and receive mage training techniques. Those with exceptional talents would be directly cultivated by the council. The owner of this mage tower, the Peregrine, was described as the most powerful legendary mage in the Deep Blue Realm. However, considering the description of the Iman 9527 entry regarding the Peregrine, Achilles had some doubts about whether the strongest wizard in the Deep Blue Realm was truly as described. The Peregrine, who once served as the chairman of the Deep Blue Council, later moved to the Central Council after his term. After failing to be elected as the Grand Chairman of the Central Council, he resigned from all positions and returned to the Deep Blue Realm to focus on cultivating younger talents. After reading these wizarding documents, Achilles couldn't help but think, if what's written here is true, the Age of Wizards sounds quite good. At least for ordinary humans, it was probably much better than it is now. However, every era has its period of decay. Perhaps, in the later stages, the council city system of the wizards also became a tool in the hands of powerful wizarding families. In any case, ordinary people would have to risk everything to achieve anything significant. Next, Achilles took out the wizarding cultivation methods and spells and began studying them. However, Achilles didn't intend to practice wizarding cultivation techniques. Not only is it uncertain which is stronger, wizards or mages, but he also couldn't afford to be a wizard in this age of the Divine Church. That would definitely make him a heretic in the eyes of the Divine Church, and that would just cause trouble for himself. Besides, he already has his interface, so it doesn't matter what he cultivates. However, Achilles could extract experience from the wizarding cultivation methods and spells to enrich his own magical abilities. Just like the weapons he obtained, Achilles felt they were much more powerful than current magic items. A 6th-level wizard artifact actually had the ability to traverse the void, which is definitely impossible for ordinary magic items. Even in magic items, achieving void traversal usually requires a 9th-level item. If he could decipher the secret of how wizards create artifacts and apply it to magical crafting, then becoming wealthy would be almost inevitable. At that moment, while Achilles was studying the wizarding cultivation methods, the lava dragon and his companions had already searched the 7th layer, which was primarily composed of light energy. However, unlike the previous 6 layers, the 7th layer wasn't as smooth sailing. This layer began to have various magical traps. If it weren't for Feidsel, an 8th-level array mage, they wouldn't have been able to enter several places, and if they had forced their way in, the items inside might have been destroyed. Now, only the dark and life energy systems remained. At this point, Feidsel reminded them, whether it's the dark energy or life energy on the 8th level, we must be extremely careful. From the bloodline information of Andreas, the mages have studied life and hell more extensively than anything else. Therefore, the mage's power in these 2 attributes is likely to be very formidable. If the 8th level proves too strange, my suggestion would be to retreat. Furthermore, even if everything goes smoothly, I don't recommend that you 2 go to the 9th level right now. You both are probably aware that we certainly won't be able to explore the entire Mage Tower this time. We still haven't figured out the energy within the Mage Tower. So it's hard to say whether there will be legendary beings on the 10th level. After hearing this, the lava dragon and Panda was silent for a moment. Then Panda was the first to agree with Feidsel's suggestion, addressing the lava dragon Andreas. Andreas, what Feidsel said is correct. This time let's stop at the 8th level. Feidsel can't reach the 9th level yet. We wouldn't be able to break through the formations there anyway, and it would be useless to go up. Besides, Feidsel already has a 9th level life crystal. Once she advances to the 9th level, we can come back then. As for the 10th level, don't even ask me to go. I won't risk it unless I become a legendary being myself. Alright, that seems like the only option. I won't be going to the 10th level either, said the lava dragon, agreeing. Now that there are alchemical creatures within the Mage Tower and the energy inside is abundant, the possibility of a 10th level legendary being existing on the 10th level is still quite high. After all, there's already a 9th level Titan giant corpse demon outside, which proves that this Peregrine is definitely not ordinary. It wouldn't be surprising if he possessed 10th level legendary combat abilities. Then let's go up, said Panda. He then headed towards the 8th level. The 8th level staircase was guarded by an alchemical creature of a dragon type, which Panda and the lava dragon easily defeated before reaching the 8th level. The bear and the dragon discovered that this level was primarily dominated by dark energy, and the entire 8th level was completely black, with no light at all. It took Feigsel quite some time to finally reach the 8th level. Upon seeing the state of the 8th level, she said somewhat solemnly, "This level might be a bit troublesome." "Let's go in and take a look," said the lava dragon. Then his wings ignited and he headed into the darkness. However, before Panda and Feigsel could catch up, numerous spectral entities emerged from the darkness, launching a frenzied attack on the lava dragon. These entities were all of level 7 or 8. Seeing this, Panda immediately shielded Feigsel and retreated to the staircase. "How can there be so many spectral entities?" Feigsel exclaimed in surprise. "Spectral entities are still forms of life. They shouldn't exist for so long like corpses, or alchemical creatures which rely on energy preservation. If these spectral entities truly existed since the ancient wizarding era, it would be terrifying. Could there be the souls of legendary wizards among them? Andreas, let's get out of here. This place is too strange," Panda urged the lava dragon, realizing the gravity of the situation. At that moment, Achilles, who was on the 6th level and deeply engrossed in studying wizarding techniques, was suddenly invaded by a spectral entity that pierced his spiritual realm. Soul possession. Achilles quickly sent a portion of his consciousness into his own spiritual realm and saw a level 7 spectral entity being devoured by the panel. However, this level 7 soul showed no sign of trying to escape. It continued its frantic attack on the panel. In just a moment, it was completely consumed. "Is this a soul without self-awareness?" Achilles thought to himself. If a soul possessed its own consciousness, its first reaction upon encountering something like the panel, a soul-devouring entity, would be to escape, just as that level 7 ancient undead mage did when he tried to possess someone in the Mist Valley. That creature saw the panel's ability to devour souls and immediately fled without hesitation. Immediately after this level 7 soul was consumed by the panel, even more spectral entities appeared around Achilles. "What's going on?" Achilles exclaimed in alarm. He immediately unleashed a barrage of 9 suns consecutive explosions against these spectral entities. Simultaneously, he used Hell Apostle to summon 4 level 5 undead and 1 level 6 undead to fight them. Although the panel could devour souls and enhance its own spiritual power, there were simply too many spectral entities present. Achilles couldn't risk letting them flood his spiritual realm. If the panel failed, he would be finished. Just as Achilles was struggling to deal with the spectral entities on the 6th level, Panda and the others on the 8th level were desperately trying to escape downwards. A level 9 spectral entity pursued them relentlessly, accompanied by numerous level 7 or 8 spectral entities. Upon reaching the 6th level, they saw that Achilles was also under attack by spectral entities. Panda immediately flew down to rescue Achilles, then led him further downwards. In just a few minutes, Achilles and his companions burst out of the wizard tower and reached beyond its protective barrier. Only then did the pursuing spectral entities stop their pursuit. Dragon blood fruit after Panda and the lava dragon, with Achilles and Feigsel aboard, escaped the protective barrier of the mage tower. Feigsel noticed that the spectral entities had stopped within the barrier's range and immediately pointed it out. "Lord Andreas, they seem to be unable to leave the mage tower's barrier." The lava dragon and Panda glanced back and saw that the spectral entities had indeed stopped. They breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately after, the lava dragon collapsed on the ground, its expression showing intense pain. Feigsel quickly administered some potions to the lava dragon, which helped alleviate its suffering. "Let go! Let go!" Achilles strained, trying to pry Panda's claws open. Panda, whether due to tension or excitement, gripped Achilles' arm with all its might, turning Achilles' face red. Hearing Achilles' voice, Panda finally realized what was happening and quickly released its grip. Achilles took a deep breath, relieved to be free. After catching his breath, he immediately asked, "What happened to Andreas? What did you encounter up there? Why were you running so desperately?" "Spectral entities," Feigsel replied while continuing to administer potions to the lava dragon. There were 9th level spectral entities, and Andreas was injured by one of them. 9th level spectral entities could injure Andreas, Achilles said in disbelief. Since being grabbed by Panda, he had been protected behind it, and also struggled for breath due to the tight grip, so he only knew that there were spectral entities chasing them. He didn't know that the spectral entities were the reason why the lava dragon and Panda were running so frantically. was important to remember that these spectral entities couldn't possess beings like Panda and the lava dragon, which were 9th-level sacred beasts. Any profession, once reaching the 9th level, becomes immune to possession. Even the spectral entities of legendary powerhouses cannot possess someone at the 9th level. Moreover, Panda and the lava dragon are magical beasts. There has never been a case of possessing a magical beast. They are completely different systems, and even if successful, it would be useless. Yes, those spectral entities. They are different from the spectral entities outside. They seem to lack self-awareness and don't appear to have any intention of possessing anyone. It's just a frenzied attack that tears your soul, completely disregarding whether the soul will dissipate, Pandar explained. Andreas didn't expect those spirit entities to be so aggressive, and he accidentally lost quite a bit of his spiritual power because of their attacks. He himself had been attacked, but not by 9th-level spirit entities. 8th-level entities were still unable to affect his soul. Even 9th-level beings, when transformed into undead in the underworld, retain most of their memories. Achilles exclaimed in astonishment. What exactly did these things experience? Achilles, aren't you being surrounded by those spirit entities as well? I think there are some 7th or 8th level ones among them. Didn't they tear at your soul? Pandar asked curiously. No, it's probably because my necromantic spells inflict more damage on the spirit entities. They haven't managed to invade my spiritual realm, Achilles explained. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, it seems the interface can even handle those 9th-level spirit entities. Otherwise, how could I not have received a danger warning when even Pandar and the lava dragon couldn't cope with them? The 9th-level Daryl before definitely triggered a danger alert. Are your necromantic spells that powerful? You're only at level 5, yet you can handle 7th-level beings, Pandar asked incredulously. My necromantic spells are innate abilities, and I also have the help of several lower-level undead, Achilles said evasively. Oh, I see. While Achilles and Pandar were explaining, Andreas, the lava dragon, had finally recovered significantly thanks to Feidschl's potions, although his spiritual injuries would still take time to heal completely. Andreas, the lava dragon who had just stood up, stared at the spirit entities that was slowly retreating back into the wizard tower. His expression grim. Feidschl spoke solemnly. These spirit entities probably existed since the age of wizards. It's hard to imagine how they have survived until now. What terrifying beings might exist on the 9th and 10th levels? It's impossible to say for sure. Perhaps that legendary wizard, the Peregrine, is still alive. The 9th and 10th levels are likely very dangerous places. Really, you're only at the 8th level, Achilles exclaimed after hearing Feidschl's words. 2 9th-level holy beasts and an 8th and a half level elf mage, who was also an 8th-level magic array master, were actually forced to leave the 8th floor of the wizard tower. According to the wizard ranking system, the 8th floor is only a rank 8 level. What, are you looking down on us? The lava dragon said unpleasantly, sensing Achilles' tone. No, I was just shocked by how terrifying this wizard's methods are. You 2 9th-level beings were stopped at the 8th floor, so who else can even reach the 10th floor? Achilles explained. HMPH, you don't understand anything. You'll know when you reach the 9th level. The difference between a 9th-level holy realm and a 10th-level legendary status is far more than just a simple ranking, the lava dragon scoffed. Achilles was speechless. I didn't ask for this. Why are you being so rude to me? What should we do now? Should we just leave? Feidschl asked. She really just wanted to get out of there quickly. This legendary wizard ruin was too dangerous for an 8th-level mage like her. Just moments ago, on the 8th floor, she might have died if it weren't for Penda and Andrea's protection. This wizard tower is no longer worth exploring, Penda said. But we should still check out other places, just in case we miss something valuable. That's right. We haven't even found any treasures on the 8th floor, so we can't waste our time elsewhere, the lava dragon affirmed. The lava dragon and Penda then led Feidschl and Achilles towards the right side of the wizard tower, intending to search along the edge of the ruins first. And indeed, they did find some things, among which the most valuable was an 8th-level demonic tree, a dragon blood tree found in the lair within the strange forest near the entrance of the ruins. There was also a ripe dragon blood fruit on it. A dragon blood tree takes 1,000 years to mature before it starts bearing fruit, and even then, it only produces fruit every 30 years. Each time it bears fruit, there are never more than 10 dragon blood fruits. The function of the dragon blood fruit is to enhance the dragon lineage, or non-dragon demonic beasts, consuming it can create a dragon lineage within their bodies. For sub-dragons, consuming it may elevate their internal bloodline to the level of purebred dragons. The number of dragon blood fruits needed varies depending on the concentration of the dragon lineage within the creature. However, each demonic beast can only consume a maximum of 10 dragon blood fruits. Moreover, even for a 9th-level pure-blooded dragon like the lava dragon, consuming it would have a significant effect, not only further enhancing its bloodline and increasing the chances of reaching legendary status, but also potentially giving rise to a dragon lineage innate magical ability. Achilles looked at the dragon blood tree, enveloped by the formation, and asked curiously, this dragon blood tree, could it also be a survivor from the Age of Wizards? Feidsel, who was in the process of breaking the formation, shook his head. No, dragon blood trees only live for about 10,000 years. Judging by the size of this tree, its age is probably less than 2,000 years. It's likely a descendant of the original dragon blood tree. The 9th-level formation here protects the dragon blood tree very well. Not only does it prevent those mutated beasts from destroying it, but when the dragon fruit ripens, the formation will only allow one fruit to remain within it. The other dragon fruits are ejected outside the formation. Those mutated beasts were probably made so powerful by consuming the dragon fruit. No wonder, Achilles said with a sudden realization. Even though the formation hasn't been broken, those 8th-level mutated beasts we just defeated seem to have a hint of dragon blood in them. I thought it was due to experiments involving dragon blood during the Age of Wizards, but it turns out that the formation ejects the ripe dragon fruit. At this time, the lava dragon confirmed with Feidsel again. Feidsel, are you sure you don't want to wait until you reach the 9th level before trying to break this 9th-level formation? I'm not in a hurry to get this one dragon fruit. Just be careful that the formation doesn't damage the dragon blood tree. Andreas, Pandora said sarcastically. Are you really that worried? Feidsel can definitely handle it. Pandora was very unhappy with Andreas's good fortune. Years ago, Andreas had been lucky enough to obtain a certain treasure, which allowed him to advance to the 8th level prematurely. Now, Pandora's strength had finally caught up to Andreas, and then this dragon blood tree appeared. It seemed that Andreas's cultivation speed might surpass Pandora again. Andreas ignored Pandora's sarcasm. Feidsel said confidently, Don't worry, Lord Andreas. This 9th-level formation has existed for hundreds of thousands of years and already has flaws. If we don't intervene, those 8th-level mutated beasts might break through the formation in a few thousand years. Just half an hour later, Feidsel successfully broke the dilapidated 9th-level formation, protecting the dragon blood tree. After breaking the formation, Feidsel immediately jumped down and landed at the base of the dragon blood tree. He placed a 7th-level life crystal and several 7th-level magic crystals beneath the roots of the tree. To prevent the dragon blood tree from prematurely aging due to a sudden disruption of the protective magic circle and loss of residual energy, it was crucial to maintain its stability. The lava dragon immediately offered an 8th-grade magical crystal. After carefully examining the dragon blood tree to ensure its well-being, Feidsel plucked the dragon blood fruit and handed it to the lava dragon. Feidsel, can this dragon blood tree be transplanted? The lava dragon's eyes gleamed as he looked at the tree. I don't know, I can't guarantee that. Perhaps with an 8th-grade life mage present, a successful transplant might be possible, Feidsel replied. All right then, let's just reinforce the protective barrier around it. The lava dragon decided not to take any risks. Feidsel then re-established an 8th-grade magic circle, the wind boundary seal, around the dragon blood tree. Once everything was in place, the lava dragon asked again, Feidsel, is everything all right? What could possibly go wrong? Nothing can get out of the wizard's tower, and those mutated beasts have already been eliminated. How else could there be a problem? If you're still worried, just stay here and watch over it, Panda said impatiently. The lava dragon was so excited about the appearance of the dragon blood tree that he completely ignored Panda. Only after receiving confirmation from Feidsel did the lava dragon feel relieved. Although they didn't obtain the treasures on the 89th floors of the wizard's tower, with this dragon blood tree, the rewards from this wizard ruin were considered perfect for the lava dragon. After everyone finished searching the remaining areas, they left the wizard ruins. On the deserted island where the wizard ruins were located, the lava dragon and Panda began dividing the treasures found within. After counting everything, Feidsel said, We obtained 1 9th grade life crystal, 6 8th grade artifacts, 18 7th grade artifacts, 42 6th grade artifacts, 72 5th grade artifacts, and 34th grade artifacts. In terms of wizarding knowledge, we have 2 sets of 7th grade magic circles, 2 copies of 7th grade potion recipes, 1 copy of a 7th grade wizard's tower construction diagram, 3 copies of 7th grade wizard training methods, 5 spells, 6. We also found 2 7th grade wizard weapons, 4 6th grade weapons, and in addition, there are 30 Hell Soul Stones, and that grade 8 Dragon Blood Tree, which cannot be moved for now. He finished speaking and looked at the lava dragon and Panda waiting for their decisions. After hearing this, the lava dragon and Panda began to discuss amongst themselves. Achilles felt helpless. It was clear that strength was the ultimate factor. Even though he had some say in the matter, these two were already starting to negotiate on their own. Finally, after a heated discussion, Panda and the lava dragon reached a preliminary agreement. Then the lava dragon suggested to Phygisel, "Phygisel, you can take the grade 9 life crystal. Also, we can provide you with a copy of the knowledge needed for wizard training. This will give you far more than just a 10th share. Therefore, when you advance to grade 9, you will need to help us obtain treasures from the 8th level. At that time, during the distribution, you will need to make up for the extra portion you received." "Okay, I agree," Phygisel replied readily. Advancing to a grade 9 sanctuary not only increases strength, but also means Phygisel will have a lifespan of 600 years. This is an offer that no one would refuse. Panda then said to Achilles, "Achilles, I've managed to secure something for you, the most beneficial option possible. You still have priority in choosing, but please don't choose any grade 8 items. We will give you all the wizard weapons, including that weapon capable of traversing the void. What do you think?" Achilles looked at the treasures before him. There were only 6 grade 8 items. If he took a 10th share, he wouldn't even be able to get one. The wizard weapons might be difficult for others to use effectively, but Achilles had his stats panel, so he knew he could definitely find a use for them. Therefore, trading for those weapons wouldn't put him at a disadvantage. However, Achilles still wanted to maximize his own benefits, so, with some hesitation, he said, I can't exactly sell those wizard weapons. It would take me years and years just to figure out how to use them." "Exactly, Andreas." Panda realized that Achilles might not even need the wizard weapons. After hearing this, the lava dragon sent a mental message to Phygisel, asking if what Achilles said was true. Phygisel nodded. She had experimented with it after she left, and those who wanted to use the wizard weapons would indeed need to study them carefully. The lava dragon's expression turned grim as he said, "Then I'll give you an extra grade 7 item. That should be enough." Achilles was secretly pleased. He had successfully secured a grade 7 item. He readily agreed and ultimately took possession of 4 items of the 7th rank, 6 items of the 6th rank, 12 items of the 5th rank, 5 items of the 4th rank, and 5 Hellfire Stones. Achilles selected 4 7th-tier treasures. 2 were special materials, intended to help 7th-tier knights and warriors break through, while the other 2 were 7th-tier life crystals. The treasure for the 7th-tier warrior breakthrough was prepared for Mia, while the one for the knight was intended to be lent to Archibald. The 2 7th-tier life crystals were given to Wendy and Amy. As they are descendants of the first half-elves, and also possess the element of life, Phygisel said that they only needed the 7th-tier life crystals to elevate their bloodline to a level capable of breaking through to the 9th tier. The remaining 6th, 5th, and 4th-tier items included some magical artifacts and treasures intended for knights and warriors. After Achilles made his selections, the rest was divided between the lava dragon and Panda. Since the lava dragon specifically needed the dragon blood fruit and 7th-tier life crystal from the 8th-tier treasures, it had to make concessions. Panda, with only a 30% share, received 3 8th-tier treasures. The distribution of the dragon blood fruits that would later grow on the dragon blood tree was decided through discussion. Everyone would earn them based on their abilities, and those who didn't participate wouldn't receive any. Achilles readily agreed to this. His current share was only 10%. How could he possibly compare to his own character panel? He knew that his strength would eventually surpass the lava dragon, and then they could compete fairly. After the distribution of the rewards, Phygisel set up a 7th-tier heavenly fire formation around the entire ruin island. This was at the request of the lava dragon. He planned to station 8th-tier flame dragons permanently on this island. Because there is a dragon bloodline contract between the flame dragons and the lava dragon doesn't have to worry about them betraying their duty. The 7th tier heavenly fire formation provides even better support for the flame dragons than an 8th tier law boundary binding array. In addition, there was a 6th tier concealment formation at the entrance of the ruins, so the security of this ruin should be quite good. If a 9th tier holy domain expert were to kill a flame dragon, the lava dragon would immediately sense it due to the dragon bloodline contract. After dealing with the matters on the ruins and the deserted island, everyone returned to their respective places. Back in Storm territory, Panda gave all the treasures he had obtained, about 4 or 5 items of higher tiers, to Achilles. There were a total of 24 5th tier items and 10 4th tier items. These things were useless to him. He simply gave them to Achilles to quickly strengthen the territory's power. This way, he wouldn't have to be involved in everything in the future. Moreover, Storm territory was essentially Panda's own sphere of influence. He might eventually have to deal with the lava dragon, and Storm territory could help him fight against the monsters under the lava dragon's command, just like its soldiers had helped before when dealing with a pack of swift wolves. Achilles was overjoyed by this generosity. He hadn't expected Panda to be so open-handed. Instead of going back to his own residence to rest, Panda turned to Achilles and said, "Achilles, I need to leave for a while. Please be careful during this time, and don't wander around carelessly." "Where are you going? For how long?" Achilles asked, puzzled. "Most of the things I obtain this time will be useless to me. I'm going to the central part of the Wasteland Mountains to exchange them for items that I can actually use. It shouldn't take too long, maybe 2 or 3 months at most," Panda explained. "I can help you with the exchange," Achilles quickly offered. Having Panda around gave him a sense of security, especially now that the territory had the Scythe Shadow King's insect slaves. "You forget it. If you were to do that, it would definitely attract unwanted attention. Things would become even more troublesome. I'll handle it myself," Panda said before leaving directly. Maybe he's right. The Alpha Kingdom isn't peaceful either. There's the Duke who pledged allegiance to the Scythe Shadow King, and that eldest prince hasn't moved in a while. He's probably plotting something. It's best to keep a low profile for now, Achilles thought, watching Panda leave. Achilles then returned directly to the Marquis residence and found that Mia and Wendy were not there. He learned from Amy that Wendy was busy at the sugar factory, while Mia had gone to the area where Storm Peninsula met the Wasteland Mountains. A group of ogres had appeared there. Mia was riding her 6th tier caster to assist Clay. Having learned that the strongest members of this cannibal tribe were only at level 5, Achilles didn't inquire further. He went directly back to his room to rest. He hadn't had a proper break in days, relying solely on potions to keep him going. While he wasn't completely exhausted, he was definitely feeling the strain. Achilles had been asleep since noon the day he returned, and only woke up the next morning. Upon waking, Achilles discovered that some fragmented memories had appeared in his mind. These were memories from the 7th level soul entity that had been absorbed by the system while he was on the 6th floor of the Wizard Tower. The system had now organized these memories and completely integrated them into Achilles' own memory. 7th level soul entity without self-awareness can still have its memories extracted. This system is incredible. Next, Achilles opened his system interface to check. Name: Achilles Louis. Basic skills: Chaotic Meditation, Earth, Water, Fire, Wind, Light, Darkness, Thunder. Level 5 Mage, 1,648,418/10 million. This 7th level soul entity must have been a wizard. It actually increased my magical proficiency by 1/10. Achilles saw that the Chaotic Meditation skill had gained a significant amount of experience, and he felt an urge to immediately return to the Wizard Tower and absorb all the remaining soul entities inside. However, despite this impulse, he knew he wouldn't go. The system hadn't provided detailed information about this ability to consume souls. Achilles was hesitant to experiment recklessly. Achilles then began examining the newly acquired memories. He found them to be fragmented and disjointed, making it difficult to piece together a coherent narrative. Most of the memories were incomplete and lacked context. It would likely take considerable effort to make sense of them. However, to Achilles' surprise, he could confirm from these fragments that this 7th level wizard was an alchemist. The memories contained numerous snippets of alchemical knowledge. Lai immediately began to organize these fragmented alchemical memories. If he could acquire an alchemical lineage, it would be a huge windfall. Previously, he hadn't found any alchemical knowledge within the Wizard Tower's vast collection of information. The giant mountain body refinement technique due to the fragmented and unsorted memories of the 7th-level wizard alchemist in his mind. Achilles could only resort to the simplest and most direct method, recording all the alchemical knowledge. It took Achilles 2 days to record all the scattered memories of alchemy from the lifetime of this 7th-level wizard alchemist. After that, he would need to organize, classify, and reconstruct them before he could begin studying and completing them. Because this 7th-level wizard alchemist was named Mitchell, Achilles directly named this collection of alchemical knowledge Mitchell's Alchemy. After finishing the recording of the alchemical knowledge, Achilles also organized the wizard cultivation techniques that he had brought back. He had only briefly glanced at some of these things on the 6th level of the Tower of Eamon and hadn't seriously examined most of them. Over a day, Achilles categorized and sorted all the wizard formations, magical artifacts, meditation techniques, potion recipes, etc. 7th-level formations, World of Light and Shadow, 7 Slaying Sword Formation. 7th-level magical artifacts, Concealing Wizard Robe, 1000 Wind Soul Bell. 7th-level wizard meditation techniques, Giant Mountain Body Refinement Technique, Night Raven Meditation Technique, Heavenly Fire Meditation Technique. 7th-level potion recipes, Witch's Water, Heart of the Giant Elephant. 7th-level Tower of Eamon, Molten Flame Tower. 6th-level formations, War Guardian, Dark Sun Seal, Earthly Confinement. 6th-level magical artifacts, Leaping Golden Mirror, Storm Dragon Armor, Windstorm Wing Boots, Purple Water Silver Sword. 6th-level potions, Essence of Blood, Eye of the Shadow Demon. 6th-level wizard meditation techniques, Raging Wind Meditation Technique, Galahad Wall Meditation Technique, Purple Thunder Meditation Technique, Silver Fur Meditation Technique. 5th-level wizard meditation techniques, Tidal Meditation Technique, Blue Frost Meditation Technique, Flash Meditation Technique. 5th-level formations, 5th-level potions, the Sheep Demon's Utterance. 3rd-level potion, the Pig Demon's Tail. Among the spells, there were spells ranging from level 1 to level 7. However, Achilles discovered that the spell models used by these wizards were incredibly outdated and complex, completely incomparable to the current magical spell models. Initially, Achilles had considered using these wizard spells to refine his own magic techniques and increase the variety of innate abilities available. Now, it seems impossible. He can only leave them for future mages within his territory who are interested in researching such archaic methods. The meditation techniques, on the other hand, were quite similar to modern magical meditation practices. This further confirms that the mage profession likely evolved from the wizard profession. However, modern mages have made significant changes to the spell models, which has completely separated the mage profession from its wizard origins. Achilles plans to use these wizard meditation techniques as a starting point, refining them into meditation methods suitable for general mages. Meditations of the same attribute are relatively quick to learn and don't waste too much time. It's just a matter of expending some attribute points. Once all these meditation techniques have been improved, Storm Territory's magical tradition will be comparable to that of noble families in terms of the variety and number of attributes. Of course, Storm Territory is currently lacking in advanced meditation techniques, with no level 8 or 9 methods available yet. However, Achilles possesses 2 extremely valuable meditation techniques, Giant Mountain Body Refinement and Night Raven Meditation. Night Raven Meditation is a dark element meditation technique which some noble families might not even possess. Giant Mountain Body Refinement is even more precious. It's likely that no such technique exists anywhere in the entire Alpha Kingdom, as it's a body refinement meditation technique that Achilles has never encountered in any of his magical knowledge. Currently, the overall training system is divided into 2 categories, spellcasters and melee fighters. Spellcasters focus on cultivating their minds and magic, while melee fighters focus on strengthening their bodies and combat skills. However, there has never been a known method for spellcasters to also cultivate their physical bodies. Giant Mountain Body Refinement is unique in that it allows spellcasters to do just that, although it requires the innate talent of earth element affinity to practice. The body refinement techniques created by wizards were originally intended for those with weaker elemental affinities. Furthermore, wizard body refinement isn't solely about strengthening the body and combat skills. It also requires mental strength and magic as a foundation, strengthening the body through spiritual refinement and enhancing combat skills with elemental magic. In essence, it's somewhat similar to World of Warcraft, where characters possess powerful physical attributes alongside the ability to cast bloodline-based spells. However, in this system, mages integrate their magical abilities directly into their combat techniques. The data on these mages reveals that, before reaching the 7th tier, those who focus on body refinement are generally stronger than standard mage practitioners. However, as mages specializing in body refinement progress, their inherent elemental affinities may not be sufficient to support increasingly powerful physical combat skills. Therefore, they often need to incorporate strong bloodline traits, such as those of dragons or sea creatures. This likely explains the origins of dragon blood mages and sea elf mages. However, this technique was not fully developed during the Age of Mages, which limited the maximum level achievable through body refinement to the 9th tier. Furthermore, reaching the 9th tier required extremely high standards. Therefore, body refinement techniques were typically only adopted as a last resort. It's rare for ordinary individuals to reach even the 4th tier using this method. During the Age of Mages, this type of body refinement was often used to train lower-tier legions. Achilles can also utilize this approach. What would be considered a low-tier legion in the Age of Mages is actually an elite force under Achilles' command. As the population within his territory grows, the number of individuals with elemental affinities for all 4 elements will inevitably increase. If these individuals were to train as mages without access to magic cores or enchanted stones, they would typically struggle to surpass the 3rd tier. Given that the earth element is present in approximately 90% of those with 4 elemental affinities, training them using the giant mountain body refinement technique would be highly effective. With sufficient support from magical beast flesh and blood, even individuals who are not exceptionally intelligent can typically reach the 3rd tier within 5 to 6 years. Magical beast flesh is significantly cheaper than magic cores or enchanted stones. In the future, it might be possible to cultivate a legion of giant mountain body refiners, which would constitute a formidable force of specialized warriors. Furthermore, if a simple bloodline transfer technique could be developed, allowing these individuals to advance to around the 5th tier, their strength would rival that of a full-fledged magical beast army. This body refinement technique is not particularly difficult for Achilles. Once he masters it, he can use attribute points to enhance his own physical abilities. He himself can also utilize this mage-based body refinement method to strengthen his own physique. This giant mountain body tempering technique is truly a remarkable method, Achilles thought to himself, looking at the technique. Lightning Dragon's instant kill. After reading the Great Mountain Body Cultivation Technique, Achilles continued to examine the magic arrays and potions. The wizarding arrays were almost indistinguishable from modern magical arrays. As long as Achilles prepared the corresponding magical materials, he could use them directly. This significantly expanded the collection of arrays available in Storm territory, ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 7. Among them were 2 particularly important arrays: the Tier 7 World of Light and Shadow, a concealment array, and the Tier 6 War Guardian, a city defense array. Achilles immediately recorded all the materials required for the Tier 5, 6, and 7 arrays. He would then begin collecting these magical ingredients. In particular, the Tier 6 War Guardian array could be implemented in Storm territory as soon as he advanced to a Tier 6 Archmage. By that time, the city walls of Storm territory should already have been completed. With the 3 castles connected and protected by the Tier 6 War Guardian array, Storm territory's defenses would reach the level of Grey Fortress. Next were the potions. Based on their recipes and descriptions, they didn't seem different from modern potions, all designed to accelerate mental cultivation or breakthroughs. However, the wizarding potions Achilles obtained from the Tower of Eamon contained ingredients that were exclusively sourced from the underworld. For example, the Tier 7 Archmage Breakthrough Potion, Heart of the Colossus, required the heart of a Tier 7 colossal demon from the underworld. The Tier 7 Cultivation Potion, Water of the Sorceress, needed the milk of a Tier 7 sorceress from the underworld. The Tier 6 Shadow Eye Potion required the eyes of a Tier 6 shadow demon, while the Tier 5 tongue of the goat demon required the tongue of a Tier 5 goat demon, and the Tier 3 tail of the pig demon required the tail of a Tier 3 pig demon. It seems that the wizarding era was indeed closely connected to the underworld. It's incredible how many potions were made using ingredients from demons. Achilles looked at the main ingredients listed in these potion recipes and shook his head in amazement. He suspected that only wizards, with their immense power, would have even considered using demonic materials for potion making. I wonder if there are any potion recipes based on divine beings. These underworld materials might be difficult for others to obtain, but they likely wouldn't pose a problem for Achilles. He could use his undead army, commanded by the apostles of the dead, to hunt down demons. If these potions from the Warlock's Hell series have an effect on mages, and there shouldn't be a shortage of mage potions in Storm territory and beyond. Thinking about this, Achilles couldn't contain himself any longer. He immediately used the Hell Apostle spell to summon 4 level 5 undead creatures and 1 level 6 undead creature, ordering them to hunt down level 3 pig demons and retrieve their tails. As for the weapons of the mages, Achilles had previously experimented with them on the 6th floor of the Mage Tower. They likely require a combination with mage meditation techniques to be usable. Therefore, Achilles plans to research the mage weapons after he has mastered the mage meditation techniques. After organizing all the knowledge brought back from the Mage Tower, Achilles summoned Archibald. "Archibald, have you heard of the profession of mage in the southern continent?" Achilles asked. Since acquiring the alchemy memory, Achilles believed that the magical cannons described by Archibald as existing in the southern continent were likely manufactured using alchemy techniques from the Age of Mages. "Mage, I haven't heard of that profession," Archibald replied after thinking for a moment, then shook his head. It seems that the existence of mages is also a secret in the southern continent. Achilles continued to ask, "Archibald, how far have you progressed with your new meditation technique?" "My lord, I'm ashamed to say I've only reached level 2, Archibald said sheepishly. "Then stop practicing for now. I have a level 7 fire-based meditation technique, but it's a mage meditation technique and needs some adjustments before it can be used. Since your progress is slow anyway, once I improve it to level 3, you can directly learn this level 7 heavenly fire meditation technique. That way, you won't have to switch techniques later, saving you time," Achilles suggested directly. "A level 7 mage meditation technique?" Archibald asked in surprise. "Just take a look at this and you'll understand," Achilles said. Achilles handed the basic information about the Age of Mages to Archibald, while also recounting the information he had obtained from the lava dragon. This shocked Archibald greatly. "I didn't know that there was such a powerful era in the continent of Noah." "That's right. The Age of Mages was indeed very terrifying, but they had a terrible relationship with the gods. Therefore, the existence of mages must be kept secret, understand?" Achilles instructed. "Understood, sir." "Yes, besides discussing meditation techniques with you, I mainly wanted to show you this, but it's not something that can be shared with others." Achilles handed Archibald a copy of Alchemical Works by Paracelsus, which was still unorganized. Last time, Archibald was able to deduce enchanting techniques from a single enchanted notebook, proving his talent in crafting magical equipment. Although alchemy and enchantment have some differences, there are also similarities. Achilles believed that Archibald might be able to organize the information. After all, Achilles had too much on his plate, and if Archibald could compile an introductory guide to alchemy, he could then use the system interface to handle the rest. "This is..." Archibald was initially confused while looking through the disorganized alchemical works, but gradually became increasingly astonished. He even saw references to magical cannons within it. "Alchemy can actually be used like this," Archibald muttered to himself, engrossed in reading the book. After Archibald had finished reviewing the entire book, Achilles asked, "This is a very disorganized and incomplete alchemical notebook. I need you to help me extract the introductory knowledge from it. Can you do that?" "I'll try." "No, I definitely can, sir. I'll go study it now." Archibald replied to Achilles and immediately got up and left. This guy is so obsessed with crafting equipment. How could he have studied potion making in the first place? "It's a waste of his talent," Achilles said, shaking his head as he watched Archibald leave. After arranging for Archibald to organize alchemical works, Achilles inspected the territory ensuring everything was in order before continuing his studies of magic spells. Achilles needed to prepare for advancing to level 6, but first, he had to master all 3 magical talents associated with level 5. On May 10th, after learning the 5th level Thunder System spell, 5 Thunder Strikes, Achilles used a Thunder System magical artifact that he had obtained from the royal family and acquired his own Thunder System talent spell. Talent spell: Thunder Dragon Instant Kill Thunder System. Introductory 0/10. Can instantly summon a dragon made of lightning energy to attack enemies. It is extremely fast, with great single target damage. As the level increases, the speed and power of the lightning dragon will also increase. After reading the introduction to the new innate spell on the panel, Achilles understood that Thunder Dragon Instant Kill was derived from several lightning-based spells, including Lightning Serpent, Thunder Hound, Thousand Birds Flow, and Lightning Speed. It was an innate spell that combined the speed of the lightning system with its single target attack power. The configuration of innate spells is becoming more and more complete, Achilles thought. We have summoning from the dark element, defense and support from the earth element, large-scale attacks from the fire element, and now a single target kill move from the lightning element. Next, let's choose wind magic. We can create an innate spell focused on speed using wind spells. After completing the lightning-based innate spell, Achilles chose wind magic for his next one. He had acquired quite a few magical artifacts from the wizard tower, which were more than enough to satisfy Achilles' needs for multi-attribute innate spells. He even resolved the requirements for the magical artifacts needed by Archibald, Wendy, Old Justin, and Amy at levels 4 and 5. After obtaining the lightning-based innate spell, Achilles rested for a few days. During this time, he spent quality time with Mia and the other 2 women. He also gave Mia the Snowflake Crystal, a breakthrough item for 7th-level warriors, and had already sent a message to Old Justin, asking him to purchase 10 6th-level warrior training potions. According to Mia's calculations, after taking 10 of these potions, she should be able to reach the peak of the 6th level within about a year, at which point she could use the Snowflake Crystal to break through to the 7th level. Achilles also provided Wendy and Amy with the 4th-level life magic artifacts they needed. Once they completed 3 innate spells at the 4th level, Achilles would prepare training potions for them to help them advance to the 5th level more quickly. After spending time with the 3 women, Achilles crafted a 3rd-level potion, Pig Demon's Tail. Achilles experimented with it and found that, like spell formations, these potions could be used directly by mages. This excited Achilles greatly. He no longer had to worry about obtaining potions for levels below 8. Achilles just needed to create undead creatures with the corresponding combat power and have them help him gather the main ingredients for potions in the underworld. This was much easier than obtaining the main ingredients from magical beasts. Next, Achilles instructed his 6th-level undead minions to lead 4 5th-level undead in hunting 5th-level sheep demons, while he himself accelerated his learning of spells. The higher levels require potions to progress, and it's likely that the mage class will remain essential. Therefore, I need to accelerate my spellcasting training. This forced me to temporarily halt my studies of wizard meditation techniques and my research into wizard weaponry. Just as I had learned a 5th circle wind magic spell, Chasing Wind Wolf, I received a message from Bales, who reported the discovery of a copper mine in the Grey Mountains. However, this copper mine is already being exploited by a branch of the Dalton family, the Renshaw Baron family. Copper mines primarily serve to produce coins in the Kingdom of Alpha. The kingdom's laws stipulate that only nobles with the rank of Earl or higher have the right to mint currency. Earls can mint copper coins, marquises can mint silver coins, dukes can mint gold coins, and the royal family can mint gold certificates. The copper mine being exploited by the Renshaw Baron. The Grey Mountains is undoubtedly intended for the Dalton family. Furthermore, strictly speaking, the copper mine within the Grey Mountains belongs to the royal family. The Renshaw Baron's current mining activities are therefore illegal. Since Storm territory currently does not have the right to mint currency, these copper mines are of little use to me beyond being sold. However, if I were to sell them, the royal family would certainly notice. If this had happened before my journey to the Tower of Eamon, I might have simply ignored the situation. However, now that I've obtained alchemy from within the Tower of Eamon, considering the vast quantities of ordinary copper and iron metals required for alchemy besides magical metals, I am bound to have some thoughts about this copper mine. Although it may lead to a conflict with the Dalton family, I cannot simply abandon a copper mine located near my own territory. Otherwise, once Archibald perfects alchemy, I might have to exchange large amounts of copper coins and melt them down for use, which would be extremely costly. Therefore, I immediately ended my spellcasting training and ordered Clay's Beast Knight Squadron and Jerome's 17th Squadron to proceed to the Grey Mountains. I myself traveled directly to the Grey Mountains on Laddie, a 6th-level winged shadow lion named by Wendy. Upon finding Bales in the Grey Mountains, I immediately asked, "Bales, where is the copper mine located? Is it closer to the south or the north?" "Sir, the copper mine is located slightly south of here," Bales replied. "Take me there to see it, and while you're at it, send someone to bring Clay and his people here." A short time later, guided by Bales, Achilles arrived near the copper mine in the Grey Mountains. Based on the signs of activity, approximately 300 miners were working there, along with a company of soldiers providing security. Achilles observed carefully. It appeared to be a semi-open pit copper mine. From what he could see above ground, it seemed like a relatively small operation, but there was likely a larger vein underground. With this in mind, Achilles immediately headed towards Grey Fortress. He first located the flower shadow spies that Haley had placed within the fortress and instructed them to relay information about the copper mine to her. To deal with the Dalton family, he would naturally need the support of the Tulip family. Otherwise, even with Pander's help, it would be difficult for him to overcome a well-established noble family. He decided that the Tulip family should handle the Dalton family while he would focus on dealing with the Renshaw family. After speaking with Haley's spies, Achilles went to Clay's estate. "Achilles, my young brother, what brings you here? I heard your territory has suddenly gained so many people. How did you manage to resolve everything so quickly?" Clay asked, puzzled. Last year, Achilles had acquired tens of thousands of serfs at once. At the time, Clay thought that acquiring such a large number of serfs, in a region where food was scarce throughout the northern lands, was an extremely unwise decision. Therefore, he believed that Achilles should be overwhelmed with work. "It's not as easy as it looks," Achilles sighed. "I've only just started to address the immediate issues. The food problem still hasn't been solved. I'm planning to purchase a large quantity of grain from the south after the autumn harvest." "Buying grain from the south? You'll be paying through the nose for it," Clay joked. "I have no choice," Achilles said helplessly. He then proceeded to explain the reason for his visit. "The main reason I came is that I discovered a copper mine within the Grey Mountains, but the Renshaw family is already exploiting it. I was hoping you could come and help." "A copper mine? So you've contacted the Tulip family to help you deal with the Dalton family?" Clay asked. "That's correct," Achilles nodded. He then took out the 8-sided artifact, a treasure of the 7th tier that he had obtained from the Mage Tower, and handed it to Archibald. The shipwright Archibald, looking at the Tier 7 treasure. The 8-trigram corner that Achilles had offered him, asked hesitantly, "Achilles, what does this mean?" "Haha, don't misunderstand. This isn't a gift. I can't afford to give you a Tier 7 heavenly and earthly treasure. I just need it temporarily, so I thought I could lend it to you. Once you become a Tier 7 Earth Knight, you can find a way to replace it with another Tier 7 treasure. Also, I might need your help in the future. Consider this as interest for borrowing the 8-trigram corner. What do you say? If you're willing, take it. If not, I'll take it back." Achilles explained. "Are you sure you want to lend it to me? Tier 7 Knight breakthrough treasures are hard to come by. Most of them are held by the nobility. I might not be able to repay you, and then I would have to replace it with something else." Archibald naturally wanted this Tier 7 8-trigram corner. He didn't want to continue working for his family to earn merits, so he probably wouldn't get a Tier 7 Knight breakthrough treasure in this lifetime. Moreover, even if he advanced to a Tier 7 Earth Knight, obtaining a Tier 7 Knight breakthrough treasure would be extremely difficult. Otherwise, the strongest members of most Baron and Viscount family wouldn't just be at Tier 6. Therefore, before accepting Achilles' Tier 7 8-trigram corner, Archibald had to make sure everything was clear. Since Achilles considered him a friend and hadn't mentioned any contracts, he couldn't intentionally take advantage of Achilles. Achilles smiled slightly after hearing this. "Of course, I understand, as long as you replace it with something of equivalent value." Achilles didn't need these heavenly and earthly treasures for his own breakthrough. Archibald and the others were still far from Tier 7. By the time they needed them, Achilles would already have the strength to compete for those treasures. Therefore, lending it to Archibald was a good choice. It would give him another ally who was a Tier 7 Earth Knight. There would be many things he could do with that alliance. For example, he might need to deal with the Dalton family soon, and Tier 6 strength wouldn't be enough. Seeing that Achilles had considered it carefully, Archibald accepted the Tier 7-8 Trigram corner. All right, I won't refuse. With this Tier 7-8 Trigram corner, I should be able to break through to a Tier 7 Earth Knight in about a month. After receiving the Tier 7-8 Trigram corner, Archibald immediately asked, Achilles, when are you planning to seize the copper mine? Don't rush, Achilles said. The copper mine won't run out anytime soon. Just focus on breaking through your cultivation, and I'm waiting for a reply from Haley anyway. Okay, I'll come find you after I break through, Archibald replied. Archibald immediately went to prepare for his breakthrough, completely forgetting that Achilles was currently in his house. He left Achilles standing there. This guy is really impatient. Achilles sighed and shook his head before leaving Archibald's estate. Next, Achilles found a place to stay and patiently waited for news from Haley. Then, he went to the slave market to find a specific type of slave for sale. Achilles first encountered Jethro, the same slave trader he had dealt with before. This guy had tried to deceive him twice, but luckily it hadn't caused any significant losses. It was clear that Jethro was a very capable person. Lord Achilles, please come in, Jethro said enthusiastically, his demeanor much more humble than the previous times. Achilles understood that Jethro must have been well informed and knew about Pandora's existence. This made Achilles curious as to which family he served. Jethro, who do you work for? Are you interested in working for me? Achilles asked. Lord Achilles is too kind, Jethro said with a meaningful expression. I serve the Wimbledon Viscount family. The Wimbledon Viscount family. I see, it seems I won't be able to recruit someone as capable as Mr. Jethro. Achilles said, slightly regretful. The Wimbledon Viscount family was located behind Fort Pyrrhus and was a powerful, established noble family. More importantly, the Wimbledon family was a branch of the Phoenix family. Therefore, strictly speaking, Jethro actually served the Phoenix family. Only families with significant power could manage such large-scale slave trades. Lord Achilles is too modest, Jethro said humbly before asking directly, May I ask what kind of slaves Lord Achilles is looking for this time? I guarantee to offer you the lowest price. I wouldn't dare ask for your lowest price. Achilles replied. This time I'm looking for shipwright slaves who can build large ships. Can you find any? Achilles revealed his purpose. The Great Wall of Storm Territory is scheduled to be completed next year, and once it's finished, the safety of Storm Territory will be largely secured. So, Achilles' next plan was to establish a defensive line in the Cane River Valley. After alchemy research progressed, he intended to build a castle there and also prepare a small navy. This would ensure the stability of the entire Storm Territory Peninsula without any doubts. Only after the Storm Territory Peninsula was completely stable could more troops be deployed to plan the construction of fortifications. In the Pighead Valley, after all, it was a mandatory requirement for him as a Viscount, something he would eventually have to do. Building large ships, that's going to be difficult, Jethro said hesitantly. Difficult doesn't mean impossible. Just tell me the price, and if it's right, I'll buy them. No need to beat around the bush, Achilles said directly. You're straightforward, sir. Let me put it plainly. Skilled laborers who can build large ships are not available in the Kingdom of Alpha or its surrounding areas. They only exist in the Kingdom of Sicily, south of the Kingdom of Philo, and these slaves are expensive to begin with. Add the long distance, and each slave will cost 50,000 gold coins, Jethro quoted. How much? Achilles asked, raising his voice, suspecting he might have misheard. 50,000 gold coins, Jethro confirmed. There are many Naga pirates in the waters of the Kingdom of Alpha. There's no market for building ships there. How could it be so expensive? Are you trying to rip me off? Achilles said angrily. Sir, please don't be angry, I haven't inflated the price. The reason there's no market for shipbuilding in the Kingdom of Alpha is because their navy is weak. But Sicily is different. They have a very powerful navy. Skilled laborers who can build large ships are already expensive in Sicily itself. Furthermore, the Sicilian royal family strictly prohibits these types of slaves from leaving the country. We had to use some methods to acquire them, so the price is naturally higher, Jethro explained quickly. The Kingdom of Sicily strictly forbids shipbuilding artisans from being exported. Achilles pondered for a moment after hearing this and finally agreed to the purchase. 90,000 gold coins. I want 2 such slaves, both under 40 years old and in perfect health. All right, but I need a down payment of 50,000 gold coins, Jethro agreed. Achilles didn't waste any time and handed Jethro the 50,000 gold coins, then warned him sternly. I need slaves who are truly capable of building large ships. If you dare to try to cheat me by providing inferior quality, I don't care if you have the backing of Wimbledon or Phoenix, you will definitely die. Do you understand? Understood, understood, Jethro replied. This was the first time Jethro had seen someone threaten even the powerful Phoenix family. He was immediately terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. The person in front of us has a level 9 magical beast as a pet. If we were to kill him, the Phoenix family wouldn't be able to avenge him. After warning the slave trader, Jethro, Achilles left the slave market. Regarding the 2 shipwright slaves who could build large ships, Jethro couldn't give a definite delivery time. It could be as short as a year and a half, or as long as 3 years. The uncertainty stemmed from whether they could transport all the shipwright slaves out of the kingdom of Sicily at once, which would affect the timeline. Achilles found this acceptable. 3 years was roughly the time frame when the orcs were likely to invade again, and it wouldn't significantly delay his plans. Later, Achilles returned to his residence and patiently waited for a reply from Haley. Half a month later, Achilles learned the 5th level wind magic spell Wind Shadow technique within Grey Fortress. He then used the artifact Heart of the Wind, a 5th-tier wind magic item obtained from the Tower of Eamon. He inscribed the 3rd level wind magic spell Swift Gale, the 4th level spell Whirlwind Blades, the 5th level spell Chasing Wind Wolf, and the newly learned Wind Shadow technique onto the wind magic tower formed by the Heart of the Wind. Once the innate spells on the wind magic tower had stabilized, Achilles opened his character panel to check. Name: Achilles Louis. Basic skills: Chasing Wind Wolf, 5th level spell, level 5 maximum. Wind Shadow technique, 5th level spell, level 5 maximum. Innate spells: Wind Illusionary Image, Wind Element. Beginner, 0/10. In combat, this allows you to become as agile and versatile as the wind, with unpredictable movements that make it difficult for enemies to track your form. The wind generated by your speed also creates multiple afterimages, confusing your opponents as if you were a clone. As your level increases, your agility, speed, and afterimage effects will improve accordingly. Excellent, Achilles thought. It combines speed with agile movement and has the added effect of creating illusory images to confuse enemies. This wind-based innate spell is even better than I expected. Achilles was very satisfied after reading the description of the wind-based innate spell on his character panel. He then ended his magic training. Alice should have responded by now. I wonder how much the Tulip family wants. When Achilles arrived at a secret meeting point for the shadow agents, a middle-aged man appeared. Joseph pays her respects to Lord Achilles. The man said, bowing. Joseph, are you one of the 12 shadows? Achilles asked. Yes, my lord. This is a letter from Lady Alice, Joseph said respectfully, handing over a sealed message. Achilles took the letter and immediately began reading. The contents were brief. The Tulip family can deal with the Dalton family and has sent their Tier 8 Sky Knight Phineas. However, Phineas will only handle any potential Tier 8 mages within the Dalton family. He won't interfere with anyone else. You are responsible for dealing with the Tier 7 mages of both the Rencho Baron family and the Dalton family. Your territory is also responsible for mining the copper ore. Finally, the Tulip family will take 70% of the copper ore obtained. And remember, do not involve Panda. 70-30 split, that's still acceptable, Achilles thought to himself. If the Tulip family demanded too much and made it unprofitable for him to acquire the copper mine, Achilles would have abandoned the idea altogether. Now, with a 30% share and no immediate threat from the Dalton family's Tier 8 mage, it seemed like a reasonable deal. As for Panda, Achilles had never intended to involve her in this matter. The Dalton family already has powerful Tier 9 mages. There was no need to risk a Tier 9 conflict over a mere copper mine, and besides, he wasn't even sure if he could convince Panda to participate. Lord Achilles, do you find this proposal acceptable? Joseph asked anxiously, seeing that Achilles had finished reading the letter. I agree with this plan. When will Phineas, your Sky Knight, arrive? Achilles countered. My lord, now that you've agreed, I will immediately send a message to Lady Phineas. If she arrives discreetly, it should take about 10 days. Joseph replied. All right, once she arrives, you can wait for her at this location. I will notify you before I act. Achilles gave Joseph the coordinates of a bandit hideout, where he instructed the Tulip family's agents to lie in wait. "Understood, Master Achilles," Joseph said after taking the map and then left the rendezvous point. Achilles remained at Grey Fortress to continue training his water-based magic. 12 days later, Archibald successfully advanced to rank 7 Earth Knight, entering the ranks of high-level professionals. Congratulations, Archibald. If you can continue to advance rapidly to rank 8, there's a possibility of reaching the rank 9 sanctuary in the future, Achilles said, congratulating him on his breakthrough. Brother Achilles, don't tease me. I know my own limits. Reaching rank 8 in this lifetime is already a blessing from the Artemis. Rank 9 is simply impossible. Archibald smiled and shook his head. Then he asked directly, when do we move? My strength is now solidified. Let's leave tomorrow morning. You should take care of things at the fortress first. Achilles decided to act immediately. All right, Archibald immediately went to handle matters at the fortress. The next morning, after Achilles and Archibald left the fortress, they boarded Laddie and entered the Grey Mountains. Archibald looked at the rank 6 double caster beneath him with a hint of envy. Achilles first went to the temporary base of the Tulip family and informed Sky Knight Phineas. Then he went to the temporary bases of Clay and Jeram. Clay, Jeram, gather the troops and let's go take that copper mine, Achilles ordered. Yes, master. Yes, master, the two responded in unison. After everyone arrived near the copper mine, Achilles gave the order to attack. Jeram's 17th Squadron immediately charged towards the copper mine camp, while Clay's half-squadron of Beast Rider Knights flanked and launched an attack from the side. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of the guards at the copper mine. A rank 6 Golden Knight and 2 rank 5 Silver Warriors rushed out to investigate. Upon seeing Clay's Beast Rider Knight squadron, they recognized them and shouted angrily, "This is property of the Dalton family. Are you from the Storm Legion, trying to make enemies of the Dalton family?" However, Clay ignored them completely and led his knight squadron into the attack. Mere ordinary infantry squad was no match for a Beast Rider Knight squadron. It was almost instantly routed. A 6th-tier Golden Knight saw that Clay had dared to ignore the Dalton family's warning and immediately flew into a rage. Looking for death, does this 3rd-tier knight think he's invincible just because he has a squad of Beast Mount Knights? He should take a look at the terrain here. The area near the copper mine was characterized by rocky ravines, which were not ideal for cavalry charges. While Clay and his team could handle ordinary infantry squads in this terrain, facing 6th-tier Golden Knights would be quite challenging. Therefore, when the 6th-tier Golden Knight attacked, Achilles immediately charged forward, heading straight towards him. This 6th-tier Golden Knight was clearly a member of the Dalton family. Seeing Achilles attack, he still tried to fight back, but he was instantly overwhelmed by Achilles' innate magical abilities. The other 2 5th-tier Silver Warriors were members of the Renshaw family. They had fought alongside Achilles against cultists and knew his strength. So, when they saw Achilles personally intervening, they immediately ordered their troops to retreat. Achilles didn't pursue them. Instead, he gave orders. No need to chase them, Jeram. You immediately take control of the copper mine and detain the miners there. Then, go down into the mines to assess the actual size of this deposit. Clay, clean up the battlefield. Yes, sir. The 2 men immediately left with their respective subordinates to carry out their tasks. After Clayan arrived beside Achilles, he asked in confusion, "Achilles, why did you let those people go? The Dalton family is who we truly need to deal with. Those were members of the Renshaw family, and they pose no threat to us. It may be a branch of the Dalton family, but they've been separate for generations. Their relationship is mostly based on mutual benefit. If we push the Renshaw family too hard, they are likely to report to the kingdom. Then, our conflict with the Dalton family would only benefit the royal court." Achilles explained. Achilles thought very clearly. He absolutely could not allow the members of the Renshaw Baron family to be killed excessively, otherwise they were highly likely to choose to pledge allegiance to the royal family. "Indeed, I would do the same," Clayan said, understanding the reasoning immediately. And then he asked, "What should we do next? Should we defend the copper mine or wait for them outside? This place isn't suitable for cavalry combat. Once we secure it, we'll move to the southern edge and wait there that way. The cavalry can charge into battle without attracting too much attention from the outside," Achilles replied. Over the next 2 days, Achilles thoroughly explored the copper mine. discovered that it was a medium-sized deposit. If fully extracted and refined, it could yield approximately 100,000 tons of high-grade copper. This amount of copper could be used to mint coins worth around 500,000 gold coins. After deducting the costs, the profit would be roughly 400,000 gold coins. However, Achilles needed 30,000 tons of this copper for alchemical processes and wouldn't sell it to the tulip family. After assessing the size of the mine, Achilles instructed Jerem to guard it and immediately began mining operations. Achilles himself, along with Archibald, led a squadron of beast-riding knights south, waiting for the Dalton family's counterattack. Meanwhile, inside Howard's city, the two silver warriors of rank 5, leading the remnants of their forces, reported to Howard about the Storm Territory seizing the copper mine. What? The Storm Territory seized the copper mine? Where are the Gith? A 7th-rank Earth Knight said coldly. Lord Gith has already been killed by that Viscount Achilles, replied the silver warrior of rank 5. Bang, damn it, Viscount Achilles of Storm Territory, you're asking for trouble. Kalen, gather your men and follow me back immediately. The Dalton family must not be humiliated by a mere Viscount, the Earth Knight said angrily. Gifford, that Viscount Achilles has single-handedly killed a 7th-rank fanatic from the Wild Brothers. Guild, you'll only be throwing your life away if you go. Furthermore, our Renshaw family can't afford any more trouble. We won't get involved in this copper mine affair. We don't want the profits from it either. If you manage to retake the mine and need slaves to work it, I can rent them to you. But I won't help with anything else, said Howard Kalen, his expression fluctuating between anger and resignation. Bark, do you even know what you're saying? Said Goford, a 7th-tier Earth Knight with a menacing tone. I do, but my stance won't change. The Renshaw family isn't getting involved in the copper mine business. Otherwise, if something happens to us, the royal family will definitely investigate, threatened Howard. You, Humph, then you can explain it to Lord Kalen yourself. Goford immediately turned and left. Seeing Goford leave, Howard sighed helplessly. He knew that doing this would offend his patron, the Dalton family. However, the Renshaw family was already on the verge of collapse, and he couldn't control everything anymore. If pushed too far, he could always throw himself at the mercy of the royal family. 3 days later, Kalen, an 8th-tier Sky Knight from the Dalton family, arrived at Howard City with a 7th-tier Earth Warrior. He learned about the Renshaw family's position from Goford and remained calm, saying, "Don't worry about that cowardly Bark. Let's take our own cavalry unit and give this Achilles a taste of what we can do." "Why not just kill him?" Goford said angrily. "No, doing that might provoke the 9th-tier black and white giant bear. If it gets involved, the family will be in trouble." Kalen shook his head. Hearing about the 9th-tier magical beast, Goford could only remain silent with a frustrated expression. Soon after, Kalen led 2 7th-tier Earth warriors and a regular cavalry unit from the Dalton family. Towards the Grey Mountains, the two sides quickly met on a gentle slope south of the copper mine. Kalen's appearance immediately caused Phineas to appear as well. "Phineas, so you have the support of the Tulip family," Kalen said, his expression grim. "Kalen, this copper mine belongs to our Tulip family. Those who are wise will leave quickly," Phineas said rudely. "Such arrogance!" Kalen roared and immediately charged towards Phineas. The 2 8th-tier Sky Knights then engaged in a fierce battle in the air. Below, Goford and another 7th-tier Earth warrior led their troops to charge at Achilles. At the same time, the battle in the Grey Mountains had just begun. The Dalton and Tulip families, however, clashed violently ahead of schedule, and the conflict escalated rapidly, causing a stir throughout the entire Alpha Kingdom. After 2 Tier 8 Sky Knights engaged in a fierce battle, the ground troops immediately clashed. The Dalton family, relying on their 2 Tier 7 Earth warriors, completely disregarded the Storm Legion's hastily assembled unit of Beast Rider Knights. Gafford led his cavalry squadron to confront Clay's Beast Rider squadron head-on, while another Tier 7 warrior prepared to launch a flanking attack, hoping to scatter Clay's formation. However, Achilles had brought Archibald with him. Upon seeing the Tier 7 Earth warrior charging from the flank, Archibald immediately charged forward. Boom! Archibald unexpectedly struck the Tier 7 Earth warrior with a single blow, sending him flying. "An Earth Knight? Damn it! Has the Tulip family sent an Earth Knight as well?" Gafford exclaimed angrily. Because no one knew about Archibald's promotion to Tier 7, and to avoid unnecessary trouble, Achilles had Archibald wear a mask similar to that of the Joseph. Therefore, the Dalton family believed that Archibald was from the Tulip family. At this moment, Gafford also shouted at the Tier 7 warrior who had been knocked away by Archibald. "Eldrin, just keep that Earth Knight occupied. I'll handle things here." "Understood, you take care of Achilles," replied Eldrin, the Tier 7 Earth warrior. Immediately after Archibald and Eldrin engaged in combat, Gafford charged towards Achilles. "Kid, don't think you're so great just because you killed a Tier 7 heretic. Today, I'll show you what a true Tier 7 from a noble family is like. It's nothing compared to those commoners." Gafford was dismissive of Achilles having slain a Tier 7 heretic, considering their power merely opportunistic gains. "Is that so? Then let me see how powerful this Tier 7 from the Dalton family truly is," Achilles retorted with a mocking tone. Compared to the last time he killed the Tier 7 zealots of the Wild Brothers Guild, Achilles' cultivation level hadn't increased. However, he had gained the second special effect of extreme speed, granting him not only the ability to fly, but also the power to instantly accelerate. Furthermore, he had awakened innate magical abilities related to both wind and lightning elements. Therefore, Achilles' current strength is at least 30% higher than it was before. With the added effect of Blood Surge, Achilles is confident in defeating this 7th-tier Earth warrior from the Dalton family. Hearing Achilles' taunt, the already volatile Garfield angrily swung his sword towards Achilles. Achilles directly blocked the attack with his own sword, using the strength of a 5th-tier knight to withstand a 7th-tier warrior. Garfield had learned about Achilles' abilities from Kalen, so he was somewhat prepared for Achilles' 9 suns consecutive burst technique. However, just as Garfield thought that Achilles only possessed these few tricks, Achilles' almost insane reaction speed, defense, agility, strength, and recovery ability shocked Garfield more and more with each passing moment. Is this really still a 5th-tier Silver Knight? Even someone with awakened talents wouldn't be this extraordinary. But before Garfield could fully process his shock, Achilles unleashed another wind affinity spell, Wind Illusionary Shadow, further enhancing his already incredible speed. At the same time, aided by transparent perception, the movements of Wind Illusionary Shadow became incredibly erratic, making it almost impossible for Garfield to anticipate each attack. This put Garfield in a difficult position. If it weren't for Garfield's 6th-tier enchanted armor and the protective aura of a 7th-tier warrior, he might have already been defeated. Gradually, Garfield's mindset shifted from shock to fear. If this continued, he would likely die. Seeing Achilles becoming increasingly powerful and under the threat of death, Garfield finally panicked. He desperately tried to call for reinforcements from Kalen and Eldrin while simultaneously preparing to flee towards Kalen. However, how could Achilles allow that? He immediately unleashed Thunder Dragon Instant Kill, a lightning-fast attack that Garfield couldn't avoid, hitting him directly. Although it wasn't enough to cause significant damage to Garfield, it did cause a momentary paralysis, drastically reducing his reaction speed. Seizing the opportunity, Achilles activated Blood Surge, pushing his own power to its limits. With the rapid assistance of air wings, he instantly closed the distance and appeared before Garfield. In Garfield's shocked and fearful gaze, Achilles gripped his sword with both hands and used the thrusting technique from Extreme Path Slash, piercing through the 6th-tier enchanted armor and completely shattering his heart. Garfield died in disbelief, realizing that he had indeed fallen victim to Kalen's words. He had truly died at the hands of Achilles. Gafford, Kalen, witnessing Gafford's gruesome death in the aerial battle, roared with anger. Phineas is the Tulip family, intending to declare a full-scale war against the Dalton family. HMPH, what if we do go to war? You've always been arrogant, haven't you? What's wrong now? Are you afraid? Phineas sneered. In recent years, the Tulip family has been preoccupied with internal conflicts, while the Dalton family has been steadily closing in. Phineas had long grown tired of it. Very well indeed, Phineas, you will regret this, Kalen said fiercely before attempting to retreat with the remaining Earth warrior. However, there was no way Phineas would let them go so easily. Since they had already drawn blood, there could be no mercy. Going somewhere, it's not that easy. Achilles, kill the other one too, Phineas shouted at Achilles. Phineas, you're asking for trouble. Kalen angrily retorted at Phineas and then yelled at Achilles. You dare to kill members of the Dalton family again? The Tulip family won't be able to protect you. The Dalton family will surely destroy your storm territory. Achilles simply flipped off Kalen with his middle finger. Then, While his blood surge state was still active, he flew rapidly towards Archibald. He wasn't particularly worried about the Dalton family's threats. To eliminate the storm territory, they would have to send a 9th-rank individual. However, a count launching a 9th-rank war against a viscount would inevitably draw the attention of the royal family, otherwise the kingdom of Alpha would be in chaos. Using his energy wings, Achilles quickly reached Archibald's battlefield and with overwhelming power killed the Earth Warrior, preserving his body intact. Seeing that Achilles had actually killed Eldrin, Kalen was consumed by rage. "Achilles, you wait. The Dalton family will never forgive you." He then fled south. Phineas knew he couldn't kill Kalen, so he didn't try to stop him. Meanwhile, Archibald's Beast Rider squadron had already defeated the Dalton family's cavalry unit. Although the captain of that cavalry unit was a 5th-rank Silver Knight, without the assistance of 7th-rank professionals, they were no match for Archibald's Beast Rider squadron. After Kalen escaped, their fate was sealed. The first battle for control of the copper mine ended decisively, with a complete victory for Achilles and his team. After the battle, Phineas stood before Achilles, gazing at him intently. Then sighed, saying, "You young people are truly remarkable. I thought Angie was already quite formidable, but you're even more terrifying. It's incredible." Achilles simply smiled in response, not replying to Phineas as they weren't particularly close. Seeing this, Phineas wisely refrained from further conversation. He glanced around and noticed that the corpses of the 7-level members of the Dalton family were missing. Curious, he asked, "Where are the bodies of Garfield and Eldrin?" "I took them," Achilles replied. "I might have some use for those corpses." The reason Achilles went to great lengths to preserve the entire bodies was because these 7-level professionals were excellent materials for crafting undead creatures. The 7-level fanatics from the Wild Brothers Guild had their bodies rapidly decompose after death due to the use of dark god powers, which Achilles found regrettable. A complete corpse of a 7-level professional could be transformed into a 6-level undead creature. Hearing that the corpses were still useful, and knowing about Achilles' necromantic magic, Phineas understood what Achilles was planning. "You really don't waste anything, do you? Their souls have become your undead servants. Their bodies are going to be turned into undead creatures. I feel sorry for these people. They're already dead," Achilles said with a smile. "There's nothing more to mourn." Phineas smiled wryly. He definitely wouldn't want to face an opponent like Achilles again. At that moment, Clay approached to report. "Sir, over 30 cavalrymen escaped into the forest, and it's difficult to track them now. We captured 34 people and the rest were killed." "All right," Achilles instructed. "Take the prisoners back to the copper mine camp." "Yes, sir." After Clay and his men left, Achilles, Clayan, and Phineas departed as well. However, upon returning to the camp, Joseph immediately reported a startling piece of news, without hesitation or reservation in front of Achilles. "Lord Phineas, we just received an urgent message from the family. We and the Dalton family have officially declared a noble duel, and a full-scale war has broken out." "What? A duel between nobles? Weren't the battles here just finished? How?" Achilles exclaimed in surprise. Brennanese was also very shocked by this news. The news of the fighting hadn't even reached them yet, and besides, such a minor issue wouldn't be enough to trigger a duel between powerful noble families. He immediately asked, what exactly happened? Did the family messenger have any specific instructions? The message didn't provide much detail, only that the Dalton family initiated a conflict 7 days ago, which escalated and eventually led to a noble duel. "We were forced to respond," replied Joseph. "Lady Haley has instructed you to remain at Grey Fortress for now, but be wary of any underhanded tactics from the Dalton family. If things become too difficult, you can temporarily retreat to Storm territory." After hearing this, Achilles frowned and thought to himself, 7 days ago, that means it's completely unrelated to the copper mine dispute. 2 powerful noble families just decided to fight each other. Is the royal family stirring up trouble? With that in mind, Achilles immediately said to Archibald, "Archibald, go back to the fortress right away. It's best not to leave the fortress for a while. I don't need your help with anything here for now." Archibald understood what a duel between noble families meant. This was definitely beyond his authority as a deputy legion commander, so he immediately followed Achilles' instructions and returned to Grey Fortress. "Lord Phineas, are you going to Grey Fortress, or will you return to Storm territory with me? You certainly can't stay here," Achilles asked. "What about here?" Phineas inquired. I'll arrange for someone else to come and oversee the mining operations. If the Dalton family continues to try and seize control, we'll deal with it accordingly at that time, Achilles replied. After listening, Phineas pondered for a moment before saying, I'll go with you to Storm Territory. All right, I'll take care of things here and then we'll return to Storm Territory. He boarded the makeshift vehicle that Lady had previously used, and Achilles decided to temporarily have Lady oversee the copper mining operations. After making arrangements, Achilles and Phineas returned to Storm Territory first. Archibald and Jaram would escort the prisoners and a shipment of copper ore back to Storm Territory. The same evening, he returned to Storm Territory. Achilles used the energy essences obtained from the 2 7th-tier professional he had killed. This allowed him to upgrade both his innate talents, ultimate strength and immortality, to the golden level. Innate talents, ultimate strength, golden strength, increases current physical strength, Kai power and magical spirit by 5 times. Effects: blood burning allows you to temporarily burn your blood, enhancing all aspects of your physical attribute: strength, explosive power, speed, defense. The increases in strength and explosive power are the most significant. However, after using blood burning, there is a recovery period during which it cannot be used again. Otherwise, it can lead to a drop in level or even more serious life-threatening consequences, damaging your physical foundation. Flame body significantly enhances your physical strength and explosive power. It also greatly increases resistance to fire element spells. Mortality, golden constitution, increases current physical recovery rate, Kai recovery rate and magical spirit recovery rate by 5 times. Effects: blood ashes, your blood becomes incredibly powerful, allowing any external wounds to heal instantly. Your blood can also cling to enemies like a parasite, hindering their self-healing. Resurrection from ash allows you to condense undying ashes. Where the ashes dance, fire will endlessly regenerate. When your body suffers fatal injuries, it provides a temporary reprieve, preventing death from overwhelming damage. You can also use undying ashes to save others, but be careful, the ashes may directly burn the target to death. Energy essence, 265,486. After reading the descriptions on the interface, Achilles first experimented with the flame body effect. He immediately saw a layer of hard armor, resembling solidified lava, covering his body. Crimson cracks spread across it, and faint streams of molten rock seemed to flow within. Achilles instantly felt an immense surge of power in his body. This looks amazing, Achilles said with a grin, looking at himself. As for resurrection from ash, this effect simply means that as long as he doesn't suffer instant decapitation or be completely shattered into dust, he can retain a last breath. Then, through the powerful regenerative abilities granted by blood ashes, he can quickly heal his injuries and return to peak condition. It's truly a life-saving skill. The next day, Achilles held a brief military meeting and informed everyone that the Tulip family and the Dalton family had already begun their noble duel. In such public duels between noble families, the leader of the losing side would inevitably die. Otherwise, the duel would not end. "Sir, should we go to support Lady Haley?" Mia asked. The high-ranking officials of Storm Territory knew that Achilles' relationship with the Tulip Countess was very delicate. Especially the 3 women Mia and her sisters who were now his consorts. They were naturally very concerned about the influential lady. "Don't be ridiculous," Achilles said with a smile. "With our current strength, we can barely manage ourselves. If the conflict spreads here, it would be quite something if we didn't ask for her help." "Sir, then we need to prepare in advance," Jenkins said. "That's right. I called this meeting specifically for that reason. From now on, patrols within the territory must be intensified and the supervision of serfs must also be strengthened. At a time like this, someone might try to take advantage of the chaos, so we must be vigilant," Achilles instructed. "Yes, sir," Park replied. Since the incident with the insect slaves, Achilles felt that Jenkins had too much on his plate, so he delegated the responsibility for supervising the serfs to Park, who was also responsible for patrolling the territory. "Jenkins, you need to instruct the craftsmen to speed up the construction of the Great Wall. It must be completed this year, but we can't neglect the work of clearing land for cultivation. Only when Storm Territory is secure will Achilles have the resources to intervene in matters outside the territory, otherwise he would be confined to Storm Territory." "Understood, sir," Jenkins replied. Later, Achilles ordered all units to intensify their training, especially those with weaker combat capabilities. He also instructed Will and Laurie to continue training 2 more archery squads. However, these 2 archery squads would not form independent units. Instead, after they are trained, they will be assigned to various infantry squads to enhance the independent combat capabilities of the infantry. After the meeting, Achilles kept Archibald and Amy behind. "Archibald, how is the refining of black oil going?" "My lord," Archibald replied, "it's not ideal. I've been focusing on alchemy lately and haven't had much time to work on the black oil." "Then put the black oil project aside for now. Focus entirely on alchemy and hand over the black oil refining to Amy." "Yes, my lord," Archibald said obediently. "Amy, your first task is to find suitable alchemical ingredients that can change the color of this black oil and remove its odor." "Understood, my lord," Amy nodded. Achilles planned to subtly alter the appearance of the petroleum. This wasn't difficult in the magical world. If the conflict between the Tulip family and their enemies turned unfavorable, Achilles intended to send a supply of black oil to support them. By changing the appearance of the petroleum, it would be much harder for others to recognize it if they were to discover it later. After dealing with matters in his territory, Achilles began practicing water-based spells while also refining a 5th-grade potion, Whispers of the Demon Sheep. With 2 new 6th-level undead under the control of the hellish apostles, hunting the 5th-level demon sheep had become much more efficient. He estimated that, when he mastered the water-based talent spell, the ingredients needed to enhance the Whispers of the Demon Sheep potion for mages would be almost complete. On June 18th, year 6641 of the Dawn Era, after Achilles learned the 4th-level water magic Mist Sea Imprisonment, he received unexpected news from Phineas in the Tulip territory. The Earl of Clinton and the Earl of Randall in the southwestern part of the kingdom had clashed. While it hadn't escalated into a noble duel like the conflict between the Tulip and Dalton families, the tension seemed significant. "I believe the Earl of Clinton is a branch of the royal family. This probably isn't instigated by the royal family then. If the royal family wanted to weaken the power of the great nobles, they wouldn't directly involve themselves, as that would be too obvious. If the great nobles retaliated, the royal family wouldn't be able to withstand it." Just when Achilles thought it might be a coincidence, a series of subsequent events made him feel uneasy. Half a month after the conflict between Earl Clinton and Earl Randall, the Phoenix Duke family on the east unexpectedly broke out into a large-scale war with the Naga tribe. An endless tide of Naga sea monsters surged onto the territory of the Phoenix Duke, causing severe destruction to the coastal areas under his control. At that time, the Phoenix family was furious and was mobilizing its troops to counterattack the Naga tribe. Then, in early August, Earl Venus in the south and Duke Jonathan of the Philo Kingdom suddenly erupted into war. The conflict between the border dukes directly alarmed the royal families of both countries. Dukes are an important part of a kingdom, so a war between 2 dukes could easily escalate into a war between the entire kingdoms. Later, after the intervention of the 2 royal families, it was discovered that a gold mine had been found at the border between a barony under Earl Venus and Duke Jonathan's territory in the Philo Kingdom. The war broke out because of the dispute over ownership of the gold mine. Therefore, without receiving any requests for assistance, the 2 royal families would not have intervened in this conflict. 4 wars erupted one after another, prompting Achilles to immediately send a message to old Justin. He instructed him to purchase as much grain as possible near the capital and to use all his earned gold coins to buy food. There was already a looming food crisis, and now that 6 major southern nobles were at war, especially with 2 dukes involved, if the wars dragged on, the food crisis would become even more severe. Therefore, they couldn't wait for the autumn harvest. They had to start buying grain immediately. Then, at the end of August, the western part of the kingdom became unstable again. The Blackstone Duchy began to constantly provoke the Lincoln Duke family. Just as both sides were trying to restrain themselves, Duke Vaude unexpectedly attacked the troops that were provoking the Blackstone Duchy. The Blackstone Duchy was furious and immediately launched a large-scale attack on Duke Vaude's territory. The Lincoln family had no choice but to join the war, fighting alongside the Vaude family to counter the invasion of the Blackstone Duchy, while also seeking assistance from the royal family. In just a few months, the kingdom of Alpha suddenly erupted in conflict, and such a sudden outbreak of war couldn't possibly be a coincidence. The flying sword and the fallen petals. Upon learning of the war breaking out between the Blackstone Duchy and the two duchies of Lincoln and Vardar, Achilles was completely unnerved. The northern territories of the Alpha Kingdom had just suffered from a goblin invasion and a cult rebellion, both devastating events that had severely weakened the region. Now, suddenly, conflicts and wars were erupting across the entire eastern, southeastern, southern, southwestern, and western borders of the kingdom. This certainly couldn't be a deliberate move by the royal family to weaken powerful nobles. Someone was clearly trying to destabilize the Alpha Kingdom. Achilles' first thought went to the Shadow Temple, and the ducal family that had been in league with the Reaper King. However, now 4 out of the 5 major duchies were embroiled in war, while only the Lothar Duchy in the north remained relatively peaceful. Although the Lothar family suffered little during the cult rebellion, they did experience significant losses during the Goblin War. While the royal family has consistently suppressed powerful nobles in the north, they also cooperate with them more than any other region. The relationship is one of mutual dependence. It's completely different from the situation with the southern nobility. Furthermore, the northern territories are home to 4 major royal legions and 8 frontline legions, meaning almost half of the kingdom's military strength is stationed there. Therefore, logically speaking, the Lothar family in the north should be the least likely to betray the kingdom. However, with the other 4 duchies at war, it becomes difficult to determine which ducal family might be responsible for the betrayal. No, I must inform the royal family and the Church of Dawn about the possibility of a ducal family's treachery. After careful consideration, Achilles decided to inform the royal family and the church about the potential for a ducal family to betray them. If things continued as they were, even if the royal family wasn't completely destroyed, it would suffer heavy losses, leading to the kingdom's eventual collapse. In that case, even Storm territory would be doomed when the goblins moved south. Achilles then sought out Phineas. "Lord Phineas, has Miss Haley assigned you any new tasks?" Achilles asked directly. "No, the lady hasn't given me permission to return," Phineas replied. "The war between our Tulip family and the Dalton family is currently at a stalemate. However, our Tulip family has far more resources than the Dalton family. The longer the war lasts, the more advantageous it will be for us." "What's going on here? Is there something you need?" "Miss said she can help you with some things within her capabilities," Phineas said, looking at Achilles. Achilles shook his head and asked anxiously, "Nothing much is happening here, but the kingdom is embroiled in war, which feels wrong. Has Miss Angeline mentioned anything about the royal family's plans?" "Indeed, you've noticed it too. Things are very unsettling right now." "Miss has inquired with the royal family, but there have been no results," Phineas replied seriously. After listening, Achilles pondered for a moment and then said solemnly, "I've discovered something, but I don't have any concrete evidence to report to the royal family, so." "What did you discover?" Phineas asked urgently. "The scythe worms," Achilles said seriously. "Scythe worms belonging to the Lord of the Shadow Scythe." What are you talking about?" Phineas stood up in excitement. "There are slaves in my territory who are being controlled by the scythe worms. I accidentally discovered it. The situation is roughly like this. Although I found the scythe worms, I can't explain how." Achilles briefly explained the matter of the scythe worm slaves, but he attributed his discovery of the scythe worms to an accidental use of a dark affinity magical ability. After listening, Phineas was shocked. After thinking for a while, he stared at Achilles and asked, "Are you suggesting that the recent war is connected to this?" "That's right. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said anything." "Don't you think it's hard to believe that the recent events are linked to the scythe worm slaves?" Achilles nodded. "I know what needs to be done. I'm going back to Tulip City now. Only Miss can make a difference in this matter." Phineas immediately turned and walked towards the door. This matter couldn't wait any longer, especially since the Tulip family was already involved. "Wait, Lord Phineas. I recently invented a new weapon. Take some of it with you, it might be useful," Achilles quickly called out to Phineas. "Oh, what kind of weapon is it? Let me see." Phineas, who had already reached the door, immediately turned around with great interest. He knew that Achilles was the inventor of the storm cannon. Achilles then led Phineas to the magic testing area, where he lit a can of crimson-colored oil and explained, "Once ignited, this bloodfire oil cannot be extinguished by water spells of level 3 or lower. It's very effective for city defense or when used in conjunction with storm cannons. The bloodfire oil was petroleum that Amy had dyed red and infused with magical ingredients. Phineas watched the flames rise and tried it himself, discovering that ordinary water couldn't extinguish it. In fact, it even intensified the fire. He also found that the oil was difficult to remove once it got on someone, and individuals below level 3 might be burned to death. This greatly excited Phineas, who immediately asked, "How much of this bloodfire oil do you have? I noticed it seems to contain magical ingredients." Achilles nodded. "I've prepared quite a bit. How large is your storage ring?" 300 liters. That should hold about 200 tons, which should be enough, Achilles said. Phineas was even more astonished. 200 tons? This bloodfire oil contains magical ingredients, doesn't it? That would make it a kind of magical weapon. When did we start mass-producing magical weapons by the ton? Yes, 200 tons. This batch of bloodfire oil is intended as a gift for Haley. Take some back and try it out. If it proves useful on the battlefield, we can discuss further purchases later, Achilles suggested. Phineas looked at Achilles intently and then expressed his sincere gratitude. "Thank you very much." Amy then led Phineas to the bloodfire oil warehouse. After filling his storage ring, Phineas immediately set off back to Tulip City. Watching Phineas leave, Achilles murmured to himself, "I hope Haley can get the royal family and the church to take this seriously." He then returned to continue practicing water-based spells. In 3 months, Achilles had mastered 3 level 4 and 2 level 5 water spells, and he was close to mastering the final level 5 spell. On September 3rd, Storm Territory once again entered the autumn harvest season. Achilles had completed his studies of water magic, and after using the magical artifact, Water Spirit's Song, a new innate water-based spell was successfully created. Innate spell, Water Sword Flying Flowers Water, beginner 0/10, can instantly condense countless water spirits into swords, creating a dazzling display that disrupts enemies. It can also form a water spirit sword formation to trap enemies. As the user's level increases, the disruptive and trapping abilities of Water Sword Flying Flowers will improve accordingly. Leaping Golden Light Mirror, Water Sword Flying Flowers, a control-type talent spell for the water element. Not bad, I can now advance to a 6th-tier Archmage. Achilles was very pleased after reading the new description of the talent spell on the panel. Currently he possesses Dark Element, Hell Apostle Fire Element, 9 Suns Consecutive Explosion Earth Element, Earth Core Guardian Lightning Element, Lightning Dragon Instant Kill Wind Element, Wind Illusionary Shadow Water Element, Water Sword Flying Flowers Asterisk, and a Light Element Divine Spell for removing curses. Once he advances to the 6th tier and completes the last 3 talent spells Ice, Metal, and Life, he will have all 10 elemental talent spells. Once he resolves his mana and mental energy issues, Achilles himself will become a full attribute mage squad. Subsequently, Achilles used the Hell Apostle spell to summon 3 6th-tier undead creatures, from whom he obtained 2 sheep demon tongues. "I've gathered enough sheep demon tongues for the advancement," Achilles thought to himself. "Now I can focus on using potions to train and researching wizard meditation techniques." Achilles' current 5th level Chaos Meditation technique has almost reached 20% experience. The accumulated attribute points, he would likely only need about 60 sheep demon tongues to advance to a 6th-tier Archmage. However, 5th level potions cannot be used continuously. It takes 2 or 3 days before another one can be used. That's why Achilles is planning to train with potions while researching wizard meditation techniques. After successfully refining the last few sheep demon tongues, Achilles prepared to check on the autumn harvest. Although Achilles seized the opportunity and purchased a large amount of grain at a high price before the autumn harvest, this was not enough to fully meet the needs of the territory. The territory still needed its own cultivated crops to satisfy the demand for the next year, so the autumn harvest remained crucial. When Achilles inspected the eastern village, he saw that Jenkins was there overseeing the autumn harvest work. "My lord," Jenkins quickly approached and bowed upon seeing Achilles' arrival. "Are there any problems with this year's harvest?" Achilles asked, looking out at the vast fields of wheat. "Sir," replied Jenkins, "besides a few villages in the west where a large flock of forest birds caused significant damage, estimated to be about 1/3 of the crop, the harvesting has been going smoothly everywhere else." Forest birds? How could there be such a large flock here? Achilles was puzzled. Forest birds are common creatures, roughly the size of a hand. However, their numbers can be enormous, and if precautions aren't taken during harvest season, they can cause significant damage to crops. Normally, forest birds are found south of the Gray Mountains. The area north of the mountains is home to more dangerous beasts, so these common birds usually don't venture that far. Sir, Jenkins explained, these forest birds likely flew over from south of the Gray Mountains, perhaps because the food production in those territories hasn't fully recovered yet, and also because 3 territories are currently abandoned. This may have caused a small number of forest birds to cross the mountains and come here in search of food. Achilles considered this explanation. The territories south of the Gray Mountains haven't completely resumed farming activities, especially those 3 territories without rulers. The royal family has no intention of reclaiming them. They only provide basic maintenance for the castles and don't invest resources in managing the territories. It's like the Storm territory, its farmland is currently abandoned. Were the birds driven away? Achilles asked. While the number of forest birds isn't as devastating as locusts, there are still many of them. Furthermore, to adapt to their environment, these birds have developed nocturnal habits and forage for food at night. Therefore, it's almost impossible to completely eradicate them. The usual method is to send people out to constantly chase and drive away the flocks. Yes, they were driven away, Jenkins replied. Miss Wendy sent 3 thunderhawks, which chased the forest birds back into the Gray Mountains. The 3 thunderhawks are the offspring of Rigo and Reu, who were captured previously, and they have now grown to adulthood. All right, Achilles instructed. If you see any more forest birds, please ask Miss Wendy to send her thunderhawks to deal with them immediately. We can't afford to have any more crops damaged. This year's harvest is already precarious. We can't risk any further losses. Yes, my lord, I will pay attention. By the way, during my inspection, I noticed that the sanitation in the serf villages seems to be getting worse. From now on, I want you to implement a comprehensive sanitation system. In the future, I will not only inspect the hygiene within the castle, but also conduct random inspections of the villages. Only by ensuring good sanitary conditions can we prevent potential outbreaks of disease. Especially with the ongoing conflicts in recent years, the risk of epidemics is even higher. I heard that several baronial territories near the Makara fortress have already experienced outbreaks. Achilles ordered. It's likely that the rapid increase in the serf population has overwhelmed the existing sanitation infrastructure, making it necessary to take action. Understood, my lord. I will immediately begin implementing a comprehensive sanitation program throughout the territory. Jenkins replied, realizing the seriousness of the situation after hearing about the outbreak near Makara fortress. After giving instructions to Jenkins, Achilles continued his inspection of other areas and, satisfied that the autumn harvest was on track, returned to Storm territory to focus on his training. In late November, after 3 months of intensive training, Achilles not only gained more experience in the chaotic meditation technique, but also finally made a breakthrough into the 7th tier of the wizard's fire affinity meditation method. Perhaps because it was a wizardly meditation technique, the fire affinity meditation didn't automatically integrate with the chaotic meditation. Achilles then used attribute points to directly raise the wizard's fire affinity meditation to the 5th tier. Before I try to improve it further, let me test the effectiveness of the spatial jump mirror. After raising the wizard's fire affinity meditation to the 5th tier, Achilles was eager to test the spatial jump mirror, which could allow for travel through the void over a distance of 1 kilometer. Achilles then went to the south side of Storm territory and activated the spatial jump mirror using his wizardly techniques. The mirror absorbed magical energy, activating the internal array patterns. Then, Achilles saw that the spatial jump mirror released a burst of void energy, creating something resembling a spatial vortex in front of him. Immediately, the spatial vortex generated a powerful suction force, pulling the spatial jump mirror towards it. Whoosh! Achilles was drawn into the spatial vortex and felt a momentary darkness before experiencing a sensation of dizziness. Before he could react, a bright light appeared again. Bang! The dizzying sensation caused Achilles to lose his balance instantly, and he fell directly to the ground. Achilles stood up from the ground, feeling dizzy. It took him a while to recover from the disorientation. Man, adapting to long-distance spatial travel is still really difficult, Achilles muttered, holding his head. He had experienced similar dizziness when he followed Panda back from Hell. However, later on, he didn't have this problem when using the no-distance technique. Now that he was experiencing spatial disorientation while using the vertical leap golden light realm, Achilles realized that his cultivation level was still too low to handle such long-distance spatial travel. He decided to practice using the vertical leap golden light realm more frequently in the coming days, determined to fully utilize this life-saving magical artifact. After recovering completely from the dizziness, Achilles tested the other 3 6th-grade magical artifacts. A storm dragon armor had excellent defensive capabilities, especially against magic attacks. It was undoubtedly the best piece of armor among the 6th-grade items he currently possessed. The windstorm wing boots were a rare speed-enhancing item. When Achilles tried them on, his speed increased by about 30%. Moreover, the most important thing was that the windstorm wing boots consumed very little energy, making them suitable for long-distance pursuits. The purple water-silver sword was a close combat weapon that could infuse water-based magic into it. Essentially a melee weapon designed for spellcasters. Achilles guessed that it was probably intended for body refinement mages, which was quite rare these days. However, it was perfectly suited for a versatile warrior like him. Next, Achilles tried using the 7th-grade magical artifacts Concealment Robe and Thousand Winds Soul Bell, but he found that his 5th-grade Heavenly Fire meditation technique couldn't support the use of these 2 7th-grade items. It seems I need to reach the 6th grade before I can use them. However, these 4 6th-grade magical artifacts are almost enough for now. He also wondered why these magical artifacts consumed so much less energy compared to enchanted items, magical tools. After all these years, haven't any mages improved upon the design of magical artifacts based on the principles of enchanted items to create low-consumption versions? Unless it was intentional, Achilles thought it was possible. Those low-consumption magical artifacts were likely held by the wealthiest nobles, even those of the duke rank or higher. After experimenting with 4 6th-tier sorcerer tools, Achilles began to improve the sorcerer's Heavenly Fire meditation technique while practicing the Chaos meditation technique. As Achilles had suspected, the sorcerer's meditation technique was very similar to the mage's meditation technique. The grasp of both techniques, making simple improvements wasn't difficult. In just 1 month, Achilles completed the improvement of the apprentice-level sorcerer's Heavenly Fire meditation technique. This was still because he had dedicated most of his time to practicing the Chaos meditation technique. Otherwise, it would have been even faster. The Dawn Festival is almost here, Achilles said. After the Dawn Festival, I should be able to advance to the 6th tier. After finishing a round of potion training, Achilles saw the data on his interface. He only needed 3 more potions to reach the 6th tier Grand Magus level. So he planned to continue training after the Dawn Festival. Although he wasn't a follower of the Church of the Dawn, he still maintained the tradition of celebrating the new year from his previous life. The Dawn Festival was like the new year. He definitely needed to relax and unwind. He couldn't become a lord and then work overtime during the most important holiday. That would be too depressing. Mia, have you prepared the Dawn Festival gifts for everyone yet? Achilles asked Mia after finishing his training. Yes, sir, Mia replied respectfully. They are all prepared according to individual needs. The many items you brought back from the Sorcerer's Tower are very valuable to everyone, and they will certainly be grateful for your generosity. Haha, of course, Achilles said, hugging Mia and laughing heartily. I am definitely the most generous lord on the continent of Noah. Sir, it's still daytime, Mia said shyly. HMPH, I'm a lord, do I need to worry about day or night? He then carried Mia into the bathroom. January 1st, 6642. Achilles, as he had done in previous years, gave a generous speech to the citizens within the castle before distributing Dawn Festival gifts. This was the happiest moment for ordinary citizens and serfs. All citizens of Storm Territory, whether commoners or serfs, will receive a gift from Achilles on the day of dawn. Storm Territory has abundant marine resources, so Achilles doesn't have to worry about not being able to provide enough for everyone. Once the shipbuilders arrive, the fishing resources will become even more plentiful. Next, he had a small gathering with the core members of the territory, learning about their cultivation progress and family situations in order to strengthen their unity. My friends, Storm Territory is becoming increasingly prosperous, and this is thanks to everyone's collective efforts. Each and every one of you has played an indispensable role, in the development of this territory. Therefore, we hope that everyone will cherish these achievements and protect our beloved storm territory. Let us build a strong and thriving storm territory for future generations. I have prepared resources for all of you. Please make good use of them to become stronger as quickly as possible. The outer walls of storm territory are now complete. Next, we will begin expanding the territory. I hope everyone can follow my lead. Yes, Lord Achilles, we pledge our loyalty and will follow you until death. The crowd responded enthusiastically. Expanding the territory naturally requires people to guard and manage it, and these individuals would undoubtedly be among the first choices. After the day of dawn, everyone worked even harder on their cultivation. The overall strength of the entire territory was rapidly improving. However, just as Achilles was preparing to use the last dose of the Sheep Demon's Whisper potion for his own training, Mia suddenly rushed into Achilles' training courtyard, looking panicked. Seeing that Achilles wasn't meditating, she immediately reported, "Lord Achilles, we have received a top priority letter from Grey Fortress." "What? A top priority letter? Give it to me," Achilles said, standing up and snatching the letter from Mia's hand. Achilles had established a 4-level system for sending messages from Grey Fortress, depending on the situation. Even when cultists invaded, it was only a level 1 message. A top priority message had never been received before. Achilles quickly opened the letter and saw that it was written by Archibald. The content was brief, consisting of just a few sentences. On the day of dawn, a major upheaval occurred in the capital city of Kanglin. King Adam passed away, Queen Catherine died tragically, and Caleb announced his ascension to the throne. Crown Prince, damn it, how could I have forgotten about him? After reading the contents of the letter, Achilles immediately understood that the eldest prince had launched a coup and murdered King Adam and Queen Catherine. After receiving the urgent message from Grey Fortress, Achilles became quite agitated. Previously, Achilles had believed that only a certain ducal family was colluding with the Shadow King. However, seeing how the eldest prince had launched a coup in the capital while the kingdom was embroiled in war, assassinating the king and queen proved that the eldest prince was also involved with the Shadow King. Achilles harbored a deep grudge against the eldest prince Caleb. If Caleb were to secure the throne, Achilles would not only have no place in the kingdom of Alpha, but might even be forced to flee the kingdom entirely. Realizing this, Achilles decided he couldn't remain passive. He had to act immediately, even if it meant risking everything. He needed first-hand information to prepare for a possible retreat. Immediately after, Achilles summoned Wendy and instructed her. "Wendy, you must ride Laddie to your half-elf tribe right away. Tell Feigsel that a coup has occurred in the kingdom of Alpha. The people currently controlling the capital are my enemies. Furthermore, they have ties to the Shadow Temple. If this situation continues and he manages to secure the throne, I hope Feigsel will be willing to shelter some people, but not too many." Wendy, upon hearing this, became visibly anxious. "Sir, what about you? Will you be joining us? We'll decide that later. You go ahead and inform Feigsel so she can prepare." "Okay, sir. I'll leave immediately," Wendy said, and quickly went to find her winged shadow lion laddie. After Wendy left, Achilles instructed Mia. "Mia, you are in charge of securing the castle. No one from the royal family or the tulip family is allowed inside, regardless of who they are. From now on, storm territory will be placed under level 1 alert, and we must be prepared for battle at any time." Achilles didn't wait for Mia to respond before rushing to Panda's residence. Panda had been out gathering resources and had returned to his secluded courtyard, where he continued his solitary life as a recluse. Upon seeing Achilles, Panda immediately learned about the coup launched by the eldest Prince Caleb and the involvement of the Shadow King. After hearing this, Panda realized the gravity of the situation and began to rant furiously. "You humans are truly a troublesome bunch, never having a moment of peace." Achilles didn't have time to listen to Panda's complaints and said directly, "It might not be too late to salvage the situation. If we act now, there's still a chance. We need to gather more comprehensive information immediately and secure Grey Fortress. That might give us a chance to save storm territory." "All right, let's go. It looks like we're in for a lot of trouble," Panda said dejectedly. Currently, storm territory not only had storm territory ale, but also sweet milk wine and magical sugarcane liquor, all treasures that Panda couldn't bear to part with. Just as Achilles and Panda were rushing towards Grey Fortress, dramatic changes were unfolding within the fortress itself. Large contingent led by Captain Dayang secretly smuggled in a Tier 8 Sky Knight, claiming he was sent by King Caleb I to take over Grey Fortress. Dayang immediately attempted to kill Archibald, suggesting that the Crown Prince was aware of the relationship between Archibald and Achilles. Fortunately, Archibald had recently been promoted to a Tier 7 Earth Knight. Fact unknown to anyone, which caused the Tier 8 Sky Knight to make a mistake. Not only did he fail to kill Archibald, but he inadvertently allowed Archibald and several others, including the squad leader of the mage team Halvin, to escape into Achilles' Tier 5 magic formation, the Eternal Wind and Fire Array, located on the north wall. They then used the Eternal Wind and Fire Array to barely withstand the attack from the Tier 8 Sky Knight sent by the Crown Prince. Captain Dayang, who had betrayed his allegiance, was unaware of Archibald's recent promotion. This ignorance led to the current situation, and he was worried about being held accountable later. Therefore, he decided to try to redeem himself by attempting to persuade them, saying, "Halvin, are you sure you want to defy the king's orders? Do you want to betray the royal family?" Without Halvin, a mage, Archibald, as a knight alone, could not unleash the full power of this Tier 5 magic formation. "HMPH, you accuse me of betrayal. Dayang, don't you know the proper succession process for the throne? The Crown Prince is not even a legitimate king right now. Moreover, you are trying to seize power by force. You are the one betraying the royal family. Commander Archie will not let you go," Halvin said angrily. These mage squads were all from the Royal Mage Guild, the capital, and were absolutely loyal to the Nalenter family. Therefore, even if Halvin were to die in battle, he would never do anything that defied the royal decree. "HMPH, you ungrateful wretch," the Lyman sneered. "His Majesty Caleb now controls the entire Kanglan city, and all 4 central legions, the Royal Knights, and the Royal Mages have pledged their allegiance to him. Yet you still stubbornly resist, which is simply suicidal." He then ordered Dayang to bring over the 7th rank magical crossbow from the fortress. Although this wind and fire unending formation was only a 5th rank killing array, combined with 5th rank mages and 7th rank Earth Knights, even he and Lyman wouldn't dare rush in recklessly. Just as the 7th rank magical crossbow was being brought over, and Archibald felt a sense of despair. Achilles and Panda arrived at Grey Fortress. "Finally, you're here." Archibald and Halvin both sighed with relief upon seeing Achilles and Panda. After entering the wind and fire unending formation, Archibald informed Halvin that he had already sent an urgent message to Baron Achilles, which served as a reassurance. After all, Storm Territory has 9th rank magical beasts, so they could arrive very quickly. The Lyman sent by the Crown Prince immediately turned and fled upon seeing Panda. He hadn't even completely subdued Grey Fortress yet, and he certainly couldn't prevent a 9th rank Panda from entering the fortress. However, Achilles would never let this person escape. He immediately accelerated his pursuit with Panda. As for what was happening inside Grey Fortress, Archibald, the 7th rank Earth Knight, could handle it perfectly well. With Panda, the 9th rank sacred beast, leading the way, they quickly caught up to the Lyman sent by the Crown Prince. Initially, they intended to capture him alive, both to learn more about the capital and to allow Achilles to gain experience points by defeating him, which would enhance his innate abilities. Unfortunately, this Lyman was a true loyalist who chose death rather than surrender. Knowing that he couldn't escape Panda, he committed suicide and didn't even leave behind a corpse for Achilles. In the end, Achilles only found a storage ring with a capacity of 10 cubic meters. But everything inside was just ordinary goods. Achilles, who had visited the Mage Tower, found it quite disappointing. "Brother Panda, let's go directly to Leonard City." After dealing with the Crown Prince's envoy, Achilles didn't immediately return to Grey Fortress, but instead headed straight for Leonard City. This was because Leonard was a branch of the royal family, and he might have more information than what could be found at Grey Fortress. Furthermore, there's a pastor from the Church of the Dawn there, who could provide insights into the church's stance on the internal conflicts within the royal family. At this time, the city of Leonard was also in a state of martial law, clearly preparing for the current situation. Lord Leonard, a soldier, reported to Leonard, "Viscount Achilles and the 9th rank Panda are requesting an audience outside the city." Leonard was currently meeting with a regular 6th rank warrior. After hearing the report from his subordinate, he simply said, "I understand." After hearing that Viscount Achilles had arrived, the 6th rank warrior immediately seemed nervous and emphasized, "Lord Leonard, His Majesty Caleb has already shown great sincerity. If you choose to support His Majesty, he will elevate the Fisher family to the rank of Earl and grant them Grey Fortress. Furthermore, he will help you ascend to the 9th rank Holy Realm. No one would be this generous. I hope Lord Leonard will consider carefully. The 6th rank warrior was sent by Prince Caleb himself, specifically to try to win over the Fisher family. After listening, Leonard frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, I understand, you may wait here. I'm going to meet with Viscount Achilles. Of course, Lord Leonard, please go ahead. Just be careful, Viscount Achilles is accompanied by a 9th rank panda. The 6th rank warrior saw Leonard's attitude and felt that he was already swayed. This was enough for them. Leonard didn't respond and immediately flew out of his mansion towards the city gates. Viscount Achilles, Lord Panda, I apologize for making you wait. Please come inside, let's talk. Leonard directly invited Achilles and Panda into the city. Achilles was surprised to hear this. Because of Panda's presence as a 9th rank being, Achilles had planned not to enter the city of Leonard in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, he hadn't expected that Leonard would actually invite them inside. Thank you for your invitation. Following that, Achilles and Panda entered the city of Lyon with Lord Fisher. However, shortly after entering the city, Achilles sensed a hint of malice emanating from the direction of Lord Fisher's mansion. He subtly conveyed a message to Panda. Then, they entered the mansion. Lord Leonard, Achilles said directly, you should know why I'm here. What is your stance? Viscount Achilles is indeed quite direct, Lord Fisher replied. I hear you have some grievances with Caleb. That's common knowledge. There's no need for you to probe. Just tell me what's on your mind. I allowed you and Magistrate Panda to enter this castle. What do you think my attitude would be? Lord Fisher said, seemingly resigned. Achilles nodded. The fact that Lord Fisher had brought him and Panda, who were known to have a grudge against the Crown Prince, into the castle certainly indicated something about his position. However, it didn't reveal everything. Since Lord Fisher's public stance was against the Crown Prince, Achilles began to inquire about the situation in the capital. I want to know what exactly happened in Kanglan City. Do you have any information? Lord Fisher sighed heavily upon hearing this, his expression grave. Alas, I still don't fully understand the specifics of what happened in Kanglan City. All I know is that since the wars began throughout the kingdom last year, His Majesty Edward's health has been steadily declining. As for the recent passing of His Majesty Edward and the suicide of Queen Catherine, we share the same suspicions. The events unfolded so suddenly that any intelligent lord would realize that the situation in the capital was undoubtedly a military coup. Do you know what the current situation is in the capital? What happened to Kent and Prince Thuron? Achilles continued to ask. Kent was the son of Cato, a paladin, and the father of Prince Archie. He was the leader of the strongest royal knight order within Kanglan City. His status determined whether the Frostmoon province would be safe for Achilles. If Kent had sided with Caleb, then Prince Archie's Northeastern Legion could pose a threat to Achilles. Prince Thuron II is not in Kanglan City. When the incident occurred, he was still in the territory of Earl Clinton, mediating a conflict between Earl Clinton and Earl Randall. I don't know what his current situation is, Viscount Fisher replied. Upon hearing this, Achilles felt relieved. If Prince Hassan had left Kanglan City with the Royal Knights, and if Prince Thuron II wasn't there either, it meant that the eldest prince's coup hadn't been entirely successful. He didn't need to rush into hiding just yet. Achilles then inquired about the situations involving other ducal families from Viscount Fisher, but he received no useful information. Next, Achilles tried to meet with Pastor Fleur, but was told that no one was being received. Even Viscount Fisher couldn't see him, which clearly indicated that the Dawn Church didn't want to get involved in the royal power struggles. This meant they weren't taking sides in this internal conflict. Therefore, Achilles and Panda bid farewell to Viscount Fisher and headed towards Grey Fortress. Once they were out of sight of Fisher City, Achilles and Panda immediately turned back and hid on a nearby mountain, observing the movements within Fisher City. Achilles suspected that the hostility he had felt in Fisher City was from someone sent by the eldest prince. Since the eldest prince had dispatched an 8th-tier sky warrior to Grey Fortress, he would likely also send people to Fisher City. The Fisher ducal family, apart from not having a 9th-level sanctuary, wasn't significantly weaker than other ducal families. Moreover, being a branch of the royal family meant that the eldest prince would definitely send someone to cultivate a relationship with Viscount Fisher. As for why Viscount Fisher didn't reveal more, was likely because he genuinely didn't know the specific details and was hesitant to take clear stance, a characteristic of a competent politician. Achilles had Panda sense the level of the person who harbored ill will towards him and discovered that they were only a sixth-tier individual. This meant that by using the Dominator contract before they could commit suicide, he could obtain the most detailed information. In the evening, a lone rider burst out of Fisher City and sped south. Upon seeing this, Achilles immediately instructed Panda to accompany him in pursuit. After they had moved a considerable distance away from Lion City, Panda cooperated with Achilles and successfully contracted the sixth-tier warrior. Looking at the enslaved sixth-tier warrior in front of him, Panda still felt a chill despite having witnessed Achilles' methods of enslavement before. He couldn't help but be grateful that when he met Achilles, this kid was still too weak, otherwise. At that moment, Achilles was questioning the sixth-tier warrior, whose name was Kyle, about what had happened in the city of Kanglin. After a full hour, Achilles had a general understanding of what had transpired in the capital city of Kanglin. It turned out that, on the day of the Dawn Festival this year, King Adam was suddenly assassinated. He died instantly from his injuries, and even the court's life mages were unable to save him. With King Adam's death, the eldest prince, Caleb, who had been imprisoned, immediately emerged. He used soldiers he had planted within the royal guard to launch a military coup in the palace, killing Queen Catherine. He then forged a royal decree and announced his ascension to the throne the next day. Furthermore, it was clear that Prince Caleb had been planning this for many years. His people were everywhere in the city of Kanglin. After announcing his claim to the throne, he immediately seized control of 3 central legions and half of the mage corps. Subsequently, Prince Caleb quickly led troops to forcibly take over the Royal Knights' Order. However, what Prince Caleb hadn't anticipated was that the commander of the Royal Knights' Order, Prince Kent, was already a 9th-tier Holy Knight. Under the leadership of Prince Kent's immense power, the Royal Knights' Order and half of the Royal Mage Corps escaped from the city of Kanglin. Afterward, Prince Caleb immediately dispatched many people in various directions, attempting to gain as many allies as possible and control more troops before anyone could react. This 6th-tier warrior didn't know about the situation of the other 9th-tier individuals within the capital city of Kanglin, nor did he know anything about the church. However, Achilles was able to guess some things. The fact that Prince Kent, a 9th-tier Holy Knight, and the Royal Knights' Order were forced out of the city of Kanglin meant that Prince Caleb definitely had more than one 9th-tier domain under his control. Moreover, Prince Cado and Pastor Nelson was certainly not in the city of Kanglin, nor were most of the other 9th-tier members of the royal family. Achilles knew that among the prominent noble families within the Kingdom of Alpha, there was roughly 1-2 individuals from each Earl family, 2-3 from each Marquess family, and 4-5 from each Duke family. The royal family currently had 6 9th-tier individuals, not including Prince Kent. Regarding the existence of legendary beings, Achilles couldn't confirm anything. He had only heard about it from Haley. She mentioned that only the 5 Grand Dukes in the royal family might possess such beings, but no one knew the exact number, and these legendary creatures rarely appeared within the kingdom. The current situation wasn't ideal for Achilles, but neither was it terrible. Since the eldest prince, Caleb, didn't have complete control over the royal family, there were bound to be other powerful families like the House of Fisher. They wouldn't immediately pledge allegiance to the eldest prince. Instead, they would likely remain neutral for a while, and then it would depend on whether the second prince, Thuron, and Prince Khazar could regain their advantage. However, the current situation almost certainly pointed towards an impending civil war. This would severely weaken the Kingdom of Alpha, and there was also an unstable noble family lurking within, making the crisis even more unpredictable. After understanding the situation, Achilles instructed, "Gurlane, continue to follow the orders of the eldest prince. If anything significant happens, immediately use this falcon to notify me, understand?" "Yes, master," Gurlane replied respectfully. He then continued south to carry out other tasks for the eldest prince while Rigaud followed him from the air. "Brother Panda, let's go. We should return to Grey Fortress." "Kid, what are your chances of success?" "I don't know. It depends on whether the church and the royal family have any hidden plans." Achilles shook his head. When Achilles returned to Grey Fortress, Archibald had already quelled a large-scale rebellion in Deyang. Seeing Achilles return, Archibald immediately asked, "Achilles, did you go to the House of Fisher?" "That's right. I went there to investigate the situation," Achilles replied, and then he informed everyone about what was happening in the capital city, Kanglin. Everyone was shocked by the news. The eldest prince who had been imprisoned had managed to launch a military coup so quickly. This clearly required years of planning. "Have you heard any news from Frostmoon City?" Achilles asked. Archibald shook his head gravely. There had been no communication from Frostmoon City, which suggested that things were not going well there, and it was even possible that the city had already been seized by the eldest prince's forces. Fortunately, the next day, news arrived from Frostmoon City. The order was given to immediately mobilize the troops at Grey Fortress and prepare for action. On the third day, Achilles received detailed information about Frostmoon City from Lei Yu. The news came from old Justin, confirming that a rebellion had indeed broken out in Frostmoon City, and it was only yesterday that Prince Archie completely suppressed it. Frostmoon City remains under the control of Prince Archie. Furthermore, Prince Archie announced in Frostmoon City that Caleb had committed regicide and usurped the throne, and that the Northeastern Legion would soon march south towards Kanglin City to overthrow Caleb. It seems Frostmoon City is indeed still under Prince Archie's control. Whether Frostmoon City remained under Prince Archie's control was crucial for Achilles, as it determined whether he should take proactive action or adopt a defensive posture. Now that the situation was confirmed, Achilles immediately used the last dose of the Sheep Demon's Whisper potion to enhance his training within Grey Fortress. As a result, he advanced to the rank of Grand Magus, level 6. With the promotion, Achilles' spiritual realm began to expand and strengthen rapidly. After the advancement was complete, Achilles immediately opened his character panel to check his stats. Name: Achilles Louis. Basic skills: Flame Breathing Technique, Silver Knight, level 5, 2,544,836/10 million. Chaos Meditation, Earth, Water, Fire, Wind, Light, Darkness, Thunder. Grand Magus, level 6, 0/100 million. Celestial Fire Meditation, Wizard, Wizard, level 5, 0/10 million. Attribute points: 6,318. Divine Gifts, Remove Curse, Light. Innate Spells, Hellish Apostle, Darkness. 9 Suns, Consecutive Explosion, Fire. Earth Core Guardian, Earth. Thunder Dragon, Instant Kill, Thunder. Wind Illusionary Shadow, Wind. Water Sword, Flying Flower, Water. Unique Talents: Enhanced Precognition, Silver Precognition, 0/1 million. Dominance Contract, Silver Contract, 0/1 million. Absolute Defense, Silver Defense, 0/1 million. Ultimate Speed, Golden Speed. Ultimate Power, Golden Power. Undying Constitution, Golden Constitution. Energy Essence, 265,486. Click to randomly awaken. At the very moment Achilles advanced to Grand Magus, level 6, news of Caleb's military coup and regicide spread throughout the entire kingdom of Alpha. Prince Thuron of the Second Royal House forged an alliance with Earl Clinton and Prince Kent, who had fled from the city of Kanglin. Together, they launched an attack on Kanglin City, marking the beginning of a civil war within the royal family. After Achilles was promoted to a 6th rank Great Mage, he immediately checked the changes in his character panel after the promotion. He found that only one attribute point had increased to 100,000, while everything else remained unchanged. He then clicked on Awaken New Innate Talent. Name: Achilles Louis. Innate Talent: Infinite Endurance. Initial Endurance 0/100. Increases current physical strength, magic power, fighting spirit, and mental fortitude by a factor of 2. Energy Essence, 265,476, requires increasing base level for the next awakening. The Endurance talent has appeared. Infinite Endurance. Does this mean I'll be able to live forever? Achilles thought, looking at the new innate talent. Let's see what special effects it has. Achilles noticed that the Infinite Endurance talent would solve his problem of insufficient magic power and mental fortitude due to using multi-attribute magic. He immediately used Energy Essence to increase the level of Infinite Endurance. Innate Talent: Infinite Endurance. Silver Endurance 0/1 million. Increases current physical strength, magic power, fighting spirit, and mental fortitude by a factor of 5. Special Effect: Devour and Absorb temporarily absorbs massive amounts of various energies and stores them within oneself to increase endurance time. The stored energy can also be released at once to increase attack power. Energy Essence 154,372. Requires increasing base level for the next awakening. Devour and Absorb, it's like having a camel's stomach, Achilles thought after reading the description of the special effect. After finishing his promotion training, Achilles found Archibald and asked about what had been happening recently. "What's the news?" "The royal family is in turmoil," Archibald replied. He then told Achilles about the news that had come from Frostmoon City over the past few days. It turned out that after the Crown Prince announced the deaths of Adam and Catherine, the second Prince Thuron began lobbying Earl Clinton, hoping to borrow troops from the Clinton family to march on Kanglan City and avenge Adam and Catherine. Initially, Earl Clinton was unwilling to get involved. But not long after, Prince Kent arrived at Earl Clinton's city. After Kent's efforts, Earl Clinton agreed to lend Thuron 2 legions of soldiers. On January 10th, year 6642 of the Dawn calendar, second Prince Thuron and Prince Kent jointly issued a statement denouncing the Crown Prince's act of regicide and usurpation of power. He declared that the eldest prince was a traitor, his claim to the throne was illegitimate, and he warned all major royal legions to remain loyal to the true royal family, ordering them to march against the rebel Caleb. Thuron then personally led his elite beast mount cavalry squadron, along with 2 legions of Earl Clinton, towards Kanglan City. Along the way, they joined forces with Kent's royal knights and half of the royal mages, although Kent himself was nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, 2 other prominent branches of the royal family, Earl Frankenstein and Marquis Roman, issued statements in support of Prince Thuron, condemning the eldest Prince Caleb's regicide and usurpation of power. However, none of them were planning to send troops yet. The Frankenstein family had suffered heavy losses from 2 wars with orcs and cultists, and being located in the northern frontier, they also needed to defend against potential orc incursions from the south, so they were reluctant to deplete their forces in internal conflicts. Marquis Roman was too far away, and besides, the Tulip and Dalton families on the eastern border were engaged in a noble duel, while the Venus family in the west was vying for gold mines with Duke Jonathan of the Philo Kingdom, so they would not send troops either. As for the other major nobles, they had yet to take a clear stance, choosing instead to remain cautiously neutral. Now that Prince Thuron has secured the support of the military, the royal civil war will undoubtedly escalate, Achilles said slowly. We should wait and see. However, on the 3rd day, an order arrived from Frostmoon City. Archibald is to immediately lead the 8th Legion and the mage squad back to Frostmoon City. The Grey Fortress is now under the full command of Baron Achilles. After Thuron and Hasawi issued their statements, the Northeastern Legion immediately responded, announcing its intention to march against Caleb. Upon receiving the order, Archibald led his troops on the march, while Achilles quickly dispatched 8 infantry squads, 2 archer squads, and a beast mount cavalry squad from Storm territory to take full control of the Grey Fortress. Following the Northeastern Legion's support for Prince Thuron, the Griffon Legion in the province of Drent initially declared its allegiance to the eldest Prince Caleb, but soon after, internal turmoil erupted within the Legion. The previously missing Kent suddenly appeared in Drent City, executed the commander of the Griffon Legion, and forcefully took control of the unit. Kent had formerly been the commander of the Griffon Legion, so he enjoyed immense prestige within the unit, making his takeover relatively smooth. Subsequently, the Griffon Legion followed the Northeastern Legion in marching south to confront the eldest Prince Caleb. However, the Northwestern Legion in the province of Groningen claimed that the eldest Prince Caleb had already ascended the throne, and that royal legions should pledge allegiance to His Majesty, the King. Prince Thuron Kent and Prince Archie were traitors who deserved to be punished. The statement from the Northwestern Legion quickly received a response from the 5th Legion of the province of Ivansis, located south of the province of Groningen. Following that, the 2nd Legion from the province of Clement, south of the province of Drenth, the 7th Legion from the province of Maryland, under the Marquis of Clawford, the 1st Legion from the province of Sedamia, south of the province of Freelance, and the 4th Legion from the province of Leif, located southwest of the province of Frostmoon. All responded to the Northwestern Legion's statement, acknowledging the claim of Grand Prince Caleb as king. This meant that out of the 8 frontline legions serving as a reserve force for the northern frontier, 5 had now pledged allegiance to Grand Prince Caleb. The remaining 3 frontline legions and the Northern Border Legion remained silent. However, shortly after, Prince Kent publicly announced that Grand Prince Caleb not only instigated a military coup, assassinating King Adam and Queen Catherine, but also conspired with outsiders to kill Sir Geoffrey, a royal knight of the 9th rank who was guarding the capital city of Kanglin. With Kent's revelations, the military coup that had taken place in the capital began to come to light. Grand Prince Caleb, while Nelson, a pastor from the church, led Prince Cado of the royal family in Crawford. The leader of the Royal Mage Order out of the city conspired with Jack, the deputy leader of the Royal Mage Order, and an unknown 9th rank knight, to ambush and assassinate Sir Geoffrey. They then assassinated King Adam and secretly executed Queen Catherine. However, during the takeover of the Kanglin city garrison, an unexpected event occurred. Grand Prince Caleb had overlooked the fact that Prince Kent, the leader of the Royal Knights, had also been promoted to the 9th rank. When Sir Geoffrey was killed, Prince Kent realized something was wrong. However, by the time he tried to rescue King Adam, it was too late. Therefore, Prince Kent acted decisively and bravely led the Royal Knights and half of the Royal Mage Order out of Kanglin City. By the time Grand Prince Caleb and Jack realized what had happened, Prince Kent had already escaped from Kanglin City. Due to the speed of the knights, the Central Legion of Kanglin City could not catch up. Furthermore, Prince Kent personally led 2 squads of Dragon Knights, successfully intercepting Jack and the Unknown Knight. This allowed the Royal Knights and half of the Royal Mage Order to escape pursuit. The news announced by Prince Kent enraged Pix, a paladin who was temporarily in charge of the Northern Border Legion. Pix had originally not wanted to get involved in the internal conflict and had planned to prevent the newly promoted 9th rank knight, Kent, from further interfering in the struggle, fearing it would harm the Narrant family. However, now the royal family had inexplicably lost a 9th rank knight. Pix realized that Grand Prince Caleb had gone mad. A madman who instigated a conflict among knights of the 9th rank could not be trusted with the future of the kingdom. Therefore, Pix quickly led the Northern Border Legion south towards Kanglin City. With the participation of 2 Royal 9th rank paladins, Kent and Pix, the 3 frontline legions, the 3rd, 6th, and 8th, which were previously undecided, decisively sided with Prince Edward. Thus, all 4 main corps and 8 frontline units of the Royal Army stationed in the north frontier were drawn into the internal power struggle, causing immediate chaos throughout the region. Upon learning that 3 major frontline legions and 3 elite legions from the northern territories had been dispatched to attack them, Prince Caleb was furious. Their plan had initially seemed perfect. However, they had overlooked Kent, which allowed the Royal Knights and half of the Royal Mages to escape. Now they were also facing the Griffon Legion, the Northern Territory Legion, and 3 more frontline legions. This made what should have been a swift succession of the throne extremely unstable. If they couldn't achieve a quick victory, when Cado returned, half of the forces currently supporting them might turn against them. Cado's reputation within the royal army was simply too high. "Your Majesty, you don't need to worry too much," said a mysterious figure before Prince Caleb. "We have already sent 2 9th-level saints to the northern territories to deal with Kent and Pix. We still hold the advantage. As for Cado, he was always our target. Now, it will just take a little more effort. But now, the scale of the conflict in the northern territories is too large. This will significantly weaken the strength of our royal family, which goes against the interests of the monarchy," said Jack, the deputy commander of the Royal Mages, his voice filled with anger. "Grandfather, I know this," Prince Caleb replied helplessly. "But I didn't expect Kent to be a factor. Now that things have come to this, what can we do?" "Of course, there are still ways," the mysterious figure said. "Although I don't know who is behind this, I know you are cooperating with a duke. Those 2 9th-level saints sent to the northern territories likely belong to that family. Have that duke take action now and assassinate Thuron. Then, have that duke publicly support you. Perhaps then I can persuade Pix. At that time, the most we can expect is for the Northeastern Legion and the Griffon Legion to fight alongside us. This way, we can minimize the losses for the royal family," suggested Jack. Upon hearing this, the eldest Prince, Caleb, was moved by the suggestion, finding it quite good. He then turned his gaze towards the mysterious figure standing nearby and slowly said, "You've heard what the elder said. Please have your people take action immediately. This will also benefit you, won't it?" "Understood," replied the mysterious figure respectfully. "I will report this at once." On February 20th, year 6642 of the Dawn Era, 3 central legions and half a Royal Mage Corps, sent by Prince Caleb to the Isekai province west of Kanglin City, engaged in fierce fighting with Thuron's forces. Although Thuron had the Royal Knights and half a Mage Corps, Caleb's army remained steadfastly stationed at Isekai City. making it difficult for Thuron to defeat them quickly. The two sides were locked in a protracted battle. Meanwhile, the battles between the various legions in the northern frontier were intensifying, with losses on both sides rapidly increasing. This prompted the nobles of the northern frontier, who had been observing from the sidelines, to take action. The royal forces stationed in the northern frontier represented not only the power of the royal family, but also a crucial defense against the orcs. Therefore, most of the nobles in the northern frontier launched a joint petition, hoping that several influential figures would intervene. Regardless of who they supported, it was imperative to end the conflict as soon as possible, because Duke Lincoln was already engaged in fighting with the Blackstone Duchy and had no time to deal with this matter. Ultimately, Duke Lothar took the lead and proposed supporting Prince Thuron, the second prince. After all, the northern frontier needed a stable ruler, while Prince Caleb, the eldest prince, was considered a madman who instigated a conflict of such magnitude, the ninth-rank sanctuary conflict. Furthermore, considering Redmond's influence and the fact that Count Zerk already supported Thuron, Prince Thuron seemed to be the best choice for the interests of the nobles in the northern frontier. Duke Lothar's proposal was quickly approved by Marquis Crawford and Zane, and most of the other minor nobles also agreed. Only certain branches of some major noble families remained silent. Upon receiving the news, Achilles breathed a sigh of relief. He certainly didn't want the nobles of the northern frontier to support Prince Caleb. On March 1st, the nobles of northern frontier jointly issued a statement expressing their support for Prince Thuron. However, to ensure stability within the kingdom, they were willing to mediate and protect the interests of Caleb, hoping that the internal power struggles within the royal family would end immediately. Prince Thuron welcomed the statement from the northern frontier nobles and declared his willingness to grant Caleb the title of hereditary marquess, placing him in the southwestern Baton Marquess territory. However, Caleb disagreed. He stated that he was also willing to grant Thuron the title of hereditary marquess. Seeing this situation, the nobles of northern frontier had no choice but to intervene militarily in the royal power struggle, forcefully suppressing Caleb. Achilles immediately led his troops and joined the coalition forces of the nobles from Frostmoon Province, heading south to participate in the offensive against Leif Province. With the support of the northern frontier nobles, Kent and Pix quickly turned the situation in northern frontier around, driving back the armies that supported Caleb. In May, the 4th Legion of Leif Province and the 5th Legion of Ivens Province were quickly defeated and surrendered. Subsequently, the Northwestern Legion defended the provinces of Maryland, Andorra, and Sidamia with its 1st, 2nd, and 7th Legions. At the same time, Caleb dispatched a Central Legion and 3 temporary second-line legions to reinforce Northern Frontier. He also condemned the nobles of Northern Frontier for colluding with Thuron and began calling on other nobles throughout the kingdom to support him. Furthermore, the actions of the Northern Frontier nobles angered some nobles in the south. First, Lord Randall, who had just been reconciled with Thuron, betrayed his agreement and declared his support for Caleb, immediately sending troops to attack Lord Clinton's territory. Lord Clinton was forced to withdraw the troops that way, supporting Thuron, and continue fighting against Lord Randall. This infuriated Thuron, who led the Royal Knights and half of the Royal Mages northwards to join Prince Kent. After Lord Randall declared his support for Caleb, Lord Fox in the west also announced his support for Caleb and sent troops into Ivens Province, where he intercepted the armies of Lord Crawford and other minor nobles in that region. Then Lord Roy in the east also sent troops to attack Leif Province, declaring his support for Caleb and blocking the Northeastern Legion and the coalition forces of the nobles from Frostmoon Province within Leif Province. Finally, Lord Slade and Durin simultaneously declared their support for Caleb and sent troops northwards. However, the reinforcements sent by Lord Durin were intercepted by troops from the neighboring Romanian Marquisate. Following the announcement by northern nobles supporting Prince Thuron, some southern nobles also declared their support for Caleb. The situation in the Kingdom of Alpha suddenly became even more tense. Now, all major nobles in the kingdom, except for the 4 dukes still engaged in external warfare and Baron Barton in the far southwest, were embroiled in the civil war. However, the Phoenix family quickly concluded its conflict with the Naga tribe and began to shift its focus to the internal strife. The Dukes of Lincoln, Vada, and Venus, due to their ongoing conflicts with neighboring countries, could not immediately end their disputes, but they also started negotiations with those neighbors. Even Lord Dalton and Marquis Tulip, who were engaged in a noble duel, had to announce a halt to the duel and redirect their attention to the Civil War. June 6. Inside the city of Lafia, Prince Archie, recently returned from the front lines in the province of Sidamia, appeared visibly angry. How many troops did the Roy family send? 2 elite legions from the Roy family and 3 regular legions composed of smaller nobles. HMPH. When it came to organizing armies to fight the orcs in the north, they were always obstructive and unwilling to commit even a single legion. Now, suddenly they are being generous. Prince Archie was furious upon hearing that the Roy family had organized 5 legions. "Gentlemen," Viscount Leonard interjected, "we must quickly quell Caleb's rebellion, otherwise we won't be able to hold back the orcs in the next war." The smaller nobles of the Frostmoon province turned pale after hearing this. "Those damned southern nobles are trying to weaken our northern territories," one baron exclaimed angrily. "Most of the kingdom's resources have always been directed towards the north. The southern nobles receive little, and they even have to support the north, so naturally they are resentful. Now that they see an opportunity, how could they not try to undermine us? Those short-sighted fools. Don't they realize we're helping them defend against the orcs?" The nobles of the Frostmoon province angrily denounced the southern nobles. Achilles remained silent. "It's perfectly normal for the southern nobles to try and weaken the northern nobles," he thought. For over a century, excluding the Orcish War, the main force of the orcs hadn't attacked the kingdom of Alpha. However, the royal family and the northern nobles were still exploiting the resources of the southern nobles, desperately trying to strengthen themselves. Now, the southern nobles are losing their influence. Just think about it. In recent years, the royal family has cultivated 4 main military legions in the north. It even established 8 first-line legions in the rear. The strength of these first-line legions is already comparable to the elite legions of the southern nobles, and the various noble families in the north are no different. Although the northern nobles have suffered 2 defeats recently and sustained heavy losses, they are still stronger than the southern nobles when it comes to actual combat. Therefore, what the southern nobles are doing now isn't helping the crown prince. Rather, they are opposing the northern nobles. "Viscount Achilles, what do you think?" Prince Archie suddenly asked. "Immediately reinforce our troops," Achilles replied. "The noble alliance of the Frostmoon province will hold back the Earl Roy's alliance in the Lafay province. Your Highness should lead the Northeast Legion and the 6th Legion to join forces with the Northern Border Legion and seize the opportunity to launch a full-scale attack on the Sidamia province before Lord Rossford's army arrives. This approach is the best solution for the current situation. Currently, the Northern Border Legion, the Zerk Alliance, and the Zane have already gathered in the Sidamia province. If we add the Northeast Legion and the 6th Legion to the mix, we might be able to quickly conquer the Sidamia province. After conquering the Sidamia province, the Allied forces can continue westward, assisting the 8th Legion and the Lothar Alliance in the Black River province to conquer the Andorra province, gradually eliminating all obstacles around Kanglin City. Moreover, the noble alliance of the Frostmoon province is also quite strong. Although the Frostmoon province doesn't have any major nobles, it has 3 top-tier viscounts. Even though Viscount Wimbledon isn't here, Viscount Fisher possesses strength close to that of an earl. With reinforcements, they will definitely be able to hold back Earl Roy's alliance." Prince Archie listened and looked at Achilles with admiration. He needed someone to take the initiative and suggest reinforcing the troops. It would have been inappropriate for him to propose it himself. Achilles' proposal was perfectly acceptable. Firstly, Storm territory was located outside the Frostmoon province, so there was no risk of isolation. Secondly, while Storm territory possessed considerable power, it also had a Tier 9 sacred beast, making any noble hesitant to provoke Achilles. Even the most powerful Leonard wouldn't dare. Most importantly, Achilles knew that another duke hadn't yet appeared. The war absolutely couldn't be prolonged or expanded further. Furthermore, Achilles genuinely wanted to eliminate Prince Caleb as quickly as possible. Subsequently, Leonard agreed to Achilles' proposal. However, Achilles and Leonard still made certain demands of Prince Archie, which he readily accepted. As a result, the nobles of Frostmoon province began reinforcing Leif province. Prince Archie, meanwhile, led the Northeastern Legion and the 6th Legion to attack Asomia Province. While the nobles of Frostmoon Province were mobilizing troops, Lord Wimbledon, who hadn't been deployed, was secretly gathering his forces and spreading news of the situation in Frostmoon Province. Mid-July, after holding back the Earl Roy's coalition force, the combined army of the Frostmoon Province nobles successfully breached Asomia Province, led by the Picts' holy warriors and Prince Archie. The Allied forces then continued westward towards Andorra Province. This caused the Slade coalition force, which was still en route to provide support, to immediately halt its advance and await further instructions from Slade. Just when the situation seemed favorable for the Second Prince's faction, the leader of the Eye of God organization, along with a Tier 9 holy mage, assassinated Prince Thuron. Upon hearing this news, the Felix Duke family, which had just concluded its war with the Naga, immediately intervened to prevent further civil conflict. They declared that Caleb was now the sole heir to Adam and that the war was no longer necessary. This announcement threw the northern faction into chaos, especially the Royal Legion, who, having lost their allegiance, became hesitant. Although everyone knew that Prince Thuron's death was linked to the Felix family, the victor takes all, and no one would speak out for the deceased. Upon receiving this news, Achilles, who was in Leif province, immediately began preparing to leave. It was now clear that the Duke colluding with the Shadow King was none other than the Phoenix family. Without proper preparation from the royal family and the Dawn Church, the kingdom of Alpha would likely be doomed. Meanwhile, outside of Maryland, Cotto and Crawford had already apprehended the leader of the Eye of God Guild organization, who was planning to assassinate Thuron. Royal intrigue, Second Prince Thuron assassinated. A clear sign of support for Caleb from the Phoenix family. Those with keen eyes immediately sensed something was amiss. The Phoenix family and Caleb clearly had prior connections. It was highly unlikely that the assassination of Prince Thuron was a spontaneous act intended to stabilize the kingdom. The actions of the Phoenix family had crossed the line in noble rivalries. This prompted Fox Earl and Slade Earl, who initially aimed only to weaken the northern nobles, to immediately withdraw their troops and return to their respective territories. They realized they might have been manipulated by someone with ulterior motives. The contemporary Fox Earl and Slade Earl immediately began internal investigations within their families. However, Lord Roy and Lord Randall showed no signs of withdrawing. Lord Randall was still clashing with Lord Clinton, while Lord Roy dispatched an additional legion to attack the province of Leif. When the Phoenix family issued their statement, Caleb also announced to all royal legions that fighting should cease immediately, and that there would be no posthumous investigations or repercussions for this internal conflict. Furthermore, appropriate compensation would be provided. He also pledged to continue supporting the northern nobles in defending against the orcs. Meanwhile, Jack, Deputy Grand Master of the Royal Mage Guild, traveled alone to the front lines in the province of Andorra and found Pix. Pix, stop fighting. The royal family cannot afford further internal conflict, Jack pleaded. You idiot, Jack. Did you just realize that the royal family can't afford internal conflict? Then why did you get involved in the power struggle, and you killed Geoffrey? Are you insane? Pix retorted angrily. It's up to Edward to decide who will inherit the throne. What difference does it make to us whether Caleb or Thuron becomes king? Even Cotto wouldn't care about these things. What are you thinking? Pix exclaimed. Don't mention Cotto to me, Jack shouted back, his voice rising. The reason I chose to support Caleb and initiate the military coup is because of Cotto. His lineage holds too much power within the royal family. The Sacred Order doesn't interfere in royal affairs or get involved in factional disputes. But Cotto, he's more like a king than the actual king. Everything requires his approval. Our descendants have to fight tooth and nail to earn merit and maintain their noble status. But what about Cotto's lineage? They've become hereditary princes, even more prestigious than the king himself. Of course, Cotto doesn't care. It makes no difference to him who sits on the throne. Jack's words left Pix speechless for a moment. His expression gradually shifted from anger to resignation. Are you still unable to let go of what happened with Famil? He asked slowly. What do you think? You should know how talented Famil was. If he were alive, he would already be a 9th-rank saint and perhaps have the chance to advance to legendary status in the future. However, because Cotto favored Archie, allowing him to join the first squad of the Northeastern Legion while sending Famil to the dangerous Grey Fortress. Famel's talent blocked Archie's path, so he deliberately wanted to kill Famel. How can I possibly let that go? Jack continued, venting his anger. Jack, you've misunderstood. Kato isn't like that. The situation wasn't as you think. Pix said, trying to explain, but he was interrupted by Jack. There's no misunderstanding. This is something Kato shouldn't have interfered with. I wanted to keep Famel in the Royal Mage Guild, but he wouldn't agree. How can that be explained? As for you saying Kato isn't like that, what about Hasawi? Do you know how he achieved his 9th rank status? Where did he get the artifact that allowed him to break through? Do you know? Pix was speechless because he didn't actually know. Moreover, with Hasawi's achievements, he wouldn't have been able to obtain a 9th rank breakthrough artifact from the royal family. He also didn't know if Kato was involved in that matter. After a moment of contemplation, Pix slowly asked, So, are you still going to kill Kato? Yes, I only intended to kill Kato. Jeffrey's death was an accident. As for Hasawi and Archie, their positions can remain unchanged, but Archie's descendants must be treated the same as other members of the royal family. All appointments are decided by the king. As for them seeking revenge on me, that's acceptable, but they cannot use military force. I am always ready to accept it, Jack said. Jack, you're truly crazy. In this situation, if Kato dies, do you think you can maintain the royal family's status? Caleb, that idiot, has actually collaborated with the Phoenix family to this extent. What conditions did he promise the Phoenix family, do you know? Pix said through gritted teeth. Jack replied nonchalantly, Of course I know, but it's only temporary. As long as we stop fighting now and work together, we can definitely help the Falconbridge family overcome this crisis. Which great family doesn't have to pay a high price to eliminate its own problems? This is already the best outcome. You should. Before Jack could finish speaking, a spatial distortion rippled through the air nearby. Suddenly, a voice emerged. What's the best? Both Jack and Pix were incredibly shocked to hear this voice. Jeffrey, how is that possible? Jack widened his eyes, disbelief etched on his face. He had personally witnessed Jeffrey being killed by that mysterious 9th rank Holy Knight. Jeffrey, but you're dead, Pix exclaimed in surprise. HMPH, am I so easily defeated? The one who had emerged from the void was indeed Jeffrey, the royal 9th rank Holy Knight who had died during the coup in Kanglan City. But Pix still looked at Jeffrey with suspicion. Jeffrey simply used his holy technique, which definitively proved his identity. 9th rank holy techniques are unique and cannot be faked. It really is you? Haha, how did you? Pix asked excitedly. I'll explain later, Jeffrey interrupted. Then he looked at Jack with a cold expression and said sternly, Jack, Kato told me to tell you that if you rebelled because of the pharma incident, you can go see him after everything is over, and he will give you an explanation. At this point, although Jack didn't know why Jeffrey hadn't died, it was clear that all of this was Kato's scheme. He had deliberately left Kanglan City, so he knew he had already failed. HMPH, Kato really is a cunning strategist. To lure me out, he set up such a huge trap. Even Edward has become a pawn. That's truly ruthless, Jack scoffed. HMPH, this isn't for you. You don't have that much influence. As for Edward, he knew his time was limited, so it was his own choice. Is that so? Then it must be intended for the Phoenix family. Haha, it seems I am just a pawn as well. Since that's the case, let's begin. I don't want to see Kato, Jack declared resolutely. Jack, if you still consider yourself a member of the Narrant clan, go back and make sure the Central Legion and the Mage Guild are under control. They are the foundation of our Narrant clan, Jeffrey urged. But after hearing this, Jack burst into wild laughter, his tone bordering on madness. Ha, Kato is truly formidable. Even in my death, he still wants to use me. I'm not as good as him. Jeffrey, go tell Kato that I haven't done anything to dishonor the Narrant clan. It was all because he forced me. He is the one who deserves blame. I will protect the Central Legion and the Mage Guild for the sake of the clan. But I won't go see him. I will never forgive him for what happened with Pharma, and I don't need his explanation. After speaking, Jack used void travel to leave the area. Sigh, Jack. Pix looked at Jack as he left, and a hint of disappointment crossed his face. There's no need to sigh, Jeffrey said dismissively. This is all his own fault. He felt it was unfair that Algorithm Mar was involved, but that's not a reason to betray the family. Jeffrey, you're going too far, Pix retorted in Jack's defense. Jack hasn't betrayed the family yet. He just hasn't seen things clearly and has been manipulated. The fact that he's still willing to help the family regain the Central Legion and the Mage Guild proves that he still considers himself a member of the Narrant family. Besides, He didn't even try to kill you during the coup in Kanglan City. A champion. What do you know? Jeffrey retorted angrily. Do you think his actions aren't a betrayal? You need to understand that if we hadn't received advance warning and prepared accordingly, the Narrant family would be in a much worse state right now. And if he hadn't held back and not killed me when he was in Kanglan City, do you think we would have given him another chance? We were prepared for both the Central Legion and the situation in Kanglan City. Kato just deliberately gave him an opportunity. Jack had almost brought ruin to the Narrant family. Pix paused after hearing this, then sighed. He then asked, what exactly happened? What information did you receive that led you to set up such a large plan? Even Edward was willing to sacrifice himself. By the way, since you're alive, where is Thuron? Don't tell me Kato sacrificed him too. I don't know all the details, Jeffrey explained. It was a plan orchestrated by Kato, Crawford, and Reverend Nelson working together. As for Thuron, don't worry about him. He's just as important to the Narrant family as Archie is. Kato has already made arrangements. HMPH, that little Archie is doing fine now, but Thuron not only lost his parents, but he himself might have to die. I don't see how they are the same at all. Also, what about Kent? When did he reach level 9? I remember there's a rule in the family that hidden level 9 individuals must completely disappear and never reveal their true identities. Pix was also somewhat dissatisfied with some of Kato's actions. You Pixar, just stop interfering. Hasawi was promoted right before the coup, and it was all part of this plan. The military achievements he lacked will be made up for later. All right, I'm just asking a few questions. I won't get involved in these petty matters. Just tell me how Kato arranged everything and what I need to do next, Pixar said dismissively. Jeffrey knew that Pixar still harbored some resentment over the incident with Jack. After all, if this plan hadn't been put into motion, Jack, with his personality, might have spent his entire life enduring such mistreatment without betraying the family. However, he didn't know the reasons behind the scheme. So there was little Jeffrey could say to dissuade him. Kato instructed you to lead the Northern Legion, the Northeastern Legion, the 6th and 8th Legions, the Zerk Alliance, the Femin Alliance, and the Noble Alliance of Frostmoon Province to attack the Roy family. The Roy family has always had close ties with the Phoenix family, and they haven't withdrawn their troops yet, so we're treating this as an act of rebellion. You mean you're going to eliminate the Roy family? Pixar exclaimed in surprise. Using military force to directly eliminate a powerful noble family was something that hadn't happened in the history of the Alpha royal family for over 500 years. Not just the Roy family, but also the Landell and Phoenix families. They will all be eliminated. Jeffrey said grimly. Pixar was stunned into silence by this revelation. Was this situation really that serious? After a moment, Pixar raised another objection. But I'm not even sure I can command the armies of the Zerk and Femin noble houses right now. We might not even be able to control our own 6th and 8th legions. Due to Thuron's death and the Phoenix family's declaration, not only were the northern nobles hesitant, but even the royal legions were starting to waver. Don't worry about that. Kato will appear soon. The 6th and 8th legions will be fine. As for the Zerk Alliance, the Femin Alliance, and the Noble Alliance of Frostmoon Province, you just need to deal with the 4 families. The Zerk Earls, the Femin Earls, the Fisher Baronet, and the Storm Baronet. Tell the Zerk and Femin Earls directly that they must not only increase their troop numbers, but also deploy a Tier 9 sacred domain. Kato will personally speak with them afterward, and they will agree. And tell the Storm Baronet that if he sends his panda bear to fight, we'll give him a complete set of night breathing techniques. The complete night's breathing technique, Pix exclaimed, interrupting. Kato wants to make Storm territory a noble estate, but that position overlaps with the Fisher family, doesn't it? Jeffrey nodded and explained, indeed. Kato intends for Achilles to become a prominent nobleman in the eastern part of Frostmoon Province. The Fisher family plans to directly elevate him to the rank of Earl, but the territory would need to be transferred to the Roy Earl's domain. After eliminating Earl Roy, the Fisher family will take over, filling the void in our royal presence in the east. All right, Pix said, understanding. I'll wait for news from Kato. He then returned to the military camp. Jack also vanished into the void. Meanwhile, in Maryland Province, Kato and Crawford were hunting down the leader of the Eye Society. The leader was just an ordinary 9th-level Holy Knight who couldn't possibly defeat Kato. Now there was Crawford, a 9th-level Archmage, making it even more impossible. Soon they were both severely injured by Kato and Crawford. However, the leader of the Eye Society still said arrogantly, "Kato, you can't kill me. I will always be a nightmare for your royal family. Just wait and see, ha ha ha." Then the leader used the fundamental technique of the Eye Society, the Eye Secret technique. The leader's eyes turned completely black, like a terrifying black hole that seemed to devour everything. A terrifying psychic pressure suddenly appeared on the battlefield, directly attacking people's minds. Even Crawford, an archmage, felt a headache and had to use all his power to resist this psychic pressure. If even someone who specialized in mental energy was affected so severely, then Kato would be even worse. During the last cult rebellion, the leader of the Eye Society used this technique to escape from Kato. This time, he intended to do the same thing. After using the Eye Secret technique, the leader prepared to vanish into the void. However, what he didn't expect was that as soon as he opened the void passage, he was interrupted by a holy spell from Crawford in the distance. Immediately after, Kato unleashed his signature technique, Thunder Strike, which pierced directly through the heart of the Eye Society leader. You. The leader of the Eye Society looked at Kato with disbelief. HMPH, fool, Kato sneered. I let you escape last time. Do you think I wouldn't be prepared this time? After that, Kato shattered the heart of the Eye Society leader. The leader of the Eye of God Guild organization, who had plagued the kingdom of Alpha for a century, has finally been defeated by Kato. Upon seeing the leader of the Eye of God Guild Society being killed, Crawford immediately flew over. That damned exam is finally dead, he said. Let's see if there are any Eye of God Guild techniques in his ring and how many members are on the list. After a moment of lament, he quickly asked. Kato immediately took the storage ring from Exam, the leader of the Eye of God Guild Society, and searched it thoroughly. There is an Eye of God Guild technique, Kato said after examining a scroll, but it's only at level 8. The level 9 Eye of God Guild technique would likely have been personally bestowed by the Eye of God Guild Overlord and wouldn't be recorded. Level 8 is enough, Crawford replied. If the church can break free from the control of the Eye of God Guild Overlord, it will significantly increase our royal family's power. What about the list? Not many, Kato said after finding a list. Only 82 people with only 4 at level 8. It's probably less than half. This damned Eye of God Guild Society created by the Eye of God Guild Overlord is really troublesome, Crawford grumbled. Not only do the local branches of the Eye of God Guild Society not completely fall under the control of the leader, but each branch is also independent. It probably won't be long before other places will have level 9 sanctuaries sent here by the Eye of God Guild Overlord. Crawford said angrily. We can at least enjoy some peace for a while, Kato analyzed. The Eye of God Guild Overlord needs time to cultivate another level 9 sanctuary, and it's not easy. Let's first try to eliminate as many remnants of the Eye of God Guild Society within our kingdom as possible. Otherwise, it will take over 100 years for the Eye of God Guild Society here to recover. Crawford nodded in agreement. That's right. In my generation, the Eye of God Guild Society won't be able to gain any real influence in the Alpha Kingdom. All right, let's go, Crawford said. We need to deal with that scoundrel Caleb, and then take care of the Phoenix family. They have joined the Shadow Temple and even allied with the Reaper King, so they are probably much stronger than we imagine. Kato's expression turned serious when he mentioned the Phoenix family. Yes, Crawford agreed. I wonder what the Phoenix family was thinking. As a ducal family, they were already one of the most powerful families in these northern kingdoms. Why would they choose to join Hell? It's probably because something happened to their legendary ancestor, Kato speculated. Oh, do you know anything about it? Not really, Kato replied. But now that I think about it, starting 400 years ago, the Phoenix family became very low profile, and since then, their legendary ancestor has never been seen again. Crawford stroked his chin thoughtfully and nodded. That seems to be the only explanation that would lead them to join Hell. Without the support of a powerful noble family with legendary figures, it can only barely hold on. Many valuable resources are only accessible to those with extraordinary power. If the Phoenix family truly lost its legendary figure 4 centuries ago, they were indeed on the verge of losing their ducal status, which is why they chose to align themselves with Hell. In early August, just when everyone believed that the internal conflict within the royal family would end with the victory of the eldest prince, Caleb, Kato, and Crawford suddenly appeared in the Maryland province, bringing back the second prince, Thuron, who had been resurrected from the dead. Cato immediately revealed all of Prince Caleb's crimes to the public. During the Orcish invasion, Prince Caleb secretly colluded with the orcs through the Eye of God organization. He first eliminated Lieutenant General Vanner Venus of the Griffon Legion in the Drent province, allowing his own people to completely control the legion. Subsequently, he planted numerous assassins from the Eye of God organization in the Freelance and Frostmoon provinces, triggering a rebellion that caused heavy losses for the Northern Legion and the Northeast Army, which were beyond his control. The heretical uprising was also orchestrated by Prince Caleb to weaken the power of the Northern nobles, while further undermining the North Legion and the Northeast Army. These two incidents resulted in significant losses for the entire northern region of the kingdom and allowed Prince Caleb to secretly gain control over many legions. He then launched a military coup in Kanglin City, where Prince Caleb colluded with the Phoenix family to assassinate King Adam and Queen Catherine, as well as attack the Jeffrey Paladins. He then forged a will, instigated a civil war, and sent the leader of the Eye of God organization to assassinate Prince Thuron. After revealing Caleb's crimes, Cato also promised those officers who participated in the rebellion and those who were aware of it, if they surrender now, their families will not be affected, except for themselves, who will be assigned to a suicide squad. However, if they remain defiant, they will be executed, and their families will become slaves forever. For those who were unaware, surrendering now allows them to redeem themselves and receive lighter punishment later. As for all the soldiers, no charges will be filed against them. The resurrection of Prince Thuron had already shocked everyone. However, Cato's words not only shocked people, but also filled them with immense anger, especially among the northern nobles, who suffered devastating losses from these two incidents. After the news spread, the legions that had pledged allegiance to Prince Caleb began to experience widespread panic and unrest. The lower-ranking soldiers were confused, the middle-ranking officers were furious, and the high-ranking officers were filled with fear. Subsequently, the middle and upper-ranking officers of the 7th Legion in the Maryland province, the Northwest Army, and the Central 4th Army immediately launched attacks on their commanding officers. They were all unaware of the situation and wanted to redeem themselves as much as possible. Otherwise, years of military achievements would be wasted. Following that, the 2nd Legion, the remnants of the 1st Legion, the Central 3rd Army in the Andorra province also began internal defections. Prince Caleb had arranged for troops to be stationed in the northern part of Kanglin City, but overnight, they all turned against him and attacked. Prince Caleb was enraged. He learned that the last line of defense in the northern part of Kanglin City had collapsed. All the legions had turned against him. Not only had Cato returned unexpectedly, but Thuron was also alive. This made Caleb furious. They were so close to victory, yet everything had fallen apart overnight. He couldn't accept this reality. He roared at the members of the Phoenix family. Damn it, what is going on? How did Cato suddenly return? Why isn't Thuron dead? What are you people from the Phoenix family doing? Your Highness Caleb, a member of the Phoenix family, said, trying to calm him down. This can't be blamed on us. It's clear that Cato deliberately set this trap. You exposed yourselves too early, and we, the Phoenix family, were caught in the crossfire. However, don't worry too much. As long as Kanglin City remains under our control, we still have a chance. There are 2 central legions and half a mage corps remaining within Kanglin City. With Lord Jack present, and relying on the city walls and magical defenses of Kanglin City, Cato and his forces won't be able to conquer it easily. When our main force from the Phoenix family arrives, we might not lose. Yes, Prince Caleb said, grasping at this glimmer of hope. We still have Kanglin City. It is an impregnable fortress. Cato and his men will never break through it. Jack, where is Elder Jack? Your Majesty, a captain of the Royal Guard reported. Some soldiers are feeling uneasy. Prince Jack is currently working to restore order and reassure the legions. Are even the troops within Kanglin City causing trouble? Dougal, go tell Elder Jack that anyone who dares to cause problems at this time will be dealt with severely. Execute them immediately and display their heads as a warning. Their families will become slaves. Caleb ordered harshly. Captain Dougal bowed his head and accepted the order, but a flicker of malice passed unnoticed in his eyes before he quickly left. Gregor, Caleb asked another member of the Phoenix family. Have those 2 9th-level saints from your family been withdrawn? Gregor replied confidently, "Don't worry, Your Highness. They have already been safely evacuated. There are still several 9th-level Saint powerhouses within Kanglin City." Boom! Before Gregor could finish his sentence, a loud explosion echoed from outside. Caleb and Gregor immediately rushed out of the palace. They saw that the entire city of Kanglin was enveloped in a magical barrier, clearly activated by someone. It was the city's defensive formation. Is it Kato and his men who are launching a surprise attack? Gregor speculated. There were no enemy troops gathered outside. The only ones capable of activating the city's defenses were 9th-level saints. Then they saw more magical attacks falling, but not on the outside. They were attacking inside the city. Just as they thought it was Kato who had secretly infiltrated, a furious roar echoed. "Jack, you traitor!" Then, even more powerful magical attacks rained down, and Caleb and the others also saw that Jack's holy magic was being used in the attack. At that moment, a 9th-rank holy knight rushed towards them, grabbing both Buzzer and Caleb and pulling them towards the city gates. "Lord Tristram," Buzzer asked urgently. "What's happening? What's going on? Who has broken through? Damn it." "No one broke in, it's Jack. He betrayed us. He seized control of the army, rejoined Kato, and activated the city's defensive magic to try and kill us all within Kanglin City," Tristram said angrily. "What? How is that possible?" Caleb exclaimed incredulously. Buzzer was also shocked. Then he suddenly remembered something and quickly asked, "Where is Lord Curtis?" Curtis was ambushed by Jack and is severely wounded. He stayed behind to hold off Jack and the city's defenses, buying us time to escape, Tristram said gravely. Severely wounded, staying behind. That meant that another 9th-rank holy warrior from the Phoenix family, Curtis, had no chance of leaving Kanglin City. Just as Tristram was leading Caleb and Buzzer out of Kanglin City, a scream echoed from behind, followed by the feeling that Curtis's presence vanished. Buzzer felt furious. He had just said that as long as Kanglin City stood, they still had a chance to turn the tide. But now Kanglin City was gone, and they had lost a 9th-rank holy warrior. "Caleb, how could Jack betray us?" Buzzer blamed Caleb for everything. Caleb's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared hysterically, venting his anger. He couldn't understand why Jack would betray him at this moment. Even if he returned with the heads of his men, Kato and others in the royal family would not forgive him. Just then, after killing Curtis, Jack quickly pursued them. Seeing this, Tristram was about to use a teleportation spell to escape, but Caleb interrupted him. "What are you doing?" Tristram asked angrily. "Let me go, I don't want to run," Caleb said calmly after releasing his pent-up emotions. "Do you want to die? Even though we've left the city, there are still half a mage corps and 2 central legions inside. We can't defeat Jack," Buzzer pleaded. Even though Kanglin City was lost and the royal army was gone, Caleb was still valuable. As long as he was around, the current war would remain an internal conflict within the royal family, giving many nobles an excuse to avoid getting involved in the power struggle. "Let me go or we can all stay here," Caleb said, then took out a magic scroll that radiated powerful magical energy. "A 9th-tier holy scroll? You're crazy," Gregor said, staring at the 9th-tier holy scroll in Caleb's hand. At this point, Caleb had already activated the scroll. Once his magic was released, the 9th-tier spells contained within would be unleashed. Even Tristram, the 9th-tier holy knight holding Caleb captive, dared not make a move. The scroll might not kill him directly, but it could injure him and prevent him from escaping. So, Tristram and Gregor exchanged glances and reluctantly let go of Caleb. Since Caleb was determined to die and had a 9th-tier holy scroll, they had no choice but to abandon their plans to use his identity for their own purposes. "Caleb, you don't have to do this," Gregor tried one last time. "The Phoenix family won't lose to Kato. We can still support you in becoming king." "Leave now," Caleb said, showing no sign of leaving. Tristram looked at Jack, who was catching up, and then said, "Gregor, let's go." They used a teleportation spell to leave the area. "HMPH, you want me to be your puppet? Dream on," Caleb said coldly, watching them disappear through the portal. Just then, Jack finally caught up. Seeing Caleb alone, and holding the scroll radiating immense magical power, he understood what had happened. He asked with a hint of confusion, "Caleb, why aren't you leaving?" "Leave, to become a puppet for the Phoenix family," Caleb said sarcastically. "If that's the case, then why didn't you leave Tristram behind?" Caleb didn't answer Jack's question but instead asked, "Jack, why did you choose to continue serving Kato? Or were you pretending to cooperate with me from the beginning?" Jack shook his head and explained, "I would never willingly serve Kato again. I genuinely cooperated with you initially, wanting to overthrow him. Now that we've failed, there's only one option, to continue fighting. However, doing so will only harm the interests of the Brennan family and benefit the Phoenix family. I absolutely wouldn't do that, so it's better for me to do something for my family and end things with some dignity. Brennan, so that's how it is. You always considered yourself a member of the Brennan family, putting its interests above all else. I envy you, Caleb said, his voice laced with bitterness. Caleb. But I can't see myself as a member of the Brennan family. This family has only given me endless indifference, humiliation, and injustice. I don't want to be the king of the Brennan family. I want to destroy the Brennan family, this damned family. I want to see it vanish completely, Caleb said, his voice bordering on madness. Jack watched the crazed Caleb in silence, feeling a mixture of incomprehension, anger, helplessness, and pity. Just as Jack thought Caleb was about to take his own life, he unexpectedly threw a 9th-rank holy artifact towards him. Jack quickly cast defensive spells and force fields to block it. Meanwhile, Caleb seized the opportunity and pulled out another void travel scroll, using it to escape the area immediately. When Jack blocked the sneak attack from the 9th rank holy artifact, Caleb had already completely escaped. Would be difficult to pursue him further. It turns out it was my fault all along. I've been working with a madman who wants to destroy the Narrant family. Jack realized he had made a mistake when he thought about Caleb's madness. If not for Kato and his team being vigilant and setting up a trap, he might have truly destroyed the Narrant family. Kato, it's always you who win, Jack sighed in his heart, completely defeated by Kato. He then turned to face the captain of the guard, Dougal, and others who were following him. Dougal, I am very sorry. It was my fault that you became the scapegoats for the family. However, your recapture of Kanglin City can be considered atonement. Kato will treat you leniently. I hope you won't harbor any resentment. The mistake was mine, not Kato's. From now on, please dedicate yourselves to the family and don't have any other thoughts. Your Highness, what about you? Dougal asked worriedly. Don't worry about me. I wouldn't do anything rash. But I can no longer return to the family. Please tell Kato that Jack is dead. I will leave the kingdom of Alpha, Jack said with a sigh. Understood, Your Highness, Dougal replied respectfully. By the way, also tell Kato that Caleb has escaped. He possesses a 9th-rank holy artifact and a void passage scroll. These things were definitely not given to him by the Phoenix family. He likely obtained them from some ancient holy site. He is very hostile towards the family and will undoubtedly be a threat in the future. You must find him quickly and eliminate him. Jack instructed before using the void passage to leave. With that, the internal turmoil within the royal family, which had lasted for over 8 months, finally came to an end. Next was the confrontation between the Narrant family of the royal lineage and the Phoenix Duke family. 3 days after Jack left, Kato and Crawford returned to Kanglin City first. All the generals who were guilty had already removed their armor and surrendered, waiting for their fate. Where is Jack? Crawford asked the generals. Your Highness Crawford, Jack killed a 9th-rank holy warrior of the Phoenix family and then went after another 9th-rank holy knight of the Phoenix family, he also said. He said that Jack was dead and that he would leave the kingdom, Dougal replied. HMPH, you actually guessed it right, Crawford said to Kato. I didn't completely guess correctly. I never expected him to do something so remarkable in the end. He actually killed a 9th-rank powerhouse of the Phoenix family. His achievements are enough to absolve him of his death sentence. It's a pity. Kato sighed regretfully. Just as the two were lamenting, Dougal recounted Caleb's story. This surprised both Kato and Crawford. They hadn't expected Caleb to have gone alone. A 9th-rank holy artifact, a void travel scroll. It seems this young wolf has indeed had an extraordinary opportunity, Crawford suggested. What Jack said is right. We can't underestimate him. We should eliminate him as soon as possible. Kato listened intently, his eyes growing distant. He didn't say anything at first, then suddenly asked, Where are the bodies of Edward and Catherine? The assembled generals looked at each other nervously, no one daring to answer. Finally, Court Earl Harden choked out the words, Your Majesty and the Queen. Their remains have been completely destroyed by Caleb. Crawford was instantly enraged. You fool, that's his father. This despicable creature must be killed. Kato clenched his fists and growled, giving the order. Dougal, Macy, Baron, Colin, Severus, you 5 leave immediately. Find Caleb. Report his location as soon as possible. Yes, Your Highness, they replied in unison, then flew out of Kanglin City. The 5 individuals Kato dispatched were all 8th rank professionals, 2 knights, 2 warriors, and a mage. Their combined strength was more than enough to track Caleb. Next, after arranging for all the generals who needed to redeem themselves through meritorious service, Kato immediately issued a declaration of war. Phoenix family, Landell family, Roy family, for conspiring with Caleb in regicide and treason, your titles are hereby revoked, and you are declared enemies of the kingdom. All nobles are obligated to assist the royal family in suppressing them. After the declaration was released, the royal army immediately mobilized into 3 separate forces. One force, led by Prince Thuron, comprised the Northwest Legion and the 3rd, 5th, and 7th Legions, totaling 4 legions. They departed from the Maryland province, passing through the Isekai province to reach the territory of Earl Clinton, where they would assist him in eliminating the Landell family. Another force was commanded by Hasavi, leading the Royal Knights, half of the Royal Mages, the Griffon Legion, the 1st and 2nd Legions, and the Central 3rd and 4th Legions. They departed from the Andorra province, heading southeast through the Saxony province to directly attack the Phoenix family. The final force was led by Pix, commanding the Northern Border Legion, the Northeast Legion, the 6th and 8th Legions, departing from the Black River province and advancing east to attack the Roy family. The royal family's actions immediately caused a stir throughout the nation. No one expected such drastic measures. Revoking the titles of a duke and 2 earls, and then mobilizing troops for a full-scale suppression, it was clear they intended to completely annihilate all 3 families. Furthermore, there were numerous minor nobles associated with these 3 families. The royal family was about to unleash a bloodbath, something unprecedented in the 1,000+ years of the Alpha Kingdom's existence. However, regicide is an unforgivable crime, and this was the first time it had occurred. Therefore, despite their shock, the nobles did not attempt to dissuade or obstruct the royal family's actions. In the province of Lafayette, Achilles, who had been preparing to flee, was utterly shocked upon receiving the news. I can't believe there's such a twist. Adam and Kato are incredibly bold. They dared to set up a plan with such high risks. Legend appears the situation has reversed. The eldest prince is no longer a significant threat. Now the main enemy is the Phoenix family. However, so far, the royal court hasn't mentioned the Shadow Temple or the Reaper King, and it's unclear if they are prepared for that possibility. Furthermore, the royal decree calling for action doesn't provide specific instructions to each noble house, so generally speaking, the nobles will likely not participate in the campaign immediately. Just then, Leonard approached. "Lord Achilles," he said urgently, "the Wimbledon family's forces have begun attacking the surrounding baronial territories. They are now heading towards Frostmoon City. We must return to the Frostmoon province immediately." Wimbledon, right. He almost forgot about this branch of the Phoenix family. This is bad, Achilles thought to himself. That Jethro seems to be working for the Wimbledon family. What about the shipwrights I hired? 50,000 gold coins wasted. "Lord Achilles," Leonard repeated, seeing that Achilles hadn't responded. Achilles apologized briefly and then, after a moment of consideration, replied, "We can't withdraw our forces hastily now. If we do, we will lose the advantage of our fortifications. The Roy family won't miss this opportunity. So, we can only withdraw part of our troops and reinforce Frostmoon province," he continued. "That's what I was thinking too," Leonard said. "I would like to ask you to stay behind and defend against the Roy family. I will take a portion of the nobles back to Frostmoon province. What do you think?" Leonard had anticipated this possibility, and that was why he came to Achilles. "Are you worried that the Roy family might send a Tier 9 holy warrior to attack our rear?" Achilles understood Leonard's concern when he heard him suggest that he stay behind to defend against the Roy family. "Yes," Leonard said gravely. "Now that the royal court wants to eliminate the Roy family, they won't hesitate to use any means necessary." After a moment of consideration, Achilles agreed. "All right. You can only take 1 legion's worth of troops with you. Prince Archie has stationed troops in Frostmoon City and the fortresses of Maka and Puss. Gather them all and deploy them against Viscount Wimbledon. That should be enough." "Understood," Leonard replied immediately, agreeing to Achilles' request. He then left to assemble his troops and prepare to return to Frostmoon province. As it turned out, things unfolded as Achilles and Leonard had anticipated. 3 days after Leonard led his forces away, the Roy family's army launched a fierce attack on Leif City. Perhaps because they knew that the royal army was about to arrived, the Roy family's offensive was noticeably stronger. Indeed, a Tier 9 holy warrior appeared, intending to break through Leif City's defenses by force, but he was stopped by Panda. Although Panda was a newly promoted Tier 9 creature, its strength was comparable to that of the lava dragon. Therefore, the Tier 9 holy warriors of the Roy family were at a disadvantage. Eventually, the Roy family's army, unable to break through the defenses of Leif City, and considering the impending arrival of the royal forces, decided to withdraw prematurely and return to their own territory to prepare for the upcoming onslaught by the royal army. 4 days after the Roy family's withdrawal, Pix, accompanied by a Tier 9 holy knight, arrived at Leif City and sought out Achilles personally. "Viscount Achilles," Pix said, "we hope that you and your panda will join us in attacking the Roy family." Achilles was taken aback. Were they trying to conscript him and Panda? But he was only a viscount and he hadn't enjoyed the benefits of being part of a noble family. The royal court didn't have the authority to compel him to participate in battles at the Tier 9 level, so Achilles politely declined. "Your Highness Pix," he said, "I'm afraid I can't agree to that. A royal family is willing to offer you a complete set of night breathing techniques, but only for your own use," Pix interrupted directly. "A complete set of night breathing techniques? A Tier 9 technique?" Achilles asked in surprise. Pix nodded. "Yes, no problem. I and Panda are ready to join the royal army's expedition," Achilles replied immediately without hesitation. He hadn't expected to receive a Tier 9 night breathing technique so soon. However, Achilles emphasized that Panda would not engage in a full-scale war with the Roy family. It would only deal with one Tier 9 holy domain. "Don't worry about that," Pix replied. "Sir Williams of the Zerk family is coming with me. Sir Lively of the Feral Legion has already gone to Frostmoon City. After we resolve the Wimbledon family, they will also come. Our combined Tier 9 strength will be greater than that of the Roy family. With assistance from 2 noble families, things seemed promising." Mid-August of the year 6642 of the Dawn Era, the major war in the western part of the kingdom officially began. Prince Thuron led his army and directly attacked the Randall territory, while Clinton's forces clashed with Tier 9 holy warriors from the Roy family. Late in August, Prince Archie also arrived at the Helson province with his troops, launching simultaneous attacks on the western and northern flanks of the Roy family, supported by noble armies from Frostmoon, Feral, and Zerk. The Roy family was immediately caught in a pincer movement. Everyone expected that the Phoenix family would send reinforcements to support the Roy family, but instead, the Phoenix family sent its legendary ancestor directly. Their plan was to defeat the royal army first. However, the royal court had been watching the Phoenix family all along, and so, after more than a century without any legendary battles, the Alpha Kingdom erupted into a full-scale conflict involving legendary figures. Now, even the kingdoms of Philo, Ala, and Blackstone are closely watching the conflicts unfolding within the kingdom of Alpha. The Scroll of the Resurrected Goddess. In southern Hell's province, fierce battle unfolded between the royal forces and the Phoenix family, both boasting legendary figures. Both sides were composed of close combat legends. Cornelius Sullivan, the ancient ancestor of the royal family, was a legendary knight, while Cade, the ancient ancestor of the Phoenix family, was a legendary warrior. Legendary professionals already possessed earth-shattering power, and each move held the force to shatter mountains. Therefore, on the legendary battlefield, only those with at least rank 9 abilities had a chance to contribute. Lower-ranked individuals were essentially cannon fodder. However, preparing powerful magical formations and employing overwhelming numbers could still be effective. In the history of the Alpha Kingdom, there was an instance where a large force was used to defeat a legendary being. This involved the Crawford Marquis family, who, during a goblin war 800 years ago, managed to kill a legendary goblin chieftain. At that time, the Crawford family was still a relatively new marquisate, with only one rank 9 archmage within their ranks. However, this archmage was also a rank 9 rune master. During that goblin incursion, the Crawford family's archmage set up a powerful rank 9 formation and gathered forces from 3 legions. They lured the goblin chieftain into the rank 9 formation trap, and under the leadership of the archmage, the 3 legions managed to kill the legendary goblin chieftain at the cost of half their forces. The Crawford family used this achievement to obtain a complete set of warrior-breathing techniques from the royal family, which solidified their status as a powerful noble house. However, relying on formations and sheer numbers to defeat legendary professionals is highly dependent on luck. Any mistake could lead to utter annihilation. History is full of such examples, so it's rarely attempted unless absolutely necessary. The Crawford family's success was largely due to fortunate circumstances. Meanwhile, as Cornelius held back Cade, the relentless assault by the royal forces and northern nobles against the Roy family intensified. Prince Archie led a royal legion directly into Roy territory, attacking Roll Castle, the largest fortress in the Roy domain. Two rank 9 companions from the Pix and Frankenstein families, Williams, accompanied them to prevent any surprise attacks from powerful individuals within the Roy family's ranks. To the north, a coalition of northern nobles relentlessly attacked smaller noble houses allied with the Roy family. Two rank 9 companions, Layfly from the Panda and Farrell families, were present. These smaller noble houses were largely vassals of the Roy family and not part of the kingdom's formal nobility system, making them vulnerable targets for the royal forces. On the northeastern coast of the Roy territory, in the lands belonging to Lord Lyman, a vassal of the Roy family, Achilles led a coalition force from 3 legions and had just breached Lord Lyman's castle. Achilles, who had already used attribute points to advance his Night Flame Breath technique to the 6th tier Golden Knight level, had significantly increased his strength. He effortlessly defeated Viscount Lyman, a 7th tier Earth warrior. This not only added another 6th tier undead creature to the ranks of the Hell Apostles, but also allowed Achilles to enhance one of his innate talents. This time, Achilles chose Dominion Contract. Innate talent. Dominion Contract. Golden Contract, 0/10 million, allows you to forcibly establish an unequal contract when the other party is unable to resist. It can override any existing contract, granting you complete control over the contracted individual. The contract level can only be 1 tier higher than your own. Currently, it can bind up to 6 individuals 5/6. Effects. Soul transfer allows you to transfer a portion of your soul power and directly possess the enslaved being through soul transfer. After possessing the contracted individual, you can exert half of your knight's strength. Upon withdrawing soul transfer, the possessed individual is rendered useless. Intimidation consumes a certain amount of mental energy to perform a psychic intimidation. All beings with mental strength not exceeding 1 tier higher than yours will be affected by this intimidation. This can help you defeat enemies and also makes it easier to forcibly contract them. Energy Essence, 276,894 Intimidation, so that's a psychic attack. Another way to attack, not bad. After reviewing the new effects of the Dominion Contract, Achilles thought it was acceptable. After all, the main purpose of advancing to the Dominion Contract was to increase the number of individuals he could bind. In early September, the coalition forces of northern frontier nobles had cleared half of the smaller and lesser noble families in the northern region of Roy's territory. Seeing that the Phoenix family still hadn't sent any reinforcements, the Roy family consolidated all remaining troops from the north into Roy City, even abandoning Roll Castle. The Roy family completely abandoned their territories and concentrated all their forces within Roy City. They planned to use the city's defenses to wear down the royal army and the northern frontier noble coalition, waiting for the Phoenix family to act. Therefore, 3 9th-tier holy warriors Pix, Layfly, and Williams from the royal side, along with Panda, a 9th-tier sacred beast, began directly attacking the city defense formations of Roy City. However, the Roy family's strength at the 9th tier was also surprisingly high. They possessed 3 9th-tier domains, 1 holy warrior, 1 holy knight, and 1 law sage. It should be noted that this level of power is considered top tier for a count, and the Roy family had only been elevated to the rank of count for about 300 years. Fortunately, Kato included Panda, the giant bear from Storm territory, otherwise it would have been difficult to deal with, Pix thought to himself, relieved. Subsequently, 7 9th-tier domains engaged in a chaotic battle above Roy City, while the ground forces launched a fierce assault on the city. However, due to the 9th-tier domains being preoccupied, breaking through Roy City was not easy. So, Achilles prepared to use incendiary oil to attack the city walls, but Archie stopped him. They have a protective barrier now. Using this won't be very effective. How much of this incendiary oil do you have? Quite a bit. Achilles knew that the protective barrier would prevent the storm cannon from launching the incendiary oil inside, but it could be used during the siege. "Give it all to me," said Prince Archie. "I need it for critical situations. The royal family will compensate you." Achilles had no objections and gave Archie all the incendiary oil from the Ring of Fear. Afterward, Achilles sent Yu with the Ring of Fear back to Storm territory, where he refilled the ring with more incendiary oil. Meanwhile, another large army from the royal family, led by Prince Kent, finally crossed the Saxony province and began attacking Issa Castle, a key stronghold of the Phoenix family. What shocked everyone was that Sir Geoffrey, the paladin who had supposedly died in the coup at Kanglen City, appeared on the battlefield at Issa Castle. This stunned all the nobles. Geoffrey had been killed by a 9th-level warrior from the Phoenix family. Oh, this couldn't be a staged event orchestrated by the royal family. Some of the most powerful nobles immediately considered a possibility: the Goddess Resurrection Scroll from the Dawn Church. This was a life-saving scroll bestowed by the Goddess of Dawn. For those below the legendary rank, if they used the Goddess Resurrection Scroll beforehand, when they died, the scroll could preserve some of their flesh and soul, transferring it to a location thousands of miles away. Then, using the power within the scroll, the goddess could reshape the body and soul, resurrecting them, although with some loss of strength. Such resurrection scrolls were extremely rare in the Dawn Church and were considered treasures. No one had ever heard of them being given to anyone, so how could the royal family possess one? And why would they use it in this coup that outsiders couldn't understand? Could it be that this plot was orchestrated by both the royal family and the church, specifically targeting the Phoenix family? But why would the Phoenix family offend the church? Many powerful nobles were increasingly confused. Upon discovering that the church might also be involved in this conflict, Duke Fox and Slade began to worry. They had initially sided with Prince Caleb and had clashed with the royal family. Especially Duke Fox, who had even engaged in a brief skirmish with Lothar of the Northern Territories. If the royal family and the church pursued them after the fact, they could be in serious trouble. Therefore, both families simultaneously chose a scapegoat within their own ranks and then announced their support for the royal family's punitive actions. Duke Fox sent one 9th-level saint and 2 legions south to assist Prince Caleb and Earl Clinton in attacking Earl Landell. Slade also dispatched one 9th-level saint and 2 legions north to help Prince Kent attack the Phoenix family. As a result, the situation increasingly favored the royal faction. This prompted other nobles to take action, eager to capitalize on the obvious advantage and share in the glory and spoils of war. In Phoenix City, after today's battle, it was confirmed at Issa Castle that the royal Geoffrey was not an impostor. He had indeed survived. Upon receiving this news, a group of high-ranking members of the Phoenix family were thrown into chaos. A paladin immediately shouted at Tristram, "Tristram, what is going on? When you executed Geoffrey, didn't you notice any signs that his soul or body might have been transferred?" At that moment, Tristram appeared extremely angry, gritting his teeth as he said, "The situation was complicated. Jack was controlling the magic array in Kanglen City, and he explicitly stated that Geoffrey could not be killed. When I and Curtis forced Geoffrey into a desperate situation, Jack immediately turned hostile. We were caught between trying to execute Geoffrey and defending against Jack. After Geoffrey's physical body was consumed by his power and seemingly destroyed, we assumed he had simply disintegrated. We never imagined he would have a goddess resurrection scroll." "HMPH, you assumed. Because of your assumptions, we not only failed to kill a 9th-rank member of the Narrant family, but we also lost Curtis." "You're useless," the paladin sneered. "Preston, you," Tristram roared in anger. "Enough." A law paladin intervened, stopping the argument, and then slowly said, "Now is not the time to argue about this. We haven't completely failed. At least the royal army suffered heavy losses. We remained unscathed. The royal family's 9th-rank sanctified realm also sustained losses. Although Jack killed Curtis, he cannot return to the Narrant family. No one in the Narrant family will believe him. Nelson is right. Now is not the time to argue about who was at fault, but rather how Geoffrey obtained the goddess resurrection scroll. If the church has been involved from the beginning, we are in serious trouble," a holy warrior said. "I don't think so. We received news from the Shadow Temple that Nelson, along with 3 other 9th-rank sanctified warriors from the church, is still pursuing them," Preston the paladin said. "Yes, our cooperation with the Shadow Temple is known only to us 9th rank sanctified beings. The ancient ancestors, those who were involved, are also possessed by scythe bugs, so the information shouldn't have leaked, Tristram added. Let's not speculate about the Dawn Church. We can't verify anything about them, and it doesn't matter now anyway. We have no way out. The Roy family and the Landell family won't be able to hold on for much longer. I've also received news that Duke Fox and Slade have already mobilized their troops. Therefore, we must strike back quickly, otherwise everyone will see us as easy targets and want to trample on us, Nelson Farsaint said with a hint of bitterness. HMPH. Even Lord Slade dares to interfere in the affairs of the Phoenix family. He's asking for trouble. I'll gather some people and go to the Baden province to intercept Slade's forces, Preston said fiercely. All right, but you won't be going alone. I heard that the Slade family also sent a 9th-rank holy warrior. You and Roberts will go together and secretly bring along a 9th-rank Shadow Temple warrior. Make sure you kill the Slade family's holy warrior. Also, bring with you our Hidden Sky Eagle Squadron, a mage regiment, and a demonic beast cavalry regiment. It's time for the other nobles to see the true strength of the Phoenix family, Nelson instructed. Understood. September 10th. Just as other powerful families were starting to stir, eager to take advantage of the Phoenix family, Nelson Farsaint and Tristram Holy Knight of the Phoenix family suddenly arrived at Issa Castle, joining forces with Johnson Farsaint and Brent Holy Knight, who was stationed there, and launched a counterattack against the royal army. Fortunately, Cato and Crawford of the royal family arrived just in time to halt the Phoenix family's offensive, preventing them from causing too much damage to the royal legions. However, at that very moment, Slade's forces, which had just crossed the Fickland province, was suddenly ambushed by the Phoenix family while resting in southern Baden province. A squadron of 300 Sky Eagle flying beasts descended from the sky, along with a regiment of 100 mid-level mages, directly disrupting the 2 Slade family legions. Then, a full regiment of demonic beast cavalry emerged from the ground and completely routed the 2 Slade family legions. In the end, less than half managed to escape, while the rest were all killed. During the rout of Slade's forces, Preston Holy Knight and Roberts Holy Warrior executed Bernard Holy Warrior of the Slade family on the spot. Later that day, the Phoenix family announced this victory. The news spread quickly, instantly dousing the ambitions of those powerful families who had been plotting their moves. With 4 9th-rank individuals at Issa Castle, 2 9th-rank individuals intercepting Slade's forces, 1 more having died in Kanglan City, the Phoenix family has now revealed a total of 7 9th-rank Holy Realms. Adding to that the extra 300 Sky Eagle Squadron, the Phoenix family's strength is already subtly surpassing that of the current royal power. This made everyone hesitant to act rashly. Even the Slade family, which had just lost 1 9th-rank Holy Realm, could only endure in silence. The Slade family only has 2 9th-rank individuals, and they will certainly not interfere in this war again. After intercepting Slade's forces, Preston and Roberts immediately headed north, preparing to decisively crush the royal army. However, Cato made a swift decision and immediately led his troops to retreat to the city of Saxony, avoiding a direct confrontation with Phoenix's large army. Instead, he chose to adopt a temporary defensive strategy. In the province of Saxony, 6 individuals of the 9th rank from the Phoenix family had gathered. Nelson, a law sage, was the first to ask Axe, "Have you received any news from the Roy family?" "Yes," Axe replied. "The army besieging them is substantial, and 4 other individuals of the 9th rank recently clashed with them. There's no indication that they intend to send reinforcements south to help Cato and his forces." "What is Cato planning? Could they have some other hidden cards?" Nelson said, a hint of suspicion in his voice. Currently, Cato and his forces were at a significant disadvantage. Furthermore, the city of Saxony wasn't built for warfare, so its defenses were quite weak. In such a large-scale conflict, it would be difficult to provide substantial protection. If Cato didn't receive reinforcements, the Phoenix army had a high chance of overwhelming the royal army defending Saxony. "I don't think so," Johnson, another law sage, said. "I've gathered information from across the nation through the slave network. No major noble families have mobilized their forces. The Lothar family's Griffon Legion and the Venus family's Pegasus Legion are still within their respective territories. Slaves within the royal legions also report that there are no other hidden military units. Since no other armies are involved, let's launch a direct attack." We need to quickly crush this royal army. However, I'm sure the royal family has its own hidden individuals of the 9th rank. Instruct those from the Shadow Temple to be on standby as well. These people are from other nations, and it will take time for anyone to suspect their true identities." "Understood," Johnson replied. However, they should only intervene if absolutely necessary. The less attention drawn to the affairs of the Shadow Temple, the better. Following this, the Phoenix Army began assigning tasks. The movements of the Phoenix Army quickly attracted the attention of the royal family. Inside Saxony City, an emergency meeting was held in the Royal 9th Rank Sanctuary. In addition to Cato, Crawford, Jeffrey, and Kent, there were also 2 other individuals present, a lost sage and a holy warrior. They were secretly hidden 9th rank members of the royal Narrant family. "Cato," said Boone, the newly arrived lost sage. "Are you certain your plan is feasible? Is that bloodfire oil really as powerful as you claim?" "Yes, while the 9th tier battlefield can be managed, the real key is the main force. How do we deal with the Phoenix family squadron of 500 Sky Eagles?" Jeffrey asked. "Don't worry, I have a plan. Just follow my instructions," Cato said confidently. Seeing this, everyone remained silent. In times of war, only one person should be giving orders. On September 25th, the Phoenix Army launched a full-scale assault on Saxony City. The squadron of 500 Sky Eagles led the attack. The Royal Griffon squadron quickly took to the skies to meet them. Simultaneously, ground troops began their offensive, with both sides exchanging artillery fire. The Royal Knights of the Kingdom also charged out of Saxony City. The imposing presence of the 2 squads of Earth Dragon Riders intimidated even the Phoenix Army's beast-mounted cavalry. "Preston Roberts, you deal with the Hazevi and the Earth Dragon Rider squad," Nelson Farr Saint ordered. Upon hearing this, the 2 men immediately charged towards the Royal Knights. Seeing this, Hazevi ordered the Royal Knights to engage the Phoenix family's 2 squadrons of beast-mounted cavalry, while he himself led the Earth Dragon Rider squad to confront the 2 9th-tier warriors. The other units engaged in fierce fighting around the city walls. The defensive magic array protecting Saxony City had been temporarily reinforced by Crawford, so it was still able to withstand the Phoenix Army's advance for now. On the first day of battle, both sides primarily exchanged probing attacks. By afternoon, they ceased hostilities. The Royal Knights gained an advantage in the ground combat. However, the aerial squadrons were completely at a disadvantage, losing 20 Griffon riders on the first day. In the following 10 days, the fighting continued. Hazevi still led the Earth Dragon Rider squad against the 2 9th-tier warriors, while the other 9th-tier fighters remained unengaged. The Royal Griffon squadron, constantly at a disadvantage, was forced to engage in hit and run tactics with the Phoenix Sky Eagles. Despite this, they suffered heavy losses, with half of their number falling. Phoenix Sky Eagles only lost 30 members, but most of them were mid-level water magic users. On the battlefield, the Royal Knights of the royal family had a clear advantage over the Phoenix family's beast-mounted cavalry. They were in a position to both attack and retreat, while the Phoenix family's cavalry could only barely contain the Royal Knights. October 6th, the 12th day of the battle. Both sides felt that the time was right, preparing to launch a decisive final assault on this day. The Phoenix family planned to completely annihilate the royal family's Griffon Legion today, then use their aerial superiority to crush the Royal Knights. If these 2 units of the royal army were defeated, victory would be within their grasp. Meanwhile, inside the city of Saxony, Cato personally began distributing bloodfire oil to the 100 Griffon Legion. The Royal Knights, while the Storm Cannon Brigade also distributed the same substance. At the start of the battle, the 100 Griffon Legion abandoned its previous flanking strategy and charged directly towards the Sky Eagle Legion. In the confusion of the Sky Eagle Legion, they threw over 1,000 barrels of bloodfire oil and then used fire magic to ignite it. The 100 tons of bloodfire oil instantly engulfed the entire Sky Eagle Legion under the influence of the magic. While bloodfire oil might not inflict fatal damage on mid-level beast eagles, if they couldn't escape the burning liquid, the Sky Eagle Legion would inevitably be thrown into chaos. As expected, the formation of the Sky Eagle Legion that emerged was completely disorganized. The Griffon Legion seized the opportunity and concentrated their attacks on the isolated Sky Eagle Knights, killing 80 Sky Eagle Knights before the Legion could reform. Simultaneously, on another part of the battlefield, the Storm Cannon Brigade continuously launched barrels of bloodfire oil. After breaking free from the Phoenix family's beast-mounted cavalry, the Royal Knights immediately began circling the main force of the Phoenix army, constantly throwing bloodfire oil barrels. Then, they simultaneously ignited all the bloodfire oil, creating an instant inferno that separated the entire Phoenix army. Because during the previous 11 days of fighting, the royal family had focused on targeting the water and earth mages of the Phoenix family. Therefore, when the firestorm erupted, the Phoenix army was completely helpless against it. The entire military formation instantly disintegrated. The Royal Knights immediately began to attack the panicked troops fleeing from the flames, while the main force of the royal army also emerged from the city of Saxony. This sudden turn of events left the high-ranking sanctuary mages of the Phoenix family at a loss. They hadn't even had time to act when their own army seemed to be collapsing in an instant. What is this blood-red liquid? The legendary corpse demon watched as the Phoenix Legion's formation was thrown into chaos by the burning oil. Not only were the 9-level saints of the Phoenix family at a loss, but even the 9-level figures from the royal family were deeply shocked. However, before anyone could inquire, Kato issued an attack order. Boone and Wright, stay behind and watch out for any members of the Shadow Temple. Crawford and Jeffrey, come with me. Remember, our goal this time is to eliminate this contingent of the Phoenix Legion's army. The 9-level individuals just need to be contained. There's no rush to kill them. He then charged forward as Nelson, water element mage of the 9th level from the Phoenix family, was preparing to intervene and could not be allowed to enter the battlefield and extinguish the burning oil. Crawford and Jeffrey immediately followed. The 7 saints from both sides then engaged in combat. Kato single-handedly held back Nelson, the key figure of the Phoenix family and a water element mage. Meanwhile, Crawford and Jeffrey were tasked with containing Johnson, Tristram, and Brent. In the distance, Harvest led a squad of dragon riders to relentlessly harass Preston and Roberts. With the saints engaged, the Royal Legions quickly began eliminating the Phoenix Legion's forces. The Griffon Squadron continued to use burning oil against the Eagle Squadron. Although the Eagle Squadron had taken precautions, the effect of the burning oil was not as pronounced as it was initially. However, the 100-strong Griffon Squadron still posed a significant threat, deterring nearly 400 members of the Eagle Squadron from taking action, resulting in a stalemate between the 2 aerial units. The Eagle Squadron dared not move to support the ground forces for fear that they would be engulfed by burning oil from above. The Phoenix Legion's ground forces were essentially defenseless. After the Royal Knights used burning oil to divide and encircle the Phoenix Legion's infantry, they immediately turned their attention to the demonic beast cavalry. The Royal Legions that had emerged from Saxony City began systematically eliminating the Phoenix Legion's infantry units. This situation filled the saints of the Phoenix family with both anxiety and anger. Nelson, the water element mage who was being held back by Kato, roared in frustration. "Johnson, what are you doing? Send someone to rescue our main force." Understood. At this time, the 3 Johnsons were in a difficult situation. Others saw that they were 3 against 2, and logically, reinforcements should have been sent from the ground infantry to help. However, they didn't know how formidable Crawford of the royal family was. He was the strongest holy being within the royal domain. Finally, Johnson forcefully channeled a massive amount of spiritual power and magic, overexerting himself with holy spells, just to stop Crawford, allowing the Axe Paladin to break free. Seeing that Phoenix had escaped the entanglement, Wright from Saxony prepared to rush out and intercept him, but someone else moved first. "Jack, you damned fool, how dare you come here?" When Axe saw that Jack was the one who had stopped him, he immediately became furious. It was because of Jack that he hadn't noticed Jeffrey using the Goddess Resurrection Scroll. Furthermore, it was Jack who betrayed them at the last minute and killed Gilmore. Meanwhile, Nelson, watching from a distance as Axe was held back, didn't care anymore and ordered the Hidden Shadow Temple's 9th-level holy beings to intervene. Suddenly, 2 9th-level holy beings appeared around the battlefield, immediately targeting Boone and Wright, who were observing the battle. There are more 9th levels. The 9th-level holy beings of the Phoenix family present were very surprised. He had 4 9th-level holy beings openly, with 3 hidden. This was only possible thanks to the help of the Shadow Temple. Unexpectedly, even the royal family, which outwardly had 5 9th-level holy beings, also had 3 hidden. Therefore, Nelson could only continue to have the hidden shadow temple intervene. Now that they were exposed, there was nothing they could do. After all, if this entire army was wiped out, other powerful nobles would still come to help the royal family attack the Phoenix family. Then, 3 more mysterious 9th-level holy beings appeared. However, these 3 were also stopped, and by 4 9th-level holy beings. Nelson looked at these 4 people and couldn't help but roar, "Cole, what are you people from the church trying to do?" "Hee, Nelson, what we're doing, don't you know? I don't recognize the first 2, but if I remember correctly, this one should be Barnabas, a 9th-level holy being who is active in the Shadow Temple within the Kingdom of Sicily." The church's Pastor Cole pointed at the mysterious 9th-level holy being, Jack. Suddenly, 4 figures appeared to block the path of the 3 mysterious 9th-rank individuals. They were Cole, another 9th-rank priest from the Dawn Church of the Alpha Kingdom, along with the holy warriors Maddock and Philip, and the paladin Taylor. "Haha, I didn't realize I was so famous. Even priests from the Alpha Kingdom know me," laughed Barnabas, the holy priest of the Shadow Temple. The faces of the 9th-rank saints of the Phoenix family were unusually grim. The royal family had discovered traces of the Phoenix family's betrayal through the eldest prince, Caleb. However, how did the church know about their connection to the Shadow Temple, and wasn't Pastor Nelson leading a group that included Cole in pursuit of members of the Shadow Temple? Why are they here? It was clear they had been there all along. At this point, all the combatants had stopped fighting, with only battles involving those below the 9th rank continuing. Nelson's expression shifted from serious to menacing, and he chuckled. "Cole, your church and the royal family have set up quite a trap. Not only did you target Prince Caleb and our Phoenix family, but you even involved the Shadow Temple. I'm curious how you discovered the Shadow Temple's presence. It's impossible for there to be traitors within our Phoenix family," Nelson continued. "You flatter me, I have no idea." "Perhaps you should ask Nelson after he deals with the Reaper Queen," Cole said mockingly. Hearing the name Reaper Queen, both the members of the Phoenix family and the Shadow Temple were astonished. They hadn't realized that the church had investigated so thoroughly, even knowing about the Reaper Queen. However, Barnabas immediately chuckled again. "You know quite a bit, but your Pastor Nelson might be in trouble. The Reaper Queen has a surprise for him." He then turned to Nelson and said, "Bring out your ancestor. Let's end this battle quickly. We still have other nobles to deal with." "You're right, Kato. Let me show you the true strength of the Phoenix family," Nelson said, looking at Kato as if he were already dead. He then produced a 9th-rank dark magic artifact and released a powerful undead creature from it. Kato and Cole were both terrified. "This is a legendary undead creature, you." Before Cole could finish speaking, the legendary undead creature charged towards Kato. Kato, boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed, and then we saw the legendary corpse demon being blasted backward. Kato and Cole both believed that the Phoenix family, besides their own legendary ancestors, relied on the Shadow Temple and the King of Shadows. They never imagined that the Phoenix family had actually created a legendary undead creature. Everyone watched as the legendary undead charged towards Kato, but it was too late to stop it. Just when things seemed dire, the legendary undead appeared to be struck by something and flew backward. As everyone looked on in confusion, a purple figure suddenly appeared beside Kato. It was an extremely elegant and beautiful woman. Then 4 more figures appeared. Kato recognized these people and exclaimed, "Davis, what are you doing here? We came with our ancestor from the Venus family. Otherwise, how would we know that you were fighting with the Shadow Temple?" The 5 who had suddenly arrived were members of the Duke's family of Venus. The woman who saved Kato was the legendary ancestor of the Venus family, Thelma the legendary mage, Thelma. Hearing Davis's words, Kato quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your help, Elder." Thelma ignored Kato and instead looked at the legendary undead that had returned. She exclaimed in amazement, "It's Cade. I wondered why the Phoenix family suddenly joined the Shadow Temple. It turns out it was because Cade died. The Lord of Shadows is indeed generous." Not only did he help them create a legendary undead, but he also helped Cade ascend to legend. This makes me quite envious. After recognizing the origin of this legendary undead, Thelma quickly pieced together what had happened with the Phoenix family. At this moment, the members of the Phoenix family and the Shadow Temple were terrified. How could a legendary being appear here? The Venus family, how did you get here? The Jonathan family, you and the church have been plotting against us. Nelson stammered. the Phoenix family and the Shadow Temple had made thorough preparations before attempting to seize Alpha King. They had anticipated the reactions of the most powerful Duke families and taken countermeasures. They used gold mines to incite conflict between the Venus family and the Jonathan family of the Philo Kingdom. They used the Blackstone Duchy to stall the Lincoln family and the Vada family. The Lothar family had already suffered significant losses in the Orcish War, and they also needed to be prepared for further attacks from the orcs. So they refrained from using certain methods. Furthermore, the legendary ancestors of these noble families were either neutralized or temporarily diverted by the Shadow Temple through various means. The legendary ancestor of the Venus family, for example, instigated a conflict between herself and the ancestor of the Jonathan family by utilizing a powerful artifact of the 9th rank. As for that old coot Goodwin, one person said, "Of course I chased him away." "And you're wrong about the church secretly plotting against you," another explained patiently. "Initially, we were also suspects in Nelson's eyes. It was only after you all revealed yourselves that he started investigating you." Just as this explanation was being given, a 9th rank holy warrior from the Shadow Temple turned and tried to flee. However, with so many areas of 9th rank power present, it was impossible to use spatial teleportation to escape. "How rude," someone muttered. With a flick of his wrist, Thelma froze the fleeing holy warrior into an ice sculpture, which then fell to the ground. Fortunately, even in a 9th rank domain, a legendary powerhouse couldn't be killed instantly. At that moment, Barnabas immediately shouted at Nelson. "Nelson, what are you waiting for?" Nelson immediately understood Barnabas' meaning and ordered the legendary undead creature to attack Thelma, after which everyone quickly fled eastward. Although the undead creature was slightly weaker than its living counterparts, its physical strength was exceptionally powerful, making it difficult to deal with. Therefore, after giving some instructions, Thelma forcibly pulled the legendary undead creature out of the battle and then engaged it directly. Subsequently, the royal family, the church, and the Venus family pursued the Phoenix family and members of the Shadow Temple. Meanwhile, a squadron of Sky Eagles attempted to escape as well. But they were surrounded by Davis Paladin and Crawford Paladin, who intended to capture these magical beasts alive if possible. As for the ground forces of the Phoenix family, they had already been completely abandoned. At this point, the royal army was beginning to urge the ordinary soldiers to surrender. At the same time, in the eastern seas, the two legendary ancestors of the royal family and the Phoenix family had fought their way from the province of Hells, all the way to this location. At this moment, both sides seemed to have received some information, and they immediately stopped fighting. "How did you know about our dealings with the Shadow Temple?" Cade asked, his expression grim. The news he had just received was about the battle in Saxony City. Now, the Venus family had unexpectedly intervened without any warning. The Shadow King didn't appear immediately, likely because Nelson was carrying a divine artifact which held the Shadow King back. Therefore, the Phoenix family's plan to seize control of the Alpha Kingdom had already failed. "You are too confident in your methods against the Shadow King," Cornelius explained. "By releasing so many Scythiorm slaves, even if just one is discovered by chance, it can lead to a chain of investigations. While it might be difficult to trace back to the Phoenix family directly, there are only 5 ducal families in the kingdom, and it's quite easy to set up a trap to lure you out. It seems the Scythiorm slaves were the problem." Cade cursed inwardly at the Shadow King. However, Cade had no intention of escaping because he was certain that the legendary ancestors of the other 3 families wouldn't come after him. The legendary undead could hold back Thelma for a while, and now the Shadow King had also ascended to the level of a legend. Only the Shadow Lord and they knew about this. Nelson, with his 9th level cleric status and divine artifact, was definitely not an opponent. Once the Shadow King dealt with Nelson, they could kill Cornelius, and then the Alpha Kingdom would plunge into chaos for a long time, giving the Phoenix family another chance. Just as Cade was fantasizing about the Shadow King, defeating Nelson and him going to help. Deep within the eastern swamps of southern Phoenix territory, the Shadow King, who had just ascended to legendary status, was in utter despair. Because the priest he was facing, Nelson, had also ascended to legendary status, a legendary priest carrying a divine artifact. How could he possibly defeat such an opponent? He inwardly cursed the unreliability of the Phoenix family. They didn't even know that the head of the Alpha Kingdom's church had become a legend. How could they cooperate with such incompetence? At this moment, the Shadow King was completely trapped by the goddess scepter artifact. In the Noah continent, he was already suppressed by the will of the world, so he couldn't even escape. If things continued like this, he would die here. Priest, let me go, or my master won't forgive you. The Shadow King, with no hope of escaping, could only resort to threatening Nelson by mentioning the Shadow Lord. Heh, the Shadow Lord. I heard he's still recovering from his injuries after being beaten by the goddess. Do you think he would dare to come here? Nelson mocked. Then he channeled more power from the goddess scepter, and the Shadow King let out a series of pained cries. You wait for me. The Shadow King roared in anger, then his body rapidly erupted with flames of hellfire, consuming him completely. This was a secret technique unique to legendary demons, abandoning one's cultivation and resurrecting from hell while retaining all memories. The poor Scythe King had just reached the legendary rank, and on his first outing was defeated and sent back to town with all his progress reset, forcing him to start over. The end seeing that King Scythe's shadow had finally used his forbidden technique, Nelson could no longer hold on. He immediately stopped channeling the power of the goddess scepter. Thank goodness, he thought. If I had continued for even a moment longer, I wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Although Nelson had ascended to the legendary rank, the artifact of the goddess was not easily channeled. These artifacts originally required activation by specific magical formations. However, during the last destruction of the Hell Passage, due to the urgency of the situation, the artifact was overloaded, and the power of the formation was completely depleted. It hasn't fully recovered yet. This time, Nelson had only used his legendary-level cleric abilities to forcefully channel the goddess scepter, which is why he couldn't sustain it for long. If King Scythe's shadow knew this, he would probably be furious. After sending a message to Cornelius, Nelson took a potion to recover some of his lost divine power. Channeling the goddess scepter had drained him significantly. Meanwhile, in the East Sea, Cornelius received the message and chuckled softly. Seeing this, Cade thought Cornelius was mocking him and immediately became enraged. Cornelius, don't think you've already won, Cade said angrily. Even though we can no longer control the Alpha Kingdom. If we kill you, the Alpha Kingdom will no longer belong to your Narrant family. Kill me? Cornelius chuckled softly. Are you waiting for King Scythe's shadow to arrive? That's right, Cade admitted directly. King Scythe's shadow has ascended to the legendary rank. Even with the artifact, Nelson won't be able to hold out for long. Based on the time that had passed, King Scythe's shadow should have already killed Nelson. He could easily stall Cornelius for a while longer. Then you might be disappointed, Cornelius said mockingly. Cornelius thought the same way. He no longer needed to worry about Cade escaping. Seeing Cornelius's confident expression, Cade frowned. What do you mean? You'll find out soon enough. HMPH, you're being cryptic, Cade said calmly. A moment later, spatial distortions appeared near the battlefield. Cade was overjoyed, believing that King Scythe's shadow had arrived. However, when he saw that it was Nelson and sensed the legendary aura emanating from him, Cade was incredulous. He then let out a desperate roar. How is this possible? How can you be a legend? Where's King Scythe's shadow? I'm already a legend, so King Scythe's shadow must have gone home, Nelson said with a smile. Cade's eyes widened, and he immediately began to flee. Don't you think it's a little late to run now? Tyron Will said sternly. He then unleashed his full power. This was Cade's moment of desperation. There was no need to hold back or engage in a prolonged battle. Nelson, who had just arrived, also joined the attack, but this time he didn't use any artifacts as they weren't necessary for dealing with Cade, and besides, Nelson couldn't use them anymore. 3 days later, under the siege of legendary priests and knights, the legendary patriarch of the Phoenix family, Cade, finally fell in the East Sea. Just as Nelson and Tyron Will had defeated Cade, spatial distortions appeared again in the distance. Gulgwig, clad in a purple robe, materialized there. Have you dealt with him? That was quite fast, Gulgwig said. Tyron Will looked at Gulgwig and asked directly, what about the legendary corpse demon? Of course, I tore it to pieces, Gulgwig replied matter-of-factly. Tyron Will looked at Gulgwig with disbelief. All right, let's go to Phoenix City and see if there are any hidden passages or anything like that, Nelson instructed. The Phoenix family has been cooperating with the Shadow Temple for so long, there must be something unsavory hidden in Phoenix City. Meanwhile, as the legendary battle concluded, inside Saxony City, Cato and Davis were discussing how to divide the Sky Eagle beast. Cato, did you say that this bloodfire oil was created by that storm Baron Achilles? Davis, a mage, asked. That's right, it was him. He also invented the storm cannon, Cato replied with a nod. Regarding the bloodfire oil, they had consulted with Achilles, who stated that it didn't need to be kept secret. No wonder things are as they are. I said that even just the intervention of the panda giant bear wouldn't have been enough to obtain a complete set of night breathing techniques. Cato's promises to the minor nobles of the northern frontier were not a secret, especially considering Achilles had deployed a Tier 9 panda giant bear. Actually, this bloodfire oil was obtained from Lord Achilles after the war began. It's currently being used as an emergency loan during wartime, and I haven't yet figured out what we need to offer in return. As for the complete night breathing techniques, the fact that we were able to obtain them early is thanks to information he provided. Cato explained. Did this information come from Storm territory? How could he possibly know about the Phoenix family and the Shadow Temple? Who exactly is this Lord Achilles? Davis exclaimed in surprise. He doesn't know anything about the Phoenix family. He simply stumbled upon the Reaper King's scythe worm slaves, and then, with the outbreak of war across the kingdom, he suspected that a noble family was collaborating with the Reaper King to overthrow the kingdom of Alpha. So, through the Tulip family, he passed this information on to our royal court and the church. Cato said slowly. He needed to support Storm territory in becoming a major power in the northern frontier, so he hadn't intentionally concealed these matters. This Lord Achilles, born into a small family, is quite remarkable. Putting aside how he unintentionally discovered the scythe worm slaves, just connecting those two seemingly unrelated events, the scythe worm slaves and the outbreak of war, to suspect that a noble family was betraying the kingdom. That's something most people wouldn't be able to do. Davis said thoughtfully, don't get any ideas. Lord Achilles isn't just backed by the panda giant bear. Pastor Nelson seems to hold him in high regard as well, Cato cautioned. Pastor Nelson, forget about it, Davis sighed regretfully. He had been considering trying to poach him from the royal court. Just as the two were discussing how to allocate the sky Eagle Beast's news spread rapidly. The Venus family had joined the war, and the Phoenix family had been defeated. The Roy family and the Landell family immediately began fleeing. The Roy family's Tier 9 sanctuary was pursued into the Eastern Sea and ultimately killed. Most of the remaining members of the family were also slaughtered, with only those who managed to hide escaping. Meanwhile, one member of the Landell family, a Tier 9 individual, successfully fled into the kingdom of Aura and then disappeared without a trace. With this, the rebellion in the kingdom of Alpha has essentially come to an end.